Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Becomes Ultimate Sonic Ninja Part 4. Before we start, please go support King Sora 3 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. Chapter 12. Today is a brand new exciting day for the Ultimate Team. It's the second day of the Chunin exams. The genin found themselves standing before a fenced-off training ground. Tall and scraggly trees occupied the inside of the closed-off area, making it nigh impossible for the genin to see what was inside of the dark and shadowed forest floor. The sound of hissing made them some not too thrilled to find out. Anko grinned at the genin out in front of her, relishing in their paling faces. Okay brats, this will be the next phase of your exam. Welcome to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Forest of Death? Really? Naruto asked with half-lidded expression. If you guys really want to scare people, you better come up with a better name than that, like Silent Forest or something. The scariest place to Naruto was anything that was haunted by ghosts, like that one pyramid in the Sandopolis zone. He shivered as he recalled that he accidentally released the ghosts, and he hated himself for that stupid stunt. Seriously, how the hell was he supposed to know that ghosts were inside that capsule? Matter of fact, what the hell were they doing inside a capsule in the first place? Or better yet, how did Nega capture them and put them in the capsule? Those were questions that always made it to his head whenever he thought about that haunted pyramid. But hey, I guess some things aren't worth solving. Anko smirked at Naruto and threw a kunai at him, who remained unfazed by it. The kunai stopped in front of Naruto, and it was covered in a cyan-colored aura. Nice try, Naruto teased as he threw it back at Anko, who comically sneered at him. HMPH. Cheeky brat. Anko muttered. Anyways, you all need to sign these waivers. She pulled out a stack of papers from the inside of her jacket and roughly shoved them into a random genin, who took one and passed the stack. Why? Naruto blinked. Anko smiled happily. So I don't get held accountable if you happen to die in the exams. Most of the genin's faces turned white. This portion of the exam is meant to be the ultimate survival test and an evaluation of just how well you can transport captured intelligence back to friendly territory. She held out a map that shows what's inside the forest. As you can plainly see, the Forest of Death is an area surrounded by 3 rivers, and at the center is the tower. She puts the map away. Also, this is an anything goes battle to get your hands on these. She held up 2 scrolls, one with the kanji for heaven and the other for earth. Both of them? Kabuto asked. You'll be fighting to getting both the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Altogether, 27 teams will be participating in this test, so half of those teams will be going after the Heaven Scroll and the other half will be after the Earth Scroll. I'll hand one kind of scroll to each team and that's what you'll be fighting for. Okay, so how do we pass the test? Sasuke asked. It's simple. Naruto replied in a serious, getting everyone's attention. As the proctor said, the tower is the only place inside the Forest of Death. All we have to do is bring both of those scrolls inside the tower and we pass. Heh. Give the kid a prize. Anko smirked as she put the scrolls back inside her jacket. Oh, and by the way, this test has a time limit. You must finish it within 5 days. 5 days out there? Ino asked in shock. What are we gonna do about food? Choji asked, a scared expression on his face. Look around you. Anko told him. The forest has plenty of things to eat. There's plenty for everyone. Not to mention unknown dangerous wild man-eating animals that are wandering around, which makes it harder for us to survive. Naruto deadpanned as Tails flinched and gave a muffled scream inside the backpack. And let's not forget about the poisonous plants. Kabuto smiled. Aw, man, Choji complained. Will you calm down? This is why it's called survival, you know. Ino told her teammate. Which means, nearly half the teams won't make it out alive. Niji said. Being surrounded by the enemies, there won't be no time to rest, we must keep watch at all times. Sasuke said. Okay, so in short, forest is filled with food and dangerous animals, poisonous plants. We have to keep watch for anyone trying to get us. We need to have the Heaven and Earth scrolls to make it to the tower before the 5 days are up. Naruto summarized as he crossed his arms and tapped his foot impatiently. We got that part down, so can you please hurry up and tell us about the disqualification thing so we can do this thing? I'm waiting. Cool it, hotshot, I'm getting there, Anko told him with an angry vein on her head before she coughed. There are 3 ways your team can get disqualified. 1. If you can't get a scroll or make it to the tower within those 5 days, you're done. 2. If a teammate gets incapacitated or dies, you're out. And 3. If any of you for any reason look at the content of the scrolls before you reach the tower, you are out of here. And if a scroll opens and we happen to look inside? Naruto asked. Lem put it to you this way, you don't want to know. Anko said with an innocent smile. This test is also meant as a means to test your integrity. Alright, we all clear? Good. Now everyone turn in your consent forms, get a scroll, and pick a gate. We'll begin in 30 minutes. All of the genin turned in their consent forms and began to talk amongst themselves. Sasuke sat away on his own behind a large boulder, drowning in his thoughts. I see how it is now. Regardless of whatever scroll we get, no other team is gonna know what we have, and vice versa. Meaning that potentially everyone here is my enemy. Not like it matters though. He reached inside his second pouch and took out a gold ring. We're the only three-man squad that has these gold rings, which can not only protect us from taking serious damage, but to help us gain an extra power boost when we use one. With Naruto being the juggernaut, me being the tactician and close-quarter combat specialist, and Sakura being the brains of the group, we have such a huge advantage I would say it's almost cheating. A small smirk began to make its way across Sasuke's face as he tossed the ring in the air and caught it. Too bad for them. Naruto is also by himself as he was hidden behind a rock, away from everyone else. He opened his backpack and took Tails out, and boy he looks pale as a ghost. "Were you cool, Tails?" Naruto asked in concern. He hasn't seen Tails like that since they ran into those ghosts. It must be because of the Forest of Death and the kid is only 5 years old. He soon chuckles. "Don't worry little buddy, we'll definitely make it out of the forest alive and we'll definitely pass this test." "Oh really?" Tails asked nervously as he looked back at the forest and he shrieked as he saw something large move in the distance. He jumped on Naruto's face. "That place is super scary and huge, how are we gonna find the tower in that?" Naruto grabbed Tails and got him off his face. "Chill out dude, we fought Eggman and his badniks before, so hard can it be take on a bunch of beasts inside. Besides," he smirks confidently. "What these guys don't know is that we're secretly the first ever four-man squad." "Four-man squad?" Tails blinked. "Who is the fourth one?" "It's you Brainiac," Naruto laughed as he gave Tails a noogie. "You're the fourth member of Squad 7. Hey cut it out," Tails complained though he did have a happy smile. "Think about it." Naruto stopped and looked at Tails with a smile on his face. "With you, me, Sasuke and Sakura we can get through this thing together." He loosed the smile. "If we happen to be separated, I'm going to need you to look after Sasuke and Sakura. Do you want me to expose myself to them?" Tails asked nervously. But won't they freak out at me?" That's what he was afraid of. He always wanted to introduce himself to Sasuke and Sakura, but he was scared that they would look at him like a freak, especially once they see his human form. Naruto had already accepted him since the day they met and he was extremely happy about that. Knuckles didn't really care about what he was, which made him happy as well, since he gained another new friend in Knuckles. "What are you talking about, kid?" Naruto asked as he closed his eyes and looked at Tails. "Do you remember the day I brought you here and the old man called you out after he told Sasuke and Sakura to leave?" Yes." Tails said in confusion. "Did you see him, Kakashi and Iruka freak out because they saw you, especially when you transformed?" "Nuh-uh." Tails shook his head. Naruto smiles happily. "There you go, if those guys can accept you then why not Sasuke, Sakura and the others?" Tails had a surprised expression on his face. "That's right Mr. Hokage, Kakashi and Iruka and him didn't do like everyone else did before he met Naruto, they accepted him even Mr. Hokage, when he welcomed him to the village after they met and Kakashi-sensei he thanked him for watching over Naruto." The fox boy looked at Naruto as he smiled and nodded at him, making him smile happily. "Right, thanks Naruto." Naruto held his fist out to him. Of course it's a big brother's job to help out his little brother, whenever he's down. Tails' smile grew bigger before he held his fist out as well and gave Naruto a fist bump. "I'm counting on you Tails." "Right." Tails nodded happily. He hops inside the backpack just as Naruto picked it up and the two ran off to join the others, not knowing the pair of eyes that watched them leave. So that's what he has in that backpack. It was the same girl that glared at Naruto yesterday. HMPH. Not like that fox is going to do him and his team any good. The strong survives and the weak will perish inside this forest. She went back to join her ream. After every genin team retrieved their scroll, it grew time to begin the test. Each team of genin stood before their own gate, listening as Anko's voice came through the radio speakers. "Alright maggots, the gates will open and the exam will begin on my countdown. And 2 words of advice, don't die." Squad 7 eagerly waited for the Jonin's call. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and Sakura's hands, making them look at him in confusion. 5-4 The chains dropped on every gate as Naruto began to run in place. 3-2 The gates opened wide as Naruto's feet turned into the figure 8, making his teammates' eyes widen in awe at that, before they turned comical as they realized what he was gonna do. 1 Begin. Gotta go fast. Naruto shot off into the dark forest canopy, making a powerful gust of wind appear as it caught everyone by surprise for a moment as Sakura's scream was heard. "What the hell was that?" Naruto, who did that, Shikamaru asked as the wind died down. Soon he and his team went through their gate. There's always something with that guy. The genin team from the village hidden in the grass bounded through the trees. However, their objectives weren't the scrolls, but a certain team with an Uchiha that was in possession of the Sharingan. "Split up." The leader hissed to her teammates. "We need to find the Uchiha and mark him before the second exam is finished." Team Guy was flashing through the trees as well. Lee, being eager to meet his combatants, stayed ahead of his team. "Take it easy, Lee, the test has only just begun." Neji called out to his teammate. "That may be, but whoever our opponents are, I want to find them before they find us." The thought of a certain Uchiha and Uzumaki came to Lee's mind. "HMPH, you hot-blooded fool," Neji thought. The Straw Hat Girl and her team, who were wearing all black, were running across the ground before they jumped on the trees and charged ahead. "Lady Storm, which team shall we go after?" one of her teammates asked. "Do you really have to ask?" Storm asked as she kept her eyes forward. A feral grin appeared on her face. "We'll destroy the weakest group and take their scrolls." And then a certain Uzumaki appeared in her head. "We'll go after Uzumaki and his team. That arrogant fool will suffer the wrath of conquering Storm and the Raiju clan." A mile away, Squad 7 stopped in the middle of a clearing. "Here is good enough," Sasuke said. "I think it's time we came up with a plan on how we're gonna get that scroll. I could use my psychokinesis to locate any enemy that's nearby. That way we can find them, knock them out, take their scrolls and hurry it along to the tower." Naruto shrugged. That honestly seemed to make enough sense to Sakura and Tails. Sasuke shook his head. "Even with your psychokinesis, everyone would try and conceal themselves, including their minds. Go ahead, try to sense out someone, anyone." The sign aura appeared around Naruto, and he closed his eyes. He began to spread his senses out for as far as they would go, which was about 2 or 3 miles. Just as Sasuke said, he couldn't pick up, making him snap his fingers and massage his head as he felt a migraine coming. Damn. It looks like his psychokinesis needs to be worked on as well if he wants it to go past its limit, especially when it gives him headaches like what happened just now. "See what I mean? We're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way," Sasuke said. Alright. Before you tell us your plan, I gotta go and take a leak," Naruto said as he walked past Sakura, giving her his backpack and went behind a tree. Sakura looked at Naruto with an annoyed expression before she reached inside his backpack and took out Tails, who quickly acted like a doll. "Well, at least he brought you Tails." Sakura Kuda. She hugged him, earning a blush on his face. As the squad waited for Naruto, the sound of rustling and scuffling was heard. "Motherfucker," Naruto shouted, getting everyone's attention before the sound of a fist hitting flesh was heard, and Naruto flew out. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Naruto hit the trunk of a tree hard, making him gasp in pain. They turned back as they heard rustling in the bushes and saw another Naruto come out. Tails and Sakura's eyes widened in shock as they looked back and forth at the two Narutos. Sasuke however glared at the Naruto that got hit by the tree trunk as he slowly stood up and wiped the blood off his mouth. The other Naruto had a comical pissed expression as a large vein was on his head. "What's the big idea attacking me when I'm pissing, you son of a bitch?" Naruto demanded. "You almost made me piss my pants." The other Naruto glared at him angrily before he stood up and pointed at him. "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and take this fake down." Tails and Sakura looked at him, blinking before turning to the other Naruto who had an irritated expression. "Are we seriously going to play that game?" Naruto asked. The other Naruto was gonna say something before Sasuke appeared and gave him a right hook that sent him back to the tree. "Thank you." He and Sasuke soon took fighting stances. "Cut the crap already and lose the disguise," Sasuke demanded. "It's over. We got you figured out." That's that. The other Naruto glared at him before in his place stood an older genin with his forehead protector, which had an image of lines going down. HS wore tan pants and long-sleeved jacket. Sakura and Tails gasped in shock, while Naruto and Sasuke still took their stance. "So you brats found out about me. So what, I'm still going to take your scroll?" The older genin charged at the 3, 4 if you count Tails, who still acted like a doll. "Come on, which one of you 3 have it? Or do I have to kill you?" Sasuke and Naruto jumped out the way from their incoming enemy. Sasuke did a few hand signs while yellow energy appeared in Naruto's hands. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Chaos spear. Sasuke blew small fireballs, and Naruto threw spears of energy. The older genin dodged their attacks, which made small craters in the ground. He charged toward Sasuke and clashed kunai with him. The genin then jumped a few tree branches to get some distance. But he got covered in a sign aura, stopping his movements as his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He slowly turns around and his eyes widened further as he saw it was Naruto, with his hand out, holding him, a serious scowl on his face. "You can't escape my psychokinesis. It's no use." Naruto brought his index and middle fingers back, as though he was saying "come here," and the genin quickly flew towards them as he appeared in front Naruto and Sasuke's face. The two looked at each other and nodded their heads. Sasuke went and checked him. He turns to Naruto and shook his head. "This guy didn't have a scroll on him." "Well, you're useless," Naruto said as he grinned mockingly at him as he starts to levitate. "Later, sucker." He pushes his hands forward and launched the genin towards the sky as he screams out. There was silence in the air as everyone stared at where the rain genin disappeared. "It was stupid of him to leave his team and come to us by himself," Naruto said, drawing nods from everyone. The group sat around in a circle, deciding it was best to come up with a password in case someone got separated and needed to prove themselves friendly. But seeing how Tails was acting like a doll, then he would be okay. Plus Sakura was still holding on to him as though he was giving her the courage to stay and fight. Did I mention that we're floating above the trees? Naruto used his telekinesis to have everyone float above the trees so that way no one can hear them when they say the password. Okay, so what's the password gonna be? Naruto asked. When does a ninja strike? Sasuke started. A ninja waits until the time is right. When the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night. That is the moment for a ninja to strike. Got it, Sakura exclaimed. Are you serious? Naruto asked, a half-lit deadpan expression. You call that a password? Can't you just say a single word or something? Sasuke shook his head. No, Naruto, that's it. Ugh, you're such a blockhead Naruto. I memorized it easily, why can't you? Sakura scolded. Tails wanted to giggle so much but stopped when Naruto sent him a comical glare. The password is supposed to be a single word, not a freaking speech Naruto grumbled as they began to float down. Whatever, let's hurry and get out of here. As their feet touched the ground, a dreadful feeling began to build up in Naruto's stomach, almost like something bad was going to happen. His eyes widened as he sensed a dark malicious intent in the air. Watch out, they heard something shoot by the men into the darkness behind them. Before they could react, a gust of wind funneled through the canopy, sweeping Naruto off his feet and away into the forest. Tails, Sakura and Sasuke were lucky enough to dodge, mostly due to Sasuke noticing the tensing in Naruto's muscles. He managed to grab Sakura, who held on tightly to Tails, who was choking, in time and dodged. About a mile away, the grass genin stood with her teammates, fan out into the woods and keep your eyes open. I'll handle this alone. Sasuke was hiding under a bush as he waited for someone to attack. What the heck was that attack just now? Who caused it? And where were the others? Sasuke quickly looked behind him and saw Sakura standing there. And she wasn't holding on to Naruto's toy. I'm glad you're okay, what was that? Sakura was about to run towards him but stopped when she saw him draw a kunai. Stay there, Sasuke told her. Answer this question. When does a ninja strike? Oh right, Sakura said. A ninja waits until the time is right. When the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night. That is the moment for a ninja to strike. Sasuke nodded and brought his kunai down. What happened to the toy? Tails? He's right there. Sakura turned her head towards Tails, who was leaning back into a tree. I set him down after I saw you. What about Naruto? That attack just now blew him away somewhere. Sakura answered as she examined a crater that the force made, and it went a long way. Somewhere really far away from us. While the two talked, Tails looked at them before a nervous, scared expression appeared on his face as he looked to where Naruto vanished to after that attack. Oh no, Naruto, I have to do something. Tails' thoughts were interrupted as he remembered Naruto's words to him before they entered the forest of death. If we happen to be separated, I'm going to need you to look after Sasuke and Sakura. I'm counting on ya, Tails. That's right. Naruto did say that. Tails looked down. Ever since we fought Dr. Eggman Nega on West Side Island, Naruto has been training me for this moment. He's counting on me to protect Sasuke and Sakura, and there's no way I'm gonna let him down. A determined expression appears on his face. Who's there? Come out now. Tails blinked as he heard Sasuke's yell. His eyes widened in fear as he felt a sense of fear enter his being. It was like some cruel and evil person was almost near them. His, along with Sasuke, heart suddenly stopped as they began to hear footsteps and a chuckle. Naruto groans as he shook his head, holding a hand to it. Ouch. He sat up and shook his head. I'm gonna kill whoever did that. He told himself as he stood up and looked around. Great. Because of that attack I got separated from everyone. Naruto groaned in annoyance. He turns to leave before he stops as he heard something hissing behind him. He slowly turns to look up and his eyes flattened comically as he saw a very large snake slithering down towards him. The snake still kept its eyes on him as it made it to the ground. This forest has giant snakes. Naruto paused for a moment before he smirks. Pretty sure that's not normal, but whatever. He cracks his neck. Finally something interesting. He took a stance. Come on, you giant slithering bastard. The snake hissed again and charged at the red-streaked blonde, but he quickly jumped out of the way. The snake charged again as Naruto jumped over it and was running on top of it before he flipped off of it and was on a tree branch. He dashed off the branch and charged at the snake, performing a spin dash. The giant snake seems to have sensed Naruto started to fight back as it turned to him, only to screech in pain as Naruto slammed into its body. Naruto back-flipped away from the creature and charged at it as yellow energy appeared in his hands. Chaos B. Naruto's eyes widened comically as the giant snake opened up its mouth in front of him. Chomp, and swallowed Naruto whole. Oh come on here. Sasuke and Sakura were frozen in fear. The grass genin out in front of them had cast a genjutsu that made them simulate their own deaths. Tails still acted like a doll, but his eyes moved to Sasuke and Sakura. He didn't know what happened. Just now, the grass genin came and introduced herself as Orochimaru and told them that she was their death. After that, Sasuke and Sakura remained frozen for a moment before they fell on their knees. Sasuke was coughing out his spit while Sakura had tears running down her face. It was like as if they saw something horrible and it scared them to the core. Tails' eyes moved to this Orochimaru girl, and his eyes widened as he saw her pull out two kunai in front of her, intent on doing what he thought she was gonna do. He noticed Sasuke began to struggle. The Uchiha's hand inched closer to his weapon holster, albeit against his body's wishes. Come on, he ordered himself. Orochimaru snickered as she prepared to throw the kunai. Such a shame, I was expecting you to be a little stronger than this. Okay, all her focus was on those two and not Tails. He has to move. Now, Sasuke, Sakura and Orochimaru's eyes widened at the sound of a young boy's voice. Their eyes widened further as they saw a spinning orange ball come out and hit Orochimaru's stomach, who still remained frozen in surprise, as she gasped out loud and was sent flying back. Once she was gone, Tails quickly went to the two shocked leaf genin as they stared at him in disbelief and confusion. Guys, are you okay? Tails asked worriedly before his ears twitched. He looks back to where Orochimaru was and his eyes widened as two kunai came flying out of the shadows. Time seemed to slow down for the Sharingan-wielding Sasuke as he tried to move but couldn't as he was still paralyzed with fear. He managed to get his own kunai out of its holster as the two other kunai slowly raced for him, Sakura and Tails. Sasuke let out a cry as he forced his kunai into his right thigh, the pain being enough to break the illusion. He managed to dodge it in time, just as the other kunai shot past where they once stood, sticking into a log that was a fair distance away. Sasuke picked up Sakura and Tails and leaped into the trees in a hasty retreat from the enemy. Orochimaru raised an impressed eyebrow at the Sasuke's method of breaking her genjutsu, and she was more amazed about that young fox that attacked her, as she thought it was a toy. Interesting, so that's what the third one had in that big backpack of his. He was hiding that two-tailed fox cub. How very interesting, she chuckled before pursuing them. Sasuke, Tails and Sakura were hiding behind a tree. Sasuke looking out for Orochimaru while Sakura continued to stare at Tails in disbelief, making the cub nervous. Tails? Sakura asked in a whisper. Yuamiya? It's me. He is Sakura. Sasuke. Nice to meet you. Tails said nervously as he rubbed his head sheepishly. You're alive. Sakura exclaimed. But we thought you were a toy, how are you alive and talking? Please calm down for a moment, Sakura, Tails said as he wailed his arms comically up and down. Sakura was about to say something, but her mouth was covered by Sasuke's hand. Quiet, we'll talk about this later, Sasuke told them in harsh whisper. Well, he too was shocked about Tails, now wasn't the time nor place to question him. He turns back to look for Orochimaru, not knowing about the large snake that was above them. Let me out of here, you damn snake, Naruto cried out. The Uzumaki was nothing but a bulge from outside a snake's belly. From inside, the red-streaked blonde was mashed and compacted between the snake's guts and muscles. Even though he was tempted to keep screaming at the snake, he knew that was a bad idea, as he would run out of oxygen in the confined and dark space he was in. Shit, I'm in a forest full of people trying to kill me, and I'm going out by being the snake's dinner. Naruto thought angrily. And what a way to die this would be, digested alive in a place where there was absolutely no light and where he was limited on air. No, he had to keep fighting. He dug into his holster and pulled out a kunai, digging the blade into the snake's stomach. Unfortunately, it was so wet and slippery that the knife slid from his grip. There wasn't a way he would be able to find it in the pitch-black environment. He would have used his telekinesis to grab it, but he couldn't concentrate because of this damn snake. You know what? Screw this, Naruto made a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The snake exploded in a wave of blood and guts as hundreds of Narutos come out and they landed on the ground. They soon dispelled and the original stood with a half-lidded expression on his face. You. Naruto spun really fast, getting rid of the guts and blood as they splattered everywhere. He stops. Better. He took a sniff at himself and he wore a disgusted expression. Yeah, I'm taking a nice long shower once we get to that tower. Now to find. Bonk. Ow, what? The Naruto grips the back of his head as he hissed in pain. He looks behind him and he saw a small black metallic box that could fit his hand. He picks it up and glares out in the forest comically. Who the hell threw that? Come out so I can punch your face in. Naruto stops as he heard something ticking. He looks down at the box in his hand. Huh. Boom. The box exploded as it released dark purple smoke and Naruto was covered in it, making his eyes widen in shock. What cough the hell? The ultimate ninja coughed and gagged as he tried to wave the weird smoke away, but couldn't as there was too much of it. Unknown to him, however, the seal that holds the 9 tails appeared. A mini tornado formed in the purple smoke and it made its way to the seal as though it was entering it, with purple electricity dancing around it. Naruto eventually ran out of it, but he fell on his knees as he continued to cough out the strange smoke while it dispersed in the air. The Uzumaki began to growl and tremble. He had a feral look on his face, and his hair flashed a dark blue for a moment before he returned to normal and continued to cough. God damn it, Naruto coughed. What the hell was that stuff? He grits his teeth as he wrapped an arm around his stomach. Shit, he groans in pain. He took deep breaths as he stood up. Okay. Focus. Gotta save everyone. Sasuke desperately threw a flurry of shuriken that sliced through the snake that just lunged for him. The snake's corpse fell onto a tree branch and lied still, blood running from its mouth and open wounds. The Uchiha stood against the bark of a tree, trying to catch his breath. Tails had flew him and Sakura 100 or so feet above the forest floor before Sasuke told him to let him go. Luckily for Sakura and Tails, the grass genin was only pursuing Sasuke, so they were able to stay safe. On a small area of the serpent's body, the scales on the snake's corpse began to push up and crack apart, an obvious sign that something was coming out of it. The leaf genin and fox cub's eyes widened in fear as Orochimaru burst out of the snake's body, smiling up at Sasuke. What the hell are you? Sasuke mumbled. His fear rose as the grass ninja gave him a snake-like smile and licked her lips. The entire fight Sasuke failed to so much as harm her, while she hadn't put in so much as a sliver of effort. Now the Uchiha was almost out of chakra. And Orochimaru knew that. I sense your fear and desperation. It's only natural. The prey never lets down its guard, not even for a moment. The woman raised her head and stared at him with dark look on her face. From its predator. Like a snake, her body stretched and coiled around a tree branch, intending to close the distance between Sasuke and finish him off. Damn it, Sasuke ground out in fear and anger. Sasuke, Sakura cried, hoping to get her crush to at least move. Oh no, Tails quickly flew to Sasuke in order to grab him. Just as Orochimaru was about to reach Sasuke's position, a yellow glowing arrow stopped in front of her. So here's a little trivia for you, buddy. You wanna know why hedgehogs and snakes are common enemies? Sasuke's eyes widened in wonder. He looked up to see it was Naruto who struck Orochimaru, having caught her completely off guard. The red-strieled blonde looked to his shell-shocked friend, grinning. Naruto, Tails and Sakura called out happily. Hedgehogs don't make good snacks, especially for a snake. Naruto chuckled. Chapter 13. Anko felt as if something wasn't right. After investigating the area around the Forest of Death, her suspicions were confirmed when she came across 3 lifeless bodies of grass ninja. Upon further examination, she found that they were missing their faces. What? She exclaimed, clutching the back of her neck in pain. No, it can't be. Why is he here? Suddenly, a squadron of Anbu appeared behind her. She turns to them and briefed the squad on her findings and the person she believed to be responsible for the crime. Orochimaru. Naruto stares down at Orochimaru as she glares up at him. Tails quickly flew up to Naruto happily and came next to him. Naruto, where have you been? Tails asked. Had to deal with something. Naruto replied before he cracked his neck. So what did I? Naruto, you need to get out of here. What are you thinking? Sasuke asked. You don't know what you're up against. Oh? Naruto raises a brow in interest. Hurry, go now. Well, you can, Sasuke continued. Well, Naruto, it would seem that you survived against my friend. Well done. Orochimaru smirks. So that was your friend, huh? Naruto asked in a serious tone. So it wasn't a random snake attack. She sent that thing at him. Listen up, I don't know what's Sasuke opened his mouth in disbelief. Damn idiot, he's gonna get us killed. I have to do something. There's only one way. He deactivated his Sharingan and turns to Orochimaru. You can have it. He reached into his pouch, getting everyone's attention. The scroll, right? That's what you want. Take it and leave us in peace. That shocked Naruto and Sakura to the core, while Orochimaru smirks in amusement at Sasuke. Tails could only blink in confusion at the exchange. Dude, what the hell are you doing? Naruto yelled. You can't just give the scroll away. What's the matter with you? Just stay out of it. Sasuke turns to him and glared at him. Naruto couldn't believe what Sasuke said. He actually sounded scared. But that's not right, no freaking way. This was Sasuke. He's never scared. Naruto then narrowed his eyes at Orochimaru. Whatever this woman did to them, it scared Sasuke to death. But not only that. I see, very smart. Orochimaru said. Sometimes, the only way to escape a predator is to give it a different meal. Sasuke tossed a scroll towards their enemy, only for Naruto to use his telekinesis to grab it in midair. He flies down till he was behind Sasuke. Damn fool, stop trying to be the hero and just follow. How? Tails and Sakura's eyes widened in shock as Naruto punched Sasuke off the tree branch they were on before he flips and landed on one next to them. Naruto, why did you do that? Sakura asked. Because that's not Sasuke. Naruto answered coldly. He grabs the scroll and puts it in his pouch. What are you talking about? I am Sasuke, you loser, Sasuke yelled before Naruto appeared next to him and grips him by his collar, bringing his face close to his. Are you? Naruto asked back. What happened to the Sasuke that managed to fight toe-to-toe with Haku back in Wave? Where's that Sasuke? The one in front of me is not the Sasuke I know, surrendering the scroll to the enemy, trying to run away, that's what cowards do. A dark look appeared on his face. And the Sasuke Uchiha that I know and respect isn't a coward. Sasuke's eyes widened. You say I don't understand, but I understand perfectly. Naruto continued. You choked. Orochimaru chuckled, getting everyone's attention. Sad but true. She soon licked her lips, making Naruto cringe in disgust. It doesn't matter. She pulled her sleeve up, revealing a tattoo. She puts her thumb near her. As far as scrolls go, I can just kill you and take it. She bit her thumb, drawing blood and traced it down her tattoo, making Naruto tense. I like to see you try. Naruto released Sasuke and charged at Orochimaru. He jumps in the air and does a mid-air spin dash. No, don't, Naruto, Sasuke called out. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru did a few hand signs before a gust of wind appeared. Naruto stopped doing the spin dash and floated in the air as his eyes widened. It was another large snake, and this one was bigger than the one Naruto fought, and Orochimaru stood on it. I think this thing is a little bit bigger than the last one. Battle music. Boss 1 Sonic Adventure 2. The snake lunged at Naruto, making him dash out of the way. He then used flies around it as he launched his chaos spears at it, making burn marks appear on its hard skin. The snake lunged at him again, but Naruto moved out of the way just in time. He saw a large boulder, and he picked it up using his telekinesis and launched it at the beast, only for it to dodge the attack. Naruto was gonna move again, but he stopped in midair as he felt pain in his whole body, or more accurately the seal on his stomach. He gripped his stomach in pain as the cyan aura around him began to flicker on and off like a light switch. He screamed as the pain continued to increase and the aura around him died and he fell. Naruto, Tails, Sakura and Sasuke cried out towards him. I gotta save him. Tails was about to go and grab Naruto, but stopped when the snake charged at the genin and knocked him in the air, making him go through a bunch of tree branches before his body hit the biggest one, and he gasped out blood. Naruto soon fell down, his arms still wrapped around his stomach. Orochimaru and her snake watched as Naruto fell, and the snake began to open its mouth in order to eat him whole like the last one. However, Naruto's eyes snapped open, revealing them to be crimson red, with cat-like slits replacing his pupils. His expression became feral, and his hair has gotten spikier. Fangs appeared in his mouth, and his nails became sharp like claws. The whiskers on his face became detailed. He flips in the air and raised his leg up. Eat this. He does a devastating axe kick on the snake's head, making it screech out as shockwaves came out from the attack that destroyed some trees. What? Orochimaru looked into Naruto's eyes and saw they were now crimson red. But she looks closer and saw the left eye was changing from green to red. She narrowed her eyes at him. Those eyes, it couldn't be. Naruto gave a roar as he punched the snake's head as it was getting pushed back. He closed his left eye as he felt the same pain from before coming back, but he ignored it and continued the assault. Then Naruto? Tails asked nervously. In all the times they've been together, he's never seen Naruto act like that, especially if it was around Naga. He suddenly felt woozy for some reason. He rubbed his eyes, not noticing that they turned crimson red as well. Whoa, where did he get all that power? Sakura asked with widened eyes. And what's wrong with Naruto? I've never seen him so vicious before. Sasuke remained completely still as he continued to watch the assault. Naruto grit his teeth as he stopped the assault and gave a yell as he gripped his head, his face morphing into an even more feral look as his eyes continued to change from red to green, as if something was fighting over his being. God. Now attack! Orochimaru ordered the snack as it hissed and charged at Naruto, knocking him back into a bunch of trees. Oh no, Naruto, Tails shouted. The fire in his eyes, there's no doubt about it. Orochimaru thought as a smirk formed on her face. She turns to Sasuke. This is getting fun, now what will you do, Sasuke? The giant snake lunged at Sasuke, who was too frozen to move, and Tails, who was screaming comically. Sasuke move! Sakura cried out. Tails quickly flew behind Sasuke's back and gripped his shoulders so he can fly away. The snake stopped in front of them, but blood is seen flying in the air. Sasuke and Tails' eyes widened while Orochimaru looked on. There in front of the snake, with two kunai stabbed in its face, stood Naruto. His head was down, but he was huffing. No way, is that Naruto? Sasuke thought. And then Naruto, are you okay? Tails asked. I'm fine, Tails. Naruto replied. What about you, Sasuke? You're not hurt, are you? He raised his head and smirked mockingly at Sasuke, revealing his changed eyes and whiskers to the two. Scaredy cat. Tails and Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise at Naruto's feral expression as they saw his once ocean blue eyes are now changed to crimson and he had a slit. Sasuke looked a little fearful at them, but Tails thought they looked cool, plus they reminded him of that weird dream he had. Naruto scoffed, glaring at Sasuke. Just look at you, standing there frozen in fear like a rabbit. Get your head out of your ass and get in gear already. His eyes widened in pain as he felt the sensation from earlier come back in full force. He grit his teeth to not howl in pain. Damn it, what the hell did that smoke do to me? Naruto, look out! Tails cried out. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt something wrapped around his arms and chest, and he was lifted off the ground. What the he looked back and his narrow in disgust as it was Orochimaru's tongue. Damn snake, get this disgusting tongue off me before I yank it out of your mouth. Orochimaru brung Naruto closer to her and examined him. Extraordinary, so the nine tails brat lives, she does a hand sign. She noticed that Naruto kept gritting his teeth in pain and saw his eyes shift from green to red with his face turning more and more feral while his hair is growing longer and getting spikier. But something seems to be happening to him. And whatever it is, the nine tails is trying to fight it but is losing. Small purple flames appears on Orochimaru's fingers as she used her tongue to lift Naruto's shirt up and reveal the seal. Five-pronged seal. She slammed her fingers into the seal, making Naruto gasp out in pain before giving out a scream that echoed throughout the forest as he returns to normal. He soon fainted and Orochimaru threw him away. Naruto tails yelled. He jumps off the tree branch he was on and in a poof of smoke, he turns into his human form, surprising Orochimaru while shocking Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto, I'm coming. He flies over to Naruto and grabbed him. He begins to fly down. The nine-tails fox and a twin-tails fox boy. Orochimaru said, staring at Naruto and Tails. She chuckled. Such a fascinating discovery. I will come back to that subject later. She turns to Sasuke. Now what will you do, Sasuke? Sasuke wasn't even paying attention as he was still trembling. Sakura watched as Tails landed on the ground and was trying to wake Naruto up. Sakura closed her eyes and glares at Sasuke. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? She saw him continue to tremble as his eyes never left Naruto's still form. He really was scared of this woman. But that doesn't mean she's gonna not give him a lecture. Okay, say whatever you want about Naruto. He may act like dork sometimes, and he may even get serious when the situation calls for it, but at least he's doing something, at least he's not a coward. Sasuke grit his teeth before he closed his eyes. But when he did, that's when he saw him. Do you really think you can beat me as you are now, Sasuke? You're pathetic. If you want to kill me, settle for hating me until you can, hate me and live like the coward you are. Clinging to life, without honor. Battle music. Boss 3 Sonic Adventure 2. No, Sasuke's Sharingan activated as he glared up at Orochimaru, whose smile got bigger. He immediately got into a stance drawing several kunai. All I've caring about is surviving so I can kill my brother. What a fool I've been. I see the truth now. Naruto, Sakura, Tails. If I haven't the courage to face this demon, how could I ever face him? Sasuke charged towards Orochimaru, launching kunai at the grass genin, who dodged Imi. Sasuke landed on a tree and jumped off it, yelling a battle cry as he charged at Orochimaru. His punch and kick got blocked and he flipped over her, dodging a kick before backflipping away. Orochimaru soon ran at Sasuke, but in his eyes everything was in slow motion, so he was able to dodge and block every punch and kick Orochimaru threw at him. Orochimaru soon used her speed and was moving from tree to tree, like a very fast snake, and Sasuke was able to follow her movements. I can see. He thought to himself, watching Orochimaru, who then charged at him as he jumped out the way and did one of his fire jutsu, making explosion made of fire come out to where Orochimaru landed. I can see. He took a deep breath and gave a roar as his flames got bigger, making the whole tree get set on fire. However, an invisible gust of wind surrounded Orochimaru, as though she called it herself and used it as a shield. She smirks and went in the tree branch as the fire dispersed. Sasuke watched as Orochimaru was coming at him, making him jump away from her. He took a deep breath and went into a fighting stance. Orochimaru soon smirked. He's good. He was able to keep up with my movements and see through to my attacks. That's it, right, Sasuke? You can see me now, can you? Looks like this boy is truly remarkable, just like Naruto and the fox boy. It would seem that his Sharingan keeps on evolving whenever he finds a new resolve, when it has something to do with his friends. In other words, his emotions is what keeps on triggering evolving the Sharingan. Truly interesting. Sasuke soon reached inside his pouch, his eyes not leaving Orochimaru's even for a second. He took out 2 gold rings, drawing Orochimaru's attention as she looked interested to see what he was gonna do with them. It was time to end this fight once and for all. Sasuke held the 2 rings tightly in his hand as they started to glow brightly. His eyes glowed a yellow color for a moment before they went back to their original crimson color, and a golden yellow aura appears around him. He soon vanished, making Orochimaru's eyes widen before she felt a fist hit her cheek, making her fly off the tree branch. Sasuke appears behind her and knocked her down using an axe kick to the head before he vanished again and landed on a tree. He gave a battle cry again as he charged at Orochimaru, attacking her in midair. He kept this up until he appeared above her head. He spread his arms and legs out and soon did a mid-air spin dash, much to Sakura and Tails' surprise. He charged at Orochimaru and landed a direct hit on Orochimaru's face. He slammed down on the tree branch with great force, making it crack. He jumped off her face and landed on the tree. Orochimaru's body began to shake uncontrollably before she stopped moving. Much to Sasuke's shock, she turned into mud. Substitution. Sasuke closed an eye as he felt something scratch his cheek. He backflipped away once he saw a barrage of kunai flying at him. He jumped off the tree and took out strings from his fingers, wrapping them around a tree branch as he swung away. He jumped down and turned his head only to see Orochimaru running at him. She punched him in the face a few times before kneeing him and punching him again, making him roll back. "Sasuke!" Sakura called out. Sasuke Tails looked down at Naruto's not moving body before a determined expression came on his face. He spun his tails around really fast before he flew up at Orochimaru fast, seeing she was walking toward Sasuke. Get away from Sasuke. He soon did a spin dash and was charging at Orochimaru, who smirked in amusement at Tails. She tilted her body to the side, dodging the spin dash, but grabbing the twin tails as she pulled Tails back and punched him in the stomach, making him gasp in pain before kicking him to the tree as he slammed into it and fell on his back. Tails coughed out spit before he looked up fearfully at Orochimaru as he grabbed Sasuke's back and was prepared to fly away before small explosions appeared on Orochimaru's back. Sasuke quickly jumped out of the way, with Tails still on his back as he gave a yell of surprise for a moment before he started to fly backwards. Sasuke launched a bunch of kunai at Orochimaru and he had strings attached to them. The strings spun around Orochimaru before they tied him tightly to the tree behind him. Sasuke, with a string in his teeth, did a hand sign as he glared at Orochimaru while Tails stopped flying. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. Music ends. Sasuke breathed out a large breath of fire which took the form of a dragon. The flame followed the string connected from his mouth to the tied-up Orochimaru and landed a devastating blow on Orochimaru. The flames was so powerful that it even burned through the tree she was on. Orochimaru gave out a loud scream which echoed throughout the area they were in. Sakura watched the flames while smiling happily. "He did it," she exclaimed. Tails stared at the flames with an awestruck look on his face. He knew Sasuke was awesome, but he never knew he was this awesome. He was a lot like Naruto. So cool. The flames slowly began to die down before they vanished completely. Tails flew back down to a tree branch and released Sasuke as soon as his feet touched it and he landed right next to him. "That was awesome, Sasuke, you totally took her down with that," Tails said excitedly as he looked at Orochimaru seeing her head down. Sasuke didn't reply as he was panting tiredly. Sasuke Tails Sakura ran towards them, smiling happily. "You did it, Sasuke," you won. A worried expression appear on her face, seeing him pant tiredly like that. "Are you okay? Don't worry, it's over." Tails nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's hurry up and get Naruto so we can get out of here." He grabs both their hands and began to fly, but stopped as he fell down. He tried to get up, but he couldn't move a muscle. "I can't move." "Me neither," Sakura exclaimed as she fell on her knees. "No," Sasuke struggled. "That's impossible. Such mastery of the Sharingan at such a young age." Orochimaru spoke up, much to everyone's disbelief. "You truly are an Uchiha." Her voice began to get deeper. Tails' eyes widened as he stared at Orochimaru's face. Around her left eye area, he saw yellow snake-like eyes, pale white skin. It was as if a piece of a human skin mask was peeled off her face, and her voice she sounded just like a man. "Who is this person?" "Yes." Orochimaru spoke up in his true voice. He raised a hand to his forehead protector. "You'll do nicely." He removed it to reveal the grass symbol has changed to a musical note. "Look, the symbol on his protector. He's a sound ninja," Tails exclaimed as he struggled to move. Sasuke gave a yell as he too struggled with all his might to escape. "You are definitely his brother," Orochimaru said, making Sasuke gasp. "Your eyes are even keener than Itachi's." "What do you want?" Sasuke demanded, getting angry at his brother's name being mentioned. Orochimaru tossed a scroll out and held it out in front of him. "That will have to wait until we meet again. Which won't happen unless you finish this test with the best scores of all." The scroll got caught in green fire. Sakura gasped. The scroll, that was what they needed to pass. "First you must defeat the sound ninja who served me." Orochimaru continued. "You mean those guys are with you?" Tails asked in surprise. "I don't know what you're talking about, but if you're finished just beat it. If we never meet again it will be too soon," Sakura said angrily. "Oh? He and I will meet again." Orochimaru did a hand sign and his neck began to stretch out, making everyone's eyes widen. And his head was heading towards Sasuke. He went to the neck and bit it, making Sasuke gasp. "Sasuke, no!" Sakura exclaimed. Sasuke Tails tried to his hardest to get up, but he kept falling back down. He and Sakura watched as Orochimaru released his hold on Sasuke's neck before his head went back to his body. Sasuke was trembling all the while, not knowing that a mark was beginning to form above where Orochimaru bit his neck. He grit his teeth in pain as he held onto his neck. Sakura glared at Orochimaru. What have you done to him?" "I just gave him a little parting gift." Orochimaru replied as Sasuke got on his knees. "Very soon Sasuke will seek me out. He will desire my power. In the meantime, I enjoyed the demonstrate of the powers you already possessed. I shall see you soon as well, little fox boy." Orochimaru began to go inside the tree he was standing on, giving out a last chuckle as he vanished completely. Sasuke gave out a scream of pain that echoed throughout the forest. This pain. This unbelievable amount of pain was too much for him to handle. Sasuke, Tails and Sakura ran towards him, looking at him with worried and concerned expressions. Sasuke, what did he do to you? Sakura asked. Tails saw something forming on Sasuke's neck, making his eyes widen. Something appeared on his neck. Sasuke continued to scream out loud as Sakura was whispering comforting words to him before he lost consciousness, making Tails and Sakura gasp out loud. Naruto, please wake up, Tails cried out to his best friend. Sasuke is hurt and we need you. Naruto, Sakura cried out as well, tears falling from her eyes. They flinched as a bunch of crows came out and were flying around, making them look up at them as the sun was setting. I don't know, Sakura closed her eyes and sniffed. What I'm supposed to do? Sakura, Tails whispered as tears fell from his eyes. What were they supposed to do now? What can they do now? They lost both Naruto and Sasuke, the two powerhouses of Squad 7. Now it's just him and Sakura. Naruto, Tails thought as he sniffed. I'm sorry I couldn't protect Sasuke. You were counting on me, and I let you down. He continued to hear Sakura's silent cries. He clenched his fist tightly before he stood up and wiped the tears away. But that doesn't mean I can't protect Sakura either, he nodded to himself as he turns to Sakura. Sakura. Tails spoke up, getting her attention. We can't stay here out in the open like this, we have to hide. You carry Sasuke while I go get Naruto. Tails, Sakura spoke in a whisper. Don't worry, Sakura, until Naruto and Sasuke wake up. Tails held his fist out. I'll protect you, all of you, I promise. Sakura gave a silent gasp as she stared into Tails' eyes, seeing the same kind of determination Naruto always carried with him when facing a strong opponent which they might not have a chance of winning. Despite wanting to ask Tails a lot of questions, she was more focused on the situation. First they needed to get out of here and then she can ask Tails her questions. Okay, she nodded her head, making Tails nod back as he flew down to get Naruto. Unknown to them, however, they were being watched by the masked boy, who watched the two with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Blaze took a quick stop at a nearby town. She was inside a restaurant as she was looking over the menu to see what she would want to eat. Right now, she was almost close to the Hidden Leaf Village, so she decided to get some rest here and get ready for tomorrow. She was honestly glad to get out of that gambling town and away from that dirty old fool of a rider. After spending one night there, she decided to leave due to the residents' activities at night. Here's your food, dearie. Blaze looked up, seeing a kind old woman there, smiling at her, with a plate of what she ordered in her hands. The Fire Princess smiled back at her as she sat the plate down. Thank you very much, ma'am. Blaze reached into her pocket and gave her some money. Here. It's for you. Oh no, you go on and keep it, young one. The old woman smiled before she sighed. Honestly, if only the children around here were more respectful like you. Alright. Blaze's sweat dropped as she recalled many young children acting wild and crazy, making her inwardly smile as she recalled a certain someone who's like that and probably still is. She looks out the window seeing the children, but her eyes widened slightly from what she saw. There was a young boy and girl who looks like they were around 6. The girl was scolding the boy, who only smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head in a similar manner. However, in Blaze's eyes, she saw her younger self and Naruto in the children's place. She shook her head and looked up in the sky, staring at the orange sun. Why? She put a hand to where her heart is and clenched it. Why does it feel like something terrible happened to you, Naruto? She's been having this feeling for a while now and she's been ignoring it. But after seeing those children, the feeling came back. One more day. She told herself. She will be arriving to the village sometime tomorrow. She's just one day close to meeting her best friend. Forest of Death. It was now dark out. Tails and Sakura hid themselves under a tree root as they were watching Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto still remained motionless, while Sasuke was still gritting his teeth in pain before he stopped and breathed easily. Looks like he's breathing normally. Sakura smiled a little bit. She looks to Naruto and Tails, seeing the fox boy looking at Naruto worriedly before, while also keeping an eye out. It looked like he realized something as he turns to Sakura. Oh yeah. Tails smiled sheepishly. I forgot that technically this is our first time talking to each other like this, even though I've been acting like a doll. He held his hand out to her. Hi Sakura, I'm miles per hour. He felt his nose twitch. Achoo. Poof. Tails returned to his fox form. A sheepish smile came on his face as he saw Sakura's comical dumbfounded expression. Just call me Tails. Alright. Sakura said nervously before she began to ask her questions. Alright, what are you, Tails? Are you a human or fox? Where did you come from? Are there others out there like you? Is it really true that you helped Naruto out on one of his adventures? As Sakura kept asking him questions, Tails' head began to get smoke coming out from his brain and his eyes turned into dots. See, calm down Sakura, you're going too fast with your questions. Sakura blinked and looked sheepishly. Haha, sorry about that. Just a little curious. Tails shook his head and laughed a little bit. Aw, it's okay, well, I guess I can start from the beginning. As Tails and Sakura started their talk, they were being watched by the sound genin from before. Next day, the sun was shining brightly. Tails woke up and gave a yawn. He shook his head and blocked his face from the sun. "Daytime?" he asked. He stands up and looks around, seeing Sakura was asleep while Sasuke and Naruto were still unconscious. He quickly ran to Sakura and shook her. "Hey Sakura. Wake up, huh?" Sakura blinked tiredly as she turned to Tails. "It's day," Tails exclaimed happily. "We made it through the night." "We did." Sakura blinked the tiredness away and yawned. She looks up and saw the sun's rays. She smiled happily. "It is day. I told you," Tails said. The two went stiff as they heard rustling in the bushes. Sakura fearfully took out a kunai while Tails got ready to do a spin dash. When the two looked at each other, they nodded their heads and turned around at the same time. And what they saw made them get comical expressions. Sakura had a flat look and Tails' eyes became dots as he blinked. It was a squirrel that came out the bushes. The squirrel. Tails tilted his head to the side in confusion. Sakura's eyes widened as she saw the squirrel was coming towards them. What if it was? She quickly threw the kunai in front of it, making it comically stop and run away. As Sakura, Tails wailed his arms up and down comically. "Why did you do that?" No reason." Sakura replied as she sighed in relief. "That was close. It was gonna set off the traps she placed." The sound trio were still watching the two as they went back inside the tree. Think she noticed the explosive tag on the squirrel?" Zaku asked. Dosu shook his head. "No, it's something else. I think it's time we pay her and that fox freak a visit." Lee hopped from tree to tree, careful not to make too much noise. As he landed on a particularly thin branch, he noticed several leaves fall from the branch. A fire erupted in his eyes as he gave himself a personal challenge. "If I can catch all 20 of these leaves before they hit the ground, Sakura will begin to like me." He imagines her smiling lovingly at him. "But if I miss even just one, my love will be unrequited," and a disgusted look come on her face. "She may even call me names like caterpillar brows." The fire in Lee's eyes erupted even further as he leapt off from the tree, intent on catching all 20 leaves. One by one Lee caught the leaves, nearly snapping his spine on another branch, but as he reached for the last one, he noticed a squirrel struggling in pain as smoke was spewing from its back. Lee dove for the squirrel, ripping the explosive tag off its back and throwing it at the closest tree. "Who would do such a horrible thing to you, little guy?" Tails was looking around, spotting for any danger, while Sakura continued to look at him. She was just about to fall asleep when a voice jolted her awake and made Tails tense. "Awake all night, huh?" "Not these guys," Sakura thought in despair. Tails took a fighting stance as he saw 3 genin and took in their appearance. The boy on the far left had spiky dark hair and dark eyes. A large beige t-shirt covered his upper body, with the word death inscribed upon it in kanji on the front. He also had a pair of snake-patterned pants, 2 black strips fastening his shirt to him around the shoulder areas, black sandals, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, and a headband secured tightly around his head. The guy in the middle, though he was slouched over, it was hard to tell just how tall he was due to this fact, but Sakura figured he'd at least be as tall as the other male in the group. He had bandages covering most of his face, with the exception of the area around his left eye, had a large poncho with incredibly long sleeves, a snake-patterned scarf around his neck, and a straw raincoat protruding from his back where the scarf went around. The final member of their team was a girl, who had dark-colored eyes and extremely long black hair nearly reaching the ground, and was tied at the end by a violet ribbon. She was fair-looking, with a green vest similar to a flak jacket covering her upper body, a snake-patterned scarf adorned around her neck, a pair of pants of the same color, and sandals. He looked at the symbols on their head and saw they music notes just like Orochimaru. "Why don't you and your pet be good and wake up Sasuke, we'd like to fight him," Dosu told Sakura. Sakura narrowed her eyes and drew a kunai. "What are you talking about?" "I know someone named Orochimaru is pulling the strings. What's his purpose?" The sound trio were surprised that the girl knew their master and that he was in charge of them. "What is this weird mark on Sasuke's neck? You did this to him and now you want to fight. What is wrong with you?" Dosu was surprised to hear Sasuke had received a curse mark. Why would Orochimaru send them to kill Sasuke, only to give him a curse seal beforehand? "And what did Orochimaru do to Naruto?" Tails asked. "He did something to him and now he won't wake up, tell us." Zaku scoffed at the little fox. "Whatever, hey Dosu, I'll kill the girl and the little fox freak and take care of the Sasuke guy." Before he could charge, he was stopped by his bandaged teammate. "Wait Zaku, you know girlie, a booby trap is pointless unless it goes unnoticed." Dosu watched the girl's face as he pulled away her ground booby trap. She scared away the squirrel to prevent it from setting off the booby trap, killed them both. The 3 sound ninja leapt upwards to take advantage of the terrain, only to see a giant log falling towards them. HMPH, nice try kids, but Dosu only stuck his palm outward and the log shattered into pieces. "You're gonna have to do better then." Old rings rained down from the sky. The sound trio looked up in surprise at the rings before they exploded around them, making them cover their faces. Yes, Tails and Sakura cheered, but then paled as they saw the sound trio was now falling down at them. Leaf Hurricane. The sound genin were each kicked away by a green whirlwind, their bodies slamming against nearby trees. Sakura and Tails were about ready to defend themselves when they noticed who was standing in front of her. Rock Lee. Well then, looks like I'm just in time. Are you alright, Sakura and a two-tailed fox? Lee had a dumbfounded expression as he stared at Tails, who only stared at him with wide eyes. Hi. Tails waved awkwardly. And my name is Tails. Before Lee could make a comment on Tails, Zaku's voice yelled out at him. Who the hell are you? Rock Lee slowly turns around and stared at Zaku before a smirk formed on his face as he took a stance. I am the Hidden Leaf Village's beautiful green beast. Rock Lee, a twinkle appeared in his teeth. So awesome, Tails said in awe as he stared at Lee in a whole new light, while Sakura's sweat dropped at the fox. Lee's smirk grew bigger as he heard Tails' comment. Lee, what are you doing here? Sakura asked, bewildered by his sudden appearance. The boy looked back at them and grinned. I will always appear whenever you are in danger, Sakura. He reached over towards his shoulder and gently grabbed the squirrel sitting on it before setting the woodland creature on the ground. It's all thanks to you, little guy. The squirrel made a noise at him before running off with Tails waving goodbye at it. Sakura gave the boy a smile. She may not like him like that, but at least he was doing something to protect her. Thank you, Lee. Lee gave her a thumbs up before turning to Team Sound. I said it once before, I'll protect you till the day I die. A happy smile appears on Tails' face. He turns to look at Sakura. Wow, Sakura, your boyfriend is really nice. Lee blushed and stuttered at that while Sakura gave Tails a flat stare before she chopped him on the head, earning a cry of pain from Tails. He's not my boyfriend. Tails held his head as a tear comically hung from his eye, and Lee had his head drop in depression. Osu eyed the green-clad genin wearily. He knew better than to judge the boy because of his terrible fashion sense. That speed he had shown proved he was good. No matter how good he is, he's no match for all three of us. Dosu thought as he began to advance towards Lee. Zaku, you can have Sasuke, I'll take care of them. The bandaged genin began his charge towards Lee. He leaps in the air and uncovered the odd gauntlet he was wearing, rearing his fist back to strike at the leaf genin, expecting him to dodge it. Much to his shock, said boy waited until he was halfway there before slamming his hands into the ground and pulling out a large chunk of rock and dirt. Dosus's arm hit the rocks, causing it to explode. Well, I have not seen you fight, I remember seeing you use that strange gauntlet against Kabuto. Lee stated calmly. Because I don't know what it does, logic dictates that I shouldn't let you hit me with it. Dosu narrowed his one good eye as he landed on the ground before rushing back towards the leaf genin. Lee waited for his opponent to calmly and when Dosu was in range struck out with a right-left combination. The right fist was blocked, but the left happened too fast for Dosu to see it until it was too late. Dosu stumbled back and was then kicked in the ribs and went flying back a ways. Grunting, he got back up and was forced to jump out of the way when Lee sent a punch at him that was strong enough to make a crater when it hit the ground. Lee stood back up and faced Dosu, who came back at him. Dosu swung at Lee with the arm that did not have the gauntlet attached to it. Lee blocked the arm, grabbed onto his as he threw his opponent into a tree, leaving a small impression. Dosu narrowed his visible eye as he pushed himself out of the impression he was in before charging at Lee again. Realizing that straightforward tactics wouldn't work, he decided a little deception was in order. Humming and Dosu made a feint with a high punch. When Lee moved to block him, he switched attacks and came in with a kick that caught Lee unawares. By the time Lee had recovered, Dosu was nowhere to be seen. A kick to the back of his head sent Lee stumbling forward before he felt a hand grip his leg and toss him into the air, then slam him into the ground. Lee got back to his feet and searched for Dosu. As he did, he felt a presence behind and saw Dosu coming in with his gauntlet-covered fist reared back, making his eyes widen. I am sorry, Guy-sensei, but I must use that jutsu, Lee thought as he unwound his bandages. As Dosu got within striking range, Lee disappeared from view before appearing below him and kicking the sound genin in the chin, hard. As Dosu soared into the air, Lee appeared behind him, wrapping the mummified genin in his bandages. Then Lee started to spin, slowly at first, but it gradually picked up more and more speed until the pair looked like a drill plummeting to the earth. Oh shit, Zaku shouted as he saw the speeding drill that was Lee and Dosu. There's no way Dosu can't survive something like this. The spiky-haired sound genin began running through a quick series of hand seals, ending on the monkey seal. Take this primary lotus, Lee yelled as he released his hold on Dosu. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Zaku slammed hands into the ground and sent a wave of air towards the spot Dosu was about to hit. A few seconds later, Dosu hit the ground head first, implanting himself into it with a little over half his body sticking up. With a few wiggles and grunts, Dosu got himself out of the ground and stood back up, no worse for wear. That actually would have killed me had Zaku not softened the ground for my fall, Dosu said as he looked at his now tired out opponent. "I am possible," Lee muttered as he fell to the ground, his muscles having torn from using his jutsu. "It seems that attack you used has some serious backlash." Dosu mused as he saw Lee kneeling on the ground, panting. "It matters not, I may be tired, but so are you. I can still win," Lee said, giving Dosu a confident smile. "Not in that condition you can't," Dosu chuckled. "And in case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only one you need to deal with. Now I'm getting rather irritated at your interference, so I'll just finish you off now." Dosu charged forward once again as he reared his arm back for another attack. Lee tried to dodge only to receive a jolt of pain for his troubles as the after effects of the jutsu kicked in. He looked up just as Dosu swung at him. Lee was lucky enough to dodge the attack, albeit barely, but before he could even think of retaliating, his vision began to get blurry and a sharp pain filled his head as his ears bleed. Lee tried to stand, but as soon as he moved he was forced onto his hands and knees as he began to throw up. "Lee, what's wrong?" Tails asked in a worried tone. "You like?" Dosu asked. "I call this my melody arm. With it I can amplify sound waves and use the vibrations they cause to break through your eardrum and damage the inner membrane, making you lose your semblance of balance. You won't be able to function properly for a while now." Deciding he did not want to be left out, Zaku lifted up his hands and pulled his palms up to reveal the hole he had in each hand. "My specialty is the ability to control supersonic airwaves and air pressure, slicing up or blasting my opponents. To us, your jutsu are laughable. As you can see, you have no hope against us. You put up a good fight, but it's time to say goodbye, kid." Dosu reared his melody arm back, ready to strike. He didn't get the chance to swing as a spinning orange ball connected with his jaw, launching him back several feet. Dosu looked up in surprise at seeing a fiercely determined Tails standing beside Lee. "Tails?" Lee asked. Sakura stared with wide eyes. "Pick on someone your own size," Tails exclaimed. "Oh? So the little fox got some spunk in him, does he?" Zaku commented with a sneer. "Yeah, and this little fox is gonna kick your butts," Tails told him. A poof of smoke appeared around him and it vanished instantly, showing Tails in his human form. Lee's eyes went wide with surprise as he stared at the little boy with fox features. "He looks like he should belong into the academy right now." The sound genin eyes also went wide as well as this is the first time they're seeing this. "The kid?" Dosu asked. "The fox is a little kid. DCH, so what? I'm still gonna take you down, you little freak." Zaku charged at Tails, but before he could get close, Sakura had come and punched him in the jaw, sending him back as well. "Sakura?" Tails and Lee asked in shock. "Lee, thank you very much for trying to protect us," Sakura said in a serious tone. "But now, let me and Tails take care of them so you can recover." Tails stared at her before he smirks confidently as he nodded his head. "Now you want a piece of this too, Pinks?" Zaku demanded. "Fine, I'll take care of both you." "No, you're not." Kin smirks. "I'll take on the girl." "Oh yeah?" Tails took out some gadgets. "Bring it on." "Ah, this sucks, we can't find any weak guys," Ino complained, grabbing her head in annoyance. "What a drag. Unfortunately the only guys weaker than us would be Kiba's team, because I am not going after Naruto," Shikamaru said. "If from what he heard about those rumors are true, then that just means Naruto keeps on getting stronger and stronger every second. And he did not want to deal with him. Hey look, Sasuke and Naruto are knocked out cold and Sakura is fighting with way too, or what is that, kid?" Choji asked in shock as he stared at the fox boy that was fighting alongside Sakura. "Whoa, what the hell?" Shikamaru looked shocked as well as he stared at the boy with fox features. Ino was surprised to hear this and looked out to watch the fight. "Lee's late." Tenten was surprised at her teammate's tardiness. Usually he's accurate when it comes to time. Niji sighed, he knew what that meant. Knowing that fool he ran into the enemy, let's go find him. Yeah, both took off hoping to find their wayward teammate. Battle music. Character boss Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. "Take this." Tails threw a ball at them. "Ah, what's that toy gonna do?" Zaku mocked. To answer his question, the ball let out a flash of light, making Zaku scream and cover his eyes. His eyes widened in pain as Tails used his spin dash and landed a hit on his stomach, making him gasp out in pain. You little Zaku was gonna attack him before Tails used his twin tails to slap him across the face, making him slide on the dirt. I'm doing it. All those training sections he had with Naruto are finally paying off." Tails smiled happily. "I'm really doing it." Zaku charged at Tails, his fist raised to knock him down. Tails does a spin dash at him, but Zaku dodged it in time. Tails got up and threw some dummy ring bombs at him, making Zaku's eyes widen as he dodged them. But since there was so many of them, Zaku felt them explode all around him as he got blown away. Sakura looked at Kin before dashing towards her. She flung several shuriken before going through a set of hand seals. Kin blocked her, dodged all the shuriken, and looked at the charging pink-haired girl only to see 3 of her. She scoffed. "You don't honestly think a pathetic jutsu like that is going to work, do you?" She snorted in amusement as she threw several senbon at Sakura. All 3 Sakuras burst into smoke, with the one in the middle also being replaced with a log. Sensing a presence behind her, Kin turned to see 3 more Sakura, all of them doing hand seals. Kin gave a grunt of annoyance as she tossed more senbon. Once again, the 2 on either end disappeared in a puff of smoke, while the middle one was replaced with a log. Kin spun around just as Sakura appeared behind her, blocking the punch the pincat sent her before lashing out with her own fist. Sakura stumbled back, giving Kin the opportunity to knee the girl in the gut before kicking the back of her legs, forcing Sakura onto her knees. Then she grabbed Sakura by the hair, pulling on it as hard as she could, forcing Sakura to yelp in pain. Sakura Tails yelled as he was gonna go and help, but he got kicked on his side and was rolling around in the dirt. "Nice try kid," Zaku sneered as grabbed Tails. "Hey Dosu," he threw him at Dosu who caught him in a bear hug. "Hey let me go," Tails struggled to get out. "Sorry not going to happen kid." Dosu held Tails tighter, making him cry out. "Well get a feel of this, it seems her hair is softer than mine." Kin's smirk turned into a disgusted sneer. "If you have time to take such good care of your hair, you could have spent it better training. You're not even a real kunoichi are you, probably just a pathetic fangirl for the Uchiha boy over there. Hey Zaku why don't we kill that Sasuke guy in front of this little bitch?" It would be my pleasure." Zaku said as he made his way over to the shelter, ready to take down Sasuke and maybe that so-called ultimate ninja. Tears began leaking out of the corner of Sakura's eyes. Everything was going wrong, Sasuke was unconscious and about to be killed, and these people were going to force her and Tails to watch. These things weren't supposed to happen. Sasuke and Naruto was supposed to wake up and save them by now, and now they were both going to die. "No Sasuke," Naruto Tails yelled as he continued to struggle. The yank on Sakura's hair brought her head back up. "Come on, pay attention. My teammate is going to kill your boyfriend, I wouldn't want you to miss it." Sakura's eyes widened. "I can't let them kill Sasuke." Sakura brought her kunai up, causing Kin to take notice. "You don't seriously think you can get me like this, do you?" Kin asked with a superior smirk. "Don't be stupid, you're too weak to get me. Who said this was for you?" Sakura smickered. "Wah." Sakura slashed the kunai up behind her, cutting off her hair and surprising Kin. Standing up, the pink-haired girl reared her head back and smashed it into Kin's face, causing the girl to stumble back. Sakura threw a kunai over to where Dosu was, making his lone eye widen. He moved his head, only to loosen his grip on Tails, who broke free and kicked Dosu in the face. They nodded to each other and then raced towards Zaku, who had taken notice, and began several hand seals. Zaku sent a blast of airwaves at them, but Sakura replaced herself with a log, reappearing on his left doing more hand seals, and Tails flew away to the left. "Oh you're so annoying," Zaku shouted as he released more airwaves. Tails quickly flew at Zaku with his new invention, the magic hand. "Hey," he yelled, getting Zaku's attention. Tails spun around with the magic hand before he released it, and Zaku's eyes widened in surprise. Magic hook. The heavy attack sent Zaku flying back before he bounced off a tree. Tails instantly dashed at Zaku and does a flip before using his tails to knock Zaku down to the ground with great force. It actually knocked a tooth out. Zaku began to growl as he stood and began to raise his arm. Annoying brat, he felt blood splatter onto his face, and he couldn't move for some reason. He looked up to see Sakura with a kunai in her forearm still descending on him. She jabbed her own kunai in his left forearm while biting onto his right hand, and the two tumbled to the ground with Sakura on top and keeping Zaku from using his airwave attack. "Ah you little bitch get off." He began to smash a fist onto her head, attempting to get her off of him. "You goddamn crazy bitch get off." Sakura Tails was gonna fly to them, but cried out as he felt something stab him in the leg, making him fall down. He looks and saw it was a senbon. He pulls it out, making tears gather in his eyes before he looks up and saw Kin, a smirk on her face. "You should be more worried about yourself than your friend Fox Boy." Kin then charged at Tails, making his eyes widen. Music ends. "What do you want to do, Ino?" asked Shikamaru, for once his voice not sounding lazy. It was a drag, but much as he just wanted to watch the clouds or go to sleep, now was not the time. Ino bit her lip as she remained silent. She didn't know what to do, a part of her wanted to help her former friend. She could still remember how she first met Sakura. The pincat had been getting picked on by Ami, a former classmate of theirs that had failed to graduate. She had helped chase them away, then discovered they had been making fun of Sakura for her large forehead. Ino could still remember the day she had given Sakura the red ribbon she had used to wear back at the academy, claiming that if she made a big deal of her forehead, then others would simply make more fun of her. They had been best friends up to that point until Sasuke had come along. It had been 6 months into the academy when Sakura had given her back the ribbon she had given the pincat as a sign of their friendship, claiming that they were rivals from now on for Sasuke's affection. To this day, she and Ino were still enemies. And yet at the same time they were still best friends at heart. "Ino?" Shikamaru said, snapping the blonde from her funk. She looked over at her lazy teammate to see the serious expression on his face. "She's your friend, isn't she? Didn't you two know each other really well in the academy?" And I don't know about the fox kid, but I have a feeling that Naruto might have something to do with him. Ino looked at Shikamaru before looking back at Sakura and Tails, who were still taking a beating. Sakura getting punched and Tails getting stomped, kicked or punched. A determined expression came onto Ino's face as she stood up. Let's get out there. After bashing Sakura in the face several dozen more times, Zaku finally managed to pry the girl off. She had been pretty damn tenacious, hanging on like a pit bull once it got its teeth on a bone. Zaku had lost count of the number of times he pounded his fist into the girl ahead, but the last one finally managed to dislodge her. Along with that annoying fox. He looked up and saw Kin stomping him to the ground and kicking him. As Sakura was sent sprawling to the ground, he stood up, a scowl on his face as he glared down on her. "Stupid bitch," Zaku growled, anger and hatred in his voice. "I'm gonna blow you away." His hands were quick to come up, the blowholes within his appendages practically humming with chakra. As Sakura no Tails called out weakly, reaching his hand out. He cried out as he got stomped on his head, forcing it to the ground. "What? You think you can save her?" Kin asked with a scoff, grabbing Tails' head and forcing him up. "Please, you're just a weakling." She punched him in the stomach hard, making him cough out blood as he got sent away from her, hitting the ground with multiple thuds. Tails tried to get up. He tried to get and fight so bad, but he couldn't. They were too strong for either him and Sakura to handle. He swore that he would protect Sakura, but that sound girl was right. He was weak. He wasn't dealing with Badniks or Dr. Nega. He was dealing with shinobi who were trained at a young age to kill. And right now, those sound team are gonna kill Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto too. And that made tears fall from his eyes. His friends are gonna die because he's too weak to protect them. The Tails, everything was moving in slow motion as he saw Dosu walking towards Naruto and Sasuke, his kunai drawn, while Zaku was still beating up Sakura. Kin meanwhile began to walk towards Tails. "DP, please someone, anyone save them, my friends." Tails sobbed quietly. "Please save my friends." "Get up, boy." Tails' eyes widened from the familiar voice. A voice that he hasn't heard in a while. "Get up and fight, I told you, didn't I? You are my legacy, so don't you dare lose to those humans. Use your power." "The power?" Tails asked in a whisper, eyes widen. "I have a power. Yes. The untapped power that lies within you, the power you inherited from me. It is time, boy, awaken it and realize your full potential." Tails' eyes widened as he heard his heart skip a beat. In that moment, time seemed to return to normal as Kin walked up to him. "What's wrong, kid?" she asked as she got ready to stomp him. "You giving up?" Tails suddenly grabbed Kin's feet from stomping him further and stood up, surprising her slightly. "What the god?" She felt her feet get crushed very painfully. Her screams, however, got everyone's attention. She was then blown back by a sudden eruption of red chakra coming from Tails. The killing intent coming from Tails and the red chakra that swirling around him made everyone tremble slightly. They trembled further as they saw the red chakra take the form of very large fox from behind Tails. "What the hell?" Dosu asked in a whisper as his exposed eye widened in fear. "What is this, kid? Hey. What the hell is up with this chakra?" Zaku asked, a fearful look on his face. "Tails?" Sakura asked in a whisper. Tails slowly looks up and everyone's eyes widen in fear. A feral look appeared on Tails' suddenly healed face. His now sharper and narrower eyes were now red with a slitted pupil, with black circles around them. His nails got longer and sharper, turning into claws, and he had very sharp fangs. His hair also got spikier and wilder, with his fox ears flattened against his skull and his twin tails swinging wildly. Tails gave out a roar before he vanished from sight, shocking everyone present. "What? Where did he?" Kin was interrupted as she got sucker punched and was sent flying into a tree as she slammed into it, making her gasp out blood. "What? So fast, and this chakra, what the hell is that, boy?" Dosu thought. His eye widened as Tails appeared in front of him, grabbing his face and dragging him across the ground, making a fisher form. He was then thrown away in the air. He's gotten stronger. Where did he suddenly get this?" Tails suddenly appeared in front of him once again, glaring and growling down at him. He let loose a roar as he slashed Dosu across the chest, drawing blood and sending him crashing back down to the ground. "Damn it, what the buck are you, freak?" Zaku demanded as he launched several kunai and shuriken at Tails. However, one of his tails moved and knocked them back to Zaku, making a shocked look appear on his face before he tried to dodge them, though some managed to get him due to their incredible speed. Tails roared out as he dashed at Zaku before doing the spin dash. Hey, what the hell?" Zaku couldn't help but ask before he got hit in the stomach by the spin dash, making him spit out blood as he got pushed back rolling on the dirt. He tried to stand up, but he couldn't and instead turned into a coughing fit. "What the buck? That hit just now was way stronger than before." "Awesome," Sakura thought as she looked at the fallen sound ninja. She had no idea that Tails was this strong. How did he do that? And where did that red chakra come from? She turns to him and saw he was on all fours and was huffing tiredly. The red chakra from before was disappearing, while Tails' eyes and his appearance returned to normal. He then fell to the ground face first. Tails, Sakura called out as she crawled to him and picked him up, holding him gently in her arms. SS Sakura, Tails called out weakly. Are you okay? Oh, Tails. Sakura hugged Tails closer to her chest. This little guy, he was willing to risk his life to keep her safe from harm, and now look what happened. Am I really this weak to have a kid protect me? Hey. Everyone turned to the voice and saw Squad 10 standing there. Shikamaru on the left, Ino in the middle, and Choji sitting on the right. It became clear that only Shikamaru and Ino had come willingly because Shikamaru was holding on to Choji's scarf, having obviously dragged the larger boy with him. What the hell is this? Zaku snorted as he finally stood up. No matter how many of you losers turn up, the outcome is going to be the same. He was beginning to get particularly annoyed by all of the interruptions they'd been having. This mission was supposed to have been simple and easy, find Sasuke and kill him. How hard was that? He was already unconscious, and those two little bastards shouldn't have taken much to put down. Minimal fuss, minimal risk. Now they not only just finished a fight with some Taijutsu freak that looked like he glued caterpillars to his eyebrows, but the pink-haired little bitch in Fox Brad had proven to be more trouble than they was worth. And now they had to deal with this interruption. It was fraying the end of Zaku's relatively short fuse. Ino? Sakura asked in confusion. Why are you here? DCH Ino huffed, not bothering to look at the girl as a small smirk formed on her face. Didn't I tell you before, I'm not going to let you show me up, forehead. There's no way I'm going to let you show off for Sasuke and leave me behind. Huh? Tails looked up weakly, seeing more Leaf Genin. He smiles weakly. Looks like help has arrived. They just keep swarming in, they're like bugs. Dosu mumbled, his single visible eye narrowing into a glare as he looked at the three new ninja now standing in the way of their mission. These foolish leaf ninja will be sorry they ever decided to butt into business that doesn't concern them. What are you two thinking? Choji hissed. These guys are too dangerous. Choji knew that out of all the teams theirs was likely the weakest. While Shikamaru had never outright said it, he knew enough about his lazy friend to read between the lines. All one had to do was look at the facts. They had the laziest jonin in Konoha, who preferred playing shogi than teaching. Shikamaru never trained, preferring to either watch the clouds or play shogi with Asuma. He himself was always eating while watching the clouds or watching Shikamaru play shogi. And Ino either only complained, fawned over Sasuke, or talked about how she would beat Sakura, which often involved Sasuke. It was made worse because each of them only knew one of their clan techniques. Shikamaru was too lazy to learn anymore. Ino was too busy being trying to impress Sasuke. And Choji was always too busy eating to learn. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Shikamaru spoke up. It's a drag, but we have to do this. Now that Ino's shown herself, we men can't just run away. Sorry I got you two involved. Ino apologized. But we are a three-man team, we do everything together. Meh, whatever happens, Shikamaru shrugged. We'll find a way to deal with this. But I don't want to die yet, Choji whimpered as he turned around and attempted to make a run for it. However, Shikamaru had latched onto Choji's scarf to keep him from leaving. Come on Shikamaru, let go of my scarf. You can leave if you want, fatty. Zaku said, grinning darkly. Choji stopped moving completely, all thoughts of leaving disappeared when Zaku said those words. What did he just say? I couldn't hear him too well. I said you can go back into the forest and buck yourself. Fat ass, Zaku exclaimed. Oh no, now he's done it. Shikamaru thought, shaking his head. That word is taboo for Choji. Choji did a complete 180 turn around as steam began to pour out of his ears. I'm not fat, you jerk, I'm big boned, and now I'm gonna squash you. Battle music. Rising fighting spirit Naruto. Alright, now we're talking, Ino cheered, while Shikamaru muttered a quick what a drag. Take it away Choji. With pleasure, Choji put his hand into a ram seal. Expansion jutsu. Right before the eyes of everyone present, Choji's body quickly expanded to nearly 3 times his size. Too many, he looked like a giant balloon. His limbs and head were pulled into his clothing, with chakra coming out of the holes, turning him into a giant ball. Human boulder Chubby's rule, he cried out, somehow still perfectly clear despite being inside his clothes, before he began rolling towards Zaku faster than the sound Genin expected. What the hell is this? Zaku held out his hands and sneered. It's just a rolling ball of fat ass slicing airwaves. A blast of powerful airwaves was sent towards the rolling ball that was Choji. As the attack hit, the airwaves proceeded to slow the large ball down, but did not stop the technique in its entirety. Instead, the two attacks seemed to be in a stalemate, with the airwaves trying to stop the green ball from running Zaku over, and Choji continuing to try and press onwards, unaffected by the airwaves. Neither force seemed willing to back down, and it looked like the fight would become a battle of attrition. That all changed when Choji ascended into the air, moving out of the slipstream the airwaves created. But my airwaves were useless, Zaku shouted, his voice surprised and his eyes widening. It wasn't every day someone saw a ball of fat move like that. And I can't touch that thing or it will rip my arms off, then I'll be crushed. Seeing the predicament his teammate was in, Dosu finally stood up and began to run towards Zaku. Before he could get even 5 feet he found himself frozen. Out of the corner of his eyes he noticed his shadow was attached to Shikamaru who was holding up a hand seal. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Success. The shadow using Genin muttered, a bored yet victorious look on his face. My body I can't move. Dosu found that even talking was requiring some effort. This must be some kind of paralysis jutsu. Toji slammed into the ground, forcing Zaku to jump away lest he be crushed. While the sound ninja may have gotten away clean, the landscape around where Choji slammed into the earth formed into a large crater that was several inches larger than the Akimichi himself. That's so cool. Tails had stars in his eyes as he watched the Ino Shikacho in action. Shikamaru put his hands on his head with the fingertips touching his head, forming an M and forcing Dosu to do the same. In finally managed to stand up, though her back was still hurting her. She saw Dosu doing some very bizarre poses. What the hell are you doing, Dosu? She charged at Shikamaru knowing that he's probably controlling him. Ino, now it's just the girl we need to take care of, Shikamaru shouted as he used his hands to make a pair of ears on his head, forcing Dosu to do the same. Got it, Shikamaru. Ino made a triangle hand seal, aiming it at the only female Odo ninja. Take care of my body, ninja art. Body possession jutsu. Before Kin could do anything, the jutsu hit and the dark-haired girl's eyes seemed to glaze over. Ino's body swayed a bit before Shikamaru caught her, while Dosu made the same pose but caught no one. Music ends. It's over now, the now possessed Kin shouted as she pulled out a kunai. If you guys move an inch I'll slit the— Both Dosu and Zaku just looked at her, confusing the leaf ninja. However, when a smirk formed on Zaku's face, Ino began to get a terrible feeling in the pit of her stomach. Toji, she shouted, just as Zaku held up a hand towards her and sent a powerful air wave at the girl. Toji managed to get there in time, but due to the position of his body and the fact that he was spinning perpendicular to the attack, he was unable to fully block off the effects of the jutsu. In the end, while the attack may not have hit his teammate, Choji ended up smacking into Ino, sending her flying while he smashed against the ground several feet away, too dizzy to be of much use. The possessed girl hit the tree behind her, making her yelp in pain and cough up blood. Because of the effects of the jutsu, blood also started coming out of Ino's mouth. Ino, Shikamaru yelled in worry. These guys, they don't even care if they hurt their comrade, Ino said from Kin's body as she lay on the ground. She couldn't believe that these type of people actually exist. I think you guys are confused about us. Zaku said, grinning darkly. Our goals are not the stupid scrolls nor to safely complete this exam. Dosu continued, his eyes holding a dark quality that made him look slightly insane. We're simply here to kill Sasuke. The genin who had not known that felt their eyes widen in surprise. None of them could understand what was going on. Why were these people after Sasuke? As far as they knew, Sasuke had never done anything to warrant assassins coming after him. So why were these people so adamant on killing him? Damn it, this jutsu's gonna end soon. Shikamaru grit his teeth in frustration at the troublesome situation he found himself in. It looks like that girl's jutsu allows her spirit to enter the body of another. Dosu smirked under his bandages. However, if her bleeding is any indication, she receives any damage done to the body she enters. That means that killing Kin will also kill that girl. Oh man, this is bad. Shikamaru was sweating up a storm as he realized how terrible of a position they were in. Not only were these sound genin stronger than they were, but they had now lost the element of surprise. The mummy-looking genin had already figured out his Ino and Choji's jutsu were straightforward to jutsu attacks. No need for analysis there. And now they were in a bind. His jutsu had worn off, Choji was down and too dizzy to actually do anything, and Ino had already used her only jutsu and it hadn't worked out as planned. Shikamaru knew he would need to come up with something to get them out of this, and fast. Oh no, I have to think of something, Tails thought. He reached into his pocket to see if he had any more gadgets he could use, but he couldn't find one. Would you really kill your teammate? Shikamaru asked, trying to stall for time. Anything, even a second or two would be good. The longer they lived, the better their chances of survival were. The SH, you seem to think we actually care about the girl. Zaku said, looking at the leaf genin with a grin. The only reason she's even on the team is because her skills complement ours. But if she can't even keep from getting caught in a worthless jutsu like that, then she's just useless baggage. I can't take this anymore. Everyone looked up to see Niji and Tenten on a branch several meters above them. Niji scowled as he crossed his arms, some small-time ninja from a second-rate village-like sound fighting a bunch of kids. Do you call that a victory? He scoffed. How pathetic. They keep coming out like cockroaches, Dosu mumbled. Lee Tenten muttered as she saw her teammate in such a state. Wait a second, you guys were here the whole time? Tails asked. Niji turned to look at Tails with narrowed eyes. A child. What was a child doing here and what on earth is he? He never seen a human like him before, if he is human that is. He will worry about him later. He looked at the two sound genin. He channeled some chakra into his eyes, causing veins to bulge around the sides of his head and if one looked closely enough, inside of his eyes as well. The glare he sent the sound ninja, enhanced by the bulging veins of his Byakugan, caused Osu and Zaku to freeze in their tracks. The kid with the bowl cut is our teammate, it looks like you went a little overboard with him. So what if we did? What are you going to do about it? Zaku gave the Hyuga a defiant glare. Niji opened his mouth for a moment before he smirked and deactivated his Byakugan. I don't have to do anything. Music. Supporting me Sonic Adventure 2. Everyone wondered what he meant with that statement, but it soon became clear when a vile and evil chakra descended onto the clearing. They turned to see Sasuke, still on the ground, but with a violent purple chakra leaking out of his body like wisps of smoke. It wasn't long before the chakra covered his entire body, encasing him in an ugly purple barrier. Sasuke, you're awake, Sakura gasped as her eyes widened in shock and fear as she saw all of the power he was emitting. Said power soon exploded, purple chakra lashing out in all directions. Sasuke was standing, his legs spread out, the upper half of his body slouched down in a slightly feral position. The right side of his body began to glow with odd orange markings that spread across his face, arms and legs like a parasite, before they stopped glowing. Sasuke. Tails gulped as he hugged Sakura like a lifeline. Sakura Tails, Sasuke said darkly, seeing the condition they were in. Who did this to you? As they all paid attention to Sasuke, no one noticed Naruto gritting his teeth in pain as purple electricity appeared from his seal. Black wisps were also appearing underneath him. Blaze stood on top of the entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village, a serious look on her face. I'm here, Naruto. But unknown to her and everybody else, something is happening to Naruto. Something very terrifying. Chapter 14. Naruto's eyes were snapped open as he stared at the cloudless orange sky. He blinks a couple of times. Huh? What's this? Naruto asked himself as he sat up. He looks around seeing he was lying down on grass with a tree nearby. His eyes widen in realization. Wait, I know this place. Hey Blaze. A young boy's voice said, making Naruto widen his eyes. He recognized that voice. The ultimate ninja instantly turned around and saw a younger version of himself holding Blaze's hand as they stared at the sunset. Do you promise to stay my friend forever? Young Naruto asked sincerely, much to the younger Blaze's surprise before she smiled and nodded. Yes. No matter what happens, I promise to always be your friend Naruto. She replied, earning a happy grin from young Naruto. Then in that case, I promise to always protect you, he exclaimed as Blaze's eyes widened. If you're ever in any kind of trouble and need help, I'll always be there for you, believe it. Blaze's eyes continued to stare at young Naruto before a soft smile and blush appeared on her. She nodded at him and turns back to the sunset along with young Naruto. She slowly leaned on his shoulders, making a blush appear on his face. The two of them soon vanished. Naruto smiled softly and sadly at the memory. This hill will always be special to him. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard a girl's voice and she sounded very familiar. Naruto. Blaze? Naruto asked as he looked around. Blaze, where are you? Naruto. The location changed around him as it was now a grassy field. He continues to look around before he stops for a moment. He slowly looks behind him and saw young Blaze's back towards him. Blaze. Naruto slowly walks up to her but soon noticed that the clouds had darkened to more gray color and the wind was blowing. He turns back to Blaze. Blaze. Young Blaze slowly turns to Naruto and she had a dead look on her face. Naruto, she said in an evenly dead tone. She raised her hand up to him. Why? Why didn't you protect me? Naruto's eyes widened from that question. He blinks and saw she vanished, making him look around for her. You were supposed to protect me, Naruto. Naruto instantly turns around and saw Blaze behind him, her head down. He slowly walks up to her. Blaze. You said you would protect me. But you didn't, you lied to me, Blaze told him, making him stop mid-step as he looked at her with widened eyes, seeing tears in her eyes. Blaze, Naruto tried to say something, but he couldn't cause she vanished. He looks around for her. So why? Naruto turns around to see Blaze behind him, her head down. Why did you let me go? Didn't you want to be my friend? Was that a lie? No, it wasn't a lie, I meant every word I said to you back then, Naruto exclaimed as his eyes began to water. You're my best friend, someone very important to me, and I would do just about anything I can do to find you. Then why didn't you find me yet? Blaze asked, making Naruto's eyes widen. While I was gone, you made so many friends, did you not? You formed many bonds with others, did you not? You ended up forgetting about me. No, you didn't forget me, you abandoned me. No, I would never abandon you, Naruto cried out. Then why didn't you keep your promise? Blaze shouted as she looks up at him with eyes similar to the villagers and shinobi from back then, making Naruto step back. He was always scared that one day Blaze would look at him with eyes like everyone in the village. Blaze, Naruto softly whispered, tears falling from his eyes. Please, I'm sorry. It's too late for sorry, Naruto. Blaze finished softly in a slight demonic voice that made Naruto gasp in shock as he saw her eyes turn purple while her sclera was black. The ultimate ninja's eyes widened as he saw a black-purple mist suddenly appear behind Blaze. The mist pushed Blaze forward into Naruto. Blaze he held his arms to her but she vanished, making him look down. No Blaze. The mist soon surrounded Naruto as he looked around in shock and confusion. Just what the hell was going on? He was now in an empty black space. The mist around Naruto soon gathered up in front of him and he tensed as he saw glowing eyes appear. He shook in fear as the mist began to take shape of a gigantic monster, making Naruto back away fearfully as the monster got bigger and bigger. The monster's eyes glowed brighter as it gave out a roar and charged at Naruto, making his eyes widen as it slammed into him and entered his body. Naruto screams out in pain before it slowly died down as he was now covered in the dark energy. Bump, bump, ba bump, ba bump, ba bump. Glowing green eyes suddenly snapped open in the dark space. Naruto's eyes were snapped open, showing his shrunk pupils as electricity came out of the seal on his stomach. In his ears, he could hear his heart began to beat louder as his chest moved up and down. However, nobody wasn't even paying to him. They were focused on Sasuke as the purple sinister chakra still circled around him. Everyone, except for Neji, around felt shivers run up their spines as they just looked at Sasuke with fearful expressions. They can clearly see the black markings that were on his left arm all the way up to the left side of his face. Sakura Tails, who did this to you? Sasuke asked them in a dark tone. The two didn't answer as they just stared at him. He asked once more. Who was it? Those marks, Dosu thought. They're all over his body. Sasuke, what happened to you? Sakura asked as Tails shook fearfully. Sasuke looked down at his hand. He could feel it. The power from that mark on his neck. He could feel it surging through him. It felt incredible. He looked back up to the sound trio. Don't worry. I'm alright. It's only the power surging through me. Sasuke said. He clenched his fists. In fact, he starts to remember Orochimaru. I've never felt better. He gave me this gift. What do you mean? Tails asked. He helped me realize what I am. I'm an avenger. To follow my path, I must have power at any price, even if it means being consumed by evil. Sasuke explained. Sakura whispered. Now I see, Dosu thought with his eyes widened. Those marks on the back of his neck the girl and kid spoke of. The curse mark. But who would have thought he would have survived more than survive? Sakura, tell me, which of these people did this to you and Tails? Sasuke said, wanting to test this power out and punish those who would dare hurt his team. That'd be me. Sasuke turned his Sharingan eyes to the side to look at Zaku, who was smirking at him. He turned to fully face him. Shikamaru's eyes widened fearfully. He quickly turns to Ino. Ino, he yelled, getting the possessed sound Genin's attention. Get back in your body, you don't want to get involved in this, Choji, you too. Right? Choji nodded as he joined Shikamaru. Ino did a hand sign. Mind transfer. Release. But that done, Ino returned to her original body as she woke up and looked at Shikamaru as he nodded his head. Ah, so now that you're finally awake. Zaku said as he stepped toward Sasuke, a smirk on his features. I can finally kill you. Battle music. Almost dead, Shadow the Hedgehog asked. Dosu was the only one who knew what that seal was, having seen it on 4 others who were Orochimaru's elite guards. He knew that his teammate didn't stand a chance against Sasuke as he was now and tried to stop his fellow teammate from attacking the Uchiha. Zaku don't. However, it was too late as Zaku held out his palms. Extreme decapitating airwaves. The blast of slicing airwaves that emitted from Zaku's hands were incredible. Everyone was forced to crouch down and cover their eyes as the immense pressure displaced the air around them, causing many of those in attendance to be nearly blown off their feet. When the jutsu finally ended, the many groups that had converged saw that the land in front of Zaku had been turned into a large trench several feet wide and nearly a foot deep. It stretched out for all the way to the tree that Sasuke and Naruto had been lying under, which looked like a giant had taken a bite out of it. Ha ha. Zaku was breathing heavily as he stood there, his feet spread shoulder width apart, slightly crouched, with his hands held out in front of him. However, despite his obvious state of exhaustion, he had a proud smirk on his face. Look at that. Zaku said with a huff, his tone somehow managing to retain its arrogance despite his exhausted state. Blew that little shit to pieces. Blew who away? Zaku's eyes widened as he heard the voice behind him. He tried to turn around, but wasn't given the chance to do much of anything as he was pounded in the back of the head by a fist. Hard. With a shout of pain and surprise, Zaku was sent flying. He soared through the air, right until his body hit the ground with a loud smack that rang across the clearing. His brutal tumble ended and Zaku managed to just push himself up onto his hands and knees. As he did so, his wide eyes strayed over to Sasuke, who was standing in the same spot he had hit Zaku from, Sakura and Tails standing just a few feet behind him. Such speed, Dosu cried out in surprise. He managed to get his team out of harm's way in the blink of an eye. Everyone else seemed just as surprised as Dosu was. Well, Zaku was still quivering in shock and more than a little fear, but the members of Squad 10 and Team Guy were staring at Sasuke in shock and fear. Even Neji had a surprised look in his eyes. Sasuke smirked in excitement. This was so powerful, so incredible. His hands came up and soon ran through a quick gauntlet of seals, ending on the Tiger Seal, the seal for all fire jutsu. Fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke sucked in a deep breath, then released it in quick bursts. Several flames erupted from his mouth and took the shape of fireballs. The volley of fiery destruction sped towards Zaku, who had finally managed to get back to his feet and regained his bravado, even if most of it was faked. "I'm not gonna let you get the best of me." The sound Genin stuck his hands out and released a powerful burst of airwaves that smacked against the fireballs, putting the flames out, only to find that Sasuke had hidden shuriken inside of the flames. Zaku had no time to do anything other than get his arms up to cover his face as the shuriken came at him. He screamed in pain as they struck, slicing up his arms and legs. A few managed to embed themselves in his body, causing further damage. "Zaku!" Dosu shouted. "Get down, huh?" Before Zaku could do much of anything, Sasuke was already there, sliding across the ground as if he were on ice. The Uchiha heir was quick to move behind Zaku, grabbing both of the older boy's wrists, then raising his left leg. His foot stomped on Zaku's back, forcing the boy onto his knees, his arms held in a painful position behind his back. His eyes widened further, and more pain erupted from his arms as Sasuke pulled on them. While the sound ninja could not see it, everyone else noticed the sick and twisted grin on Sasuke's face. Clearly, he was enjoying himself. Sakura Tails hugged Sakura as they saw the look Sasuke had on his face. "I'm scared, Sakura." Sakura didn't say nothing, but she did hug Tails back. "You seem to be very proud of these arms of yours," Sasuke said, grinning as he toyed with the boy. He couldn't see it, but just knowing that Zaku's eyes were wide in a mixture of shock, pain and fear made him grin darkly. "You must be very attached to them." Zaku just barely managed to turn his head when he felt the foot on his back began to put more pressure on him. His eyes widened in horror. "What are you doing?" "No, stop." Crack. Music ends. The sound of Zaku's arms breaking like a couple of twigs rang throughout the forest. Everyone there watched in horror as the sound ninja's arms were bent in a way that defied human anatomy. The arms were now mangled and twisted in such a way that it would be a miracle to get them fixed without a medical ninja or some very painful manual repositioning. Zaku, his senses overloaded with pain and his mind unable to fully comprehend what was happening, ended up passing out. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and as Sasuke let go of his arms, he fell down to the ground with a dull thud. But the one arrogant enough to actually challenge him now beaten, Sasuke looked up at the others in the clearing. Everyone cringed at the insane gleam in his eyes. Sakura was shocked. This wasn't the Sasuke she knew. This thing was a monster. He was not the boy she knew, the boy she trained with, the boy she cared for. Sakura could see Sasuke stalking towards Dosu with a menacing gleam in his eye. "Now who's next?" Sasuke asked as he advanced on Dosu, who began backing away in fright. The Uchiha noticed this and grinned. "Scared? That's too bad. I was hoping you would provide more entertainment than that other one, but it looks like I'm not going to get even that." "Please stop," Sakura whispered, getting Tails' attention. Sakura Tails asked. "Sasuke, please stop it," Sakura pleaded this time, tears coming out of her eyes. However, before Sasuke could get to Dosu, another powerful energy came crashing down on the clearing, this one so potent that everyone, even Sasuke, was forced to their knees as they struggled to breathe. No one could pinpoint the source of this power, mainly because no one could actually lift their heads to look. Only Neji would have been capable of seeing where the source was coming from due to his Byakugan, and he had been forced to turn it off, lest the chakra saturating the area blind him for a moment. "And now what?" Shikamaru asked. Who is it now?" Tails weakly looked behind him, and his eyes widened as he saw Naruto slowly rise up before he stood, and he had black energy surrounding his being. "Naruto," he yelled, causing everyone to look at him. They watched as Naruto's head was down with his eyes being shadowed by his hair. The energy around him soon turned into an aura as it blew his hair upwards. He slowly looks up and glares at everyone, showing his now feral appearance and glowing green eyes. Eyeing Naruto's animalistic roar echoed out as the black-purple energy erupted from him and shot up to the sky like a pillar. The citizens and shinobi of the Leaf Village all felt a powerful presence from the roar they heard. They looked up to the source of it, and they gasped in shock as they saw a black dark purple pillar coming from the forest of death. They began to grow worried, scared as they whispered to themselves. The presence they felt just now was almost similar to the Nine Tails, but this one was just dark and more evil. And that's the only way to describe it. Whoa, what the hell is that? I never seen chakra with that kind of color before. I don't think that even is chakra. What does that mean? What the hell is going on, and what was that roar from earlier? While they continued to talk amongst themselves, on top of a building stood Blaze. She looked at the pillar, seeing it in the middle of a forest. Deep down in her heart, she knew exactly who it was that caused that and made that roar. "Naruto," she said. Something was happening to Naruto. She has to hurry. She quickly jumped off the building and dashed to the location of the pillar, hoping to reach her dear childhood friend in time. The Hokage and some Jonin were looking outside at the source of the roar and its presence it gave off. They saw the energy pillar. They had never seen that kind of chakra before, nor felt this presence. It was even powerful than the nine tails. They all grew worried about the roar, especially the Hokage, somehow knowing that it was Naruto. "Lord Hokage." Kakashi spoke up. "No." The third shook his head, already knowing what he was going to ask. "You should know that this Chunin exam is only for genin. We, as the Hokage and Jonin, have no right to interrupt them." But Kakashi said in a worried and concerned tone. "I know Kakashi, I know," Hiruzen said. "We just have to hope and pray that whatever is out there isn't near our genin." Kakashi looked at the old Hokage before he nodded at him. He looked at the pillar and clenched his fist. "What the hell is this?" Kiba asked as he was on his knees. Akamaru whimpered in fear as he hid in Kiba's jacket. He and his team felt the incredible power and heard that roar. This presence in the air, it was powerful than that sand guy. Hinata coughed in her hand as she looked at Shino, seeing that he was leaning on a tree for support. She looked at the sky and saw the pillar of energy. She then began to grow worried as she thought about her crush, an uneasiness feeling inside her. "Please be safe, Naruto." Conquering Storm and her team were on the ground as they tried to get up. "This presence, what is it?" one of her teammates asked. Storm did not answer. She looks up and her eyes widened as she saw the pillar of energy. "What is going on here? And who is the cause of it?" This feeling, Gaara spoke as he stood up. He looks to Kankuro and Temari, seeing them struggle to stand up as the pressure was too much for them. He looks up at the pillar in the sky with narrowed eyes. "Who is it? Who is that giving off this strange feeling? And why was he shaking?" As Naruto stopped his roar, the energy around him began to slowly disappear, allowing everyone to see him. But as they did, they all had shocked, disbelief and fearful expressions. "And Naruto?" Tails whispered. Naruto's entire skin turned into a lighter shade of blue. His hair got longer, reaching to his waist, but it changed color. It was now dark blue with the streaks in his hair and the tips turned gray. The whiskers on his cheeks changed into purple markings. He had gotten bigger, causing his jacket and shirt to get ripped to shreds, showing everyone his more defined muscle mass. His gloves were also ripped to shreds, and the inhibitor rings that he always wore had mysteriously vanished. He had fur on his wrists, and his hands had sharp claws. His teeth now had sharp fangs. His shoes also got destroyed in the process, possibly due to the energy he unleashed earlier. His forehead protector blew off after he unleashed his energy and it landed in front of Tails. Everyone was beyond shock at the sight before them. They couldn't believe that one of their classmates had transformed into this thing. Sasuke was bad enough since he now has that strange power, but now Naruto, just what the hell happened to them? "And Naruto, is that you?" Sakura asked nervously, not sure if it was actually him. Sasuke didn't say anything. He just stared at his teammate with a look of shock and disbelief. Just what the hell happened to Naruto? What did he do to him? Erg! Naruto roared again, causing everyone to cover their ears. Much to their shock, he appeared in front of Dosu in a second. So fast, Dosu thought in shock. He's even faster than Sasuke and the fox brat. Naruto grabbed the sound Genin's face, turning around while roaring. Everyone thought he was going to throw him, but much to their shock, his arm just stretched out just like that and he was still holding on to Dosu. They flinched as Naruto slammed him into a tree, causing it to snap in half, but he didn't let go. He pulled Dosu towards him as his eyes widened in fear, seeing him rear his fist back. "Rai!" Naruto roared as he punched Dosu's face and sent him flying into another tree. He roared once more. "What the hell?" First Sasuke and now Naruto. Shikamaru exclaimed. "I wanna go home now," Choji said in fear as he was shaking uncontrollably. "What is this?" Neji asked as he activated his Byakugan. And to his disbelief, this transformation wasn't because of his chakra. He's not even using it, this was something else. There was dark energy inside his being. Naruto roared once more as he looked around at everyone, but then his eyes landed on Kin as she looked at him in shock. He roared again as he charged at her on all fours and jumped in the air. He pulled his fist back as it began to glow purple. He then sent his arm to her as it stretched towards her. She attempted to block it but couldn't as it slammed into her, sending her to a tree as she gasped out blood. Naruto appeared before her, his face in hers as he headbutted her hard, knocking her out. He got on all fours as he landed on the ground, looking at everyone as they stared at him. He soon vanished. Where did he go? Choji asked fearfully. His eyes widened as he felt a presence behind him, along with Shikamaru and Ino. They looked back and saw Naruto glaring down at them with a snarl on his face. He grabbed Choji and Shikamaru by their face, giving out a roar and throws them into the clearing, making them bounce off the ground before sliding on it. He turns to Ino, who was shaking fearfully while staring at Naruto. She tries to run away, but got grabbed by the ankle and was pulled towards him, making her cry out in fear. "No, stop please Naruto, it's Ino," Sakura pleaded. Naruto. Tails cried out. Naruto gave a snarl as he looked down at Ino before he raised his hand up as if he was gonna backslap her, making her eyes widen in fear. However, he stopped as he sensed an incoming attack. He released Ino, who crawled away and turns to see a barrage of fireballs. He gave out a roar, making the fireballs disappear before he got kicked in the back of the head. He got on all fours and glares angrily at whoever attacked him. It was Sasuke. He gave a roar and charged at him as Sasuke charged as well. Their fists connected with each other before they jumped away. Naruto stretched his arms out to grab Sasuke, but he jumped and ran along his arm, making Naruto roar. He used his other hand to catch Sasuke's feet from hitting his face before throwing him away. Naruto then jumps in the air to where Sasuke was and the two sent punches kicks at each other, each of them dodging or blocking their attacks. Sasuke soon kicked Naruto across the face while the transformed team clawed at the Uchiha's shirt, making it tear as blood came out, causing Sasuke to grit his teeth. Sakura gasped in fear from that while Tails tensed up. Everyone else had similar reactions. This is insane. Shikamaru remarked as he watched the fight, seeing Naruto punching Sasuke in the stomach before he kicked him away. It's like both monsters trying to kill each other. Choji and Ino were still shaking as their eyes was filled with fear. Sakura just wanted this to end. It was over. The Sound Trio have been defeated. So why? Why were her teammates fighting each other like this? She released Tails as she stood up and walked towards, ignoring everyone's yell of telling her to stand back. Stop it. Stop it right now. Please, I'm begging you stop fighting. Memories of her time with them started to appear in her head while tears began falling from her eyes. We're all a team, aren't we? Naruto gave out a roar while Sasuke grinned darkly at him. The two then charged at each other once more, this time with the intent to finish each other off. Sasuke Naruto stop it, Sakura yelled out as she got up and ran to them, much to everyone's shock. Sakura Tails ran after her. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to clash, a pillar made of fire erupted between them, knocking them both back and making Sakura stop running, while Tails skidded before he hit Sakura's legs, making him fall back. He sat up and stared at the pillar of flames in awe. Whoa. But the Neji asked in shock. What is that? Tenten asked with wide eyes. Where did it come from? Unbelievable, a sigh was heard from within the flames. We haven't seen each other for years and this is how I find you? Her silhouette is seen. What happened to make you become this? She swiped her hand to the side, revealing herself to be Blaze, as the fire disappeared. Naruto Uzumaki. That made everyone blink in surprise as they stared at the mysterious girl. She knows Naruto. But how? Who is she? Tails narrowed his eyes in thought before they widened. He remembered Naruto telling him about his friend who disappeared a long time ago. And what with that girl just said could she really be? Shikamaru also narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of deja vu. Naruto growled at her before he roared and charged at her. Battle music. Velanova Sonic Rush Ost. Blaze quickly jumped out of the way just as Naruto punched the ground, making a crater form. He looked up to where she was and pulled his fist back, stretching it in the process as it glowed purple. He sent it soaring to the girl as the fist got bigger. Fire erupted under Blaze's feet as she dashed to the side and charged at Naruto, shocking everyone at the technique. But she just Ino spoke up as she watched wide-eyed as the girl continued to dash. She never seen anyone use fire jutsu underneath their feet, that's just unheard of. Shikamaru was staring at the girl as though she was puzzled. That last attack that stopped Naruto and Sasuke from getting at each other's throats, was that some sort of jutsu? No, the girl never called out the jutsu's name. In fact, from the looks of it, she wasn't even using her chakra to use it, just who was she and how did she know Naruto? Why does it feel like he's seen her somewhere? Neji looked at the mysterious girl with his Byakugan activated and his eyes widened from what he saw. She's not using chakra to move like that, he exclaimed, shocking and confusing everyone except for Shikamaru, who was right on the money. What do you mean she's not using chakra, Neji? Tenten asked in complete confusion. Exactly what I meant. She's not using chakra to use fire jutsu like that. Neji explained. When I looked at her system, I didn't see no chakra at all. There was fire. Nothing but fire. He narrowed his eyes at the unknown girl as she continued to dodge each and every attack Naruto threw at her. Just who on earth is she? Brian Naruto roared once more, but this time in annoyance as the girl continued to dodge his attack. Blaze grabbed Naruto's hands and elbowed him in the stomach, making him lean forward. She released his hands as fire erupted from her fist and she gave him an uppercut to the chin, making him soar upwards. She then ran ahead, leaving behind a trail of fire as she ran up a large tree and went faster and faster. She soon enveloped herself in a large fireball. In fact, she went so fast that she sent herself to where Naruto was, who had his eyes closed. The former red-streaked blonde's eyes snapped open as he sensed her coming his way. He looked ahead and saw her flying to him. He growled as he did a flip and stretched his hand out to grab her, only for her to flip out of the way. Naruto roared as he dashed to her. The moment he got close, he went in for the attack. He then sent a barrage of punches and slashes, but much to his anger, Blaze seems to block the punches and dodge the slashes. Fire erupted from her fists as she sent out a bunch of punches to Naruto's face. Just fire erupted from her feet as she did a flip kick to Naruto's head, making him fly down to the ground. As Naruto was sent downwards, he stretched his arm to grab a tree and pulled himself towards it. His feet landed on it before he jumped off and landed on the grass, on all fours. He looked up to see the girl floating in the air, thanks to the fire underneath her, till she landed on the green grass. Meanwhile, all the genins looked on in shock from the battle they just witnessed. This girl was no doubt strong as she was able to keep up with Naruto like that. And the way she used that fire of hers to envelop herself into a large fireball and used it to hover herself in the air. It was simply amazing. Awesome Tails whispered. "I'll say she's so strong," Sakura said in awe. "Shikamaru, no, I really want to go home now." Choji repeated what he said earlier as he was shaking like a leaf. This was definitely not what he was expecting since he and his team participated in the exams. "You're not the only one," Choji Ino admitted. She was still scared from the whole encounter with Naruto. Shikamaru didn't say anything as he stared at the two, more than likely the girl, with wide eyes as he saw the moves she showed. First Sasuke, then Naruto, and now a mysterious girl who's giving me deja vu vibes. Man, this day is really turning into a drag, he thought to himself. Why couldn't he just go home and watch the clouds? Sasuke stood there as he watched the fight between the teammate and that girl. Both of them were strong. Really strong, especially that girl. He had no idea how she managed to do all of that without chakra, and frankly, he didn't care. As soon as their fight is done, he'll get his turn. Raig, the energy from before, came back and enveloped Naruto as he roared to the skies. "Don't worry. I'll help you come back to your senses." A red aura appeared around Blaze. The two then charged at each other as their foreheads touched each other, their auras still enveloping one another. When they charged at and clashed at each other, a large gust of wind appeared, strong enough to blow everyone and everything away. However, thanks to the genin already knowing how to use chakra, used it to stick to the ground while quickly covering their eyes due to the dirt and dust flying. As the wind died, they looked ahead and watched as the two still clashed each other while running in place. Blaze looked into Naruto's eyes and saw they were flashing from green to blue, and he was gritting his teeth in pain. He was getting weaker now. This was her chance. Everyone watched as the black dark purple energy was slowly getting weaker and weaker, signaling that Blaze was going to win. "This is intense," Tenten exclaimed as the two tried to push the other back, though it was completely obvious that Naruto is getting pushed back. Then the best part happened. As the mysterious energy disappeared, Naruto got sent backwards as Blaze turned herself into a projectile and punched him in the stomach hard. Slam, music ends. Naruto got slammed into a large tree as a large crater got formed around him. Blaze jumped away and watched as he slid down from the tree and fell to the ground, on his hands and knees. He grit his teeth and growled as he began to tremble. Everyone watched as purple smoke gathered around Naruto. In a brief flash of light, Naruto returned to normal, his inhibitor rings back where they belong, though his hair still got long. He fell to the ground, face first, and went unconscious. Naruto Tails cried out as he flew over to his best friend, rolling him on his back. "Naruto, are you okay?" Naruto. Blaze looked worried as well and was about to run over to them, but stopped as she felt presence appear behind her and blocked an incoming punch from Sasuke. "Your mind," Sasuke yelled at her as she narrowed her eyes. "Get out of my way," Blaze said coldly as she pushed him away before kicking him back. Sasuke growled at her as the purple chakra started to circle around him while Blaze's hands were on fire. Literally. He slowly started to walk to her. "Sasuke, stop," Sakura called out as she ran to him. She then pulled him into a hug from behind him, causing him to turn to her. "Sasuke, please stop it," she had tears falling from her eyes. "You don't have to fight anymore, it's over." Sasuke was silent as he looked at the girl over his shoulder. Slowly the black markings started to glow red before they started to disappear. Dosu, who was watching the whole thing and had blood running down his head, eyes had widened in fear at Sasuke and at the blonde kid. Sasuke with the curse mark was scary enough, but what that blonde kid did was something entirely different. What the hell did Orochimaru do to that kid? Doesn't matter anyway. They had somehow survived the battle. The marks have retreated and the blonde one is out. We're safe for now. Sasuke fell on his rear end as he continued to cough and pant, with Sakura on her knees and looking at him in concern. Blaze's flames disappeared as she sighed to herself before looking at Naruto worriedly. "Naruto. You and your teammate are strong, Sasuke," Dosu said, getting everyone's attention. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a scroll. "Too strong, we cannot hope to defeat you as you are now." He sat the scroll down. "I'll strike you a deal, we'll give you the scroll if you let us go." Sakura, Tails, and Sasuke gasped from the deal before they looked down at the scroll. Dosu walked over to where Zaku was and put him over his shoulder. He looked over to where Kin was at and picked her up under his arm. "It would seem we underestimated you and the other one. But at least we found out what we needed to know. For the moment we're even." But if it should ever happen that we meet again in battle, I promise you, we won't run and we won't hide." With those words said, he turned and walked away. "Hey wait," Sakura called out, causing Dosu to turn to her. "Who is this Orochimaru? What has he done to Sasuke, and why Sasuke?" "I don't know," Dosu admitted. "All I know is that we were told to target Sasuke and we did." He then walked off. "Ino, you look after that guy while we check Naruto," Shikamaru ordered as Ino ran to where Lee was while he and Choji ran to Naruto. Blaze watched as Dosu disappeared before she turned and walked over to where Naruto was at. Tails, Shikamaru and Choji looked at her curiously. She ignored them and got on her knees in front of Naruto. She moved some hair out of his face, noting that he definitely got handsome. She had a small smile on her face as she heard him snoring. "He's sleeping." Shikamaru deadpanned, along with Choji. "All that trouble he put them through and here he is taking a nap. What a drag." Tails had a sheepish look on his face as he laughed. "That's Naruto for ya." Blaze shook her head in slight exasperation, though she still kept her amused smile. "I swear you're such a dummy." She grabs him by his shoulder, putting it around her neck and picks him up before hearing something fall. She and the others looked down and saw a purple star fall from Naruto's pocket and the earth scroll. "Hey. Isn't that Naruto's?" Choji asked. He remembered seeing Naruto looking at it back at the academy with a blank dead look on his face. He shivered as he recalled Naruto would always get extremely violent whenever someone touched it, be it someone his own age or older, and they would always get sent to the hospital. Blaze reached down and picked up the star. "The charm I gave him," she said softly as she stared at it. "I knew it," Tails exclaimed after he picked up the scroll, getting everyone's attention. He pointed at her. "You're the girl Naruto told me about, the one who disappeared a long time ago. You're Blaze, right?" Sasuke and Sakura turned their heads with surprised expressions. That girl was Blaze. The same Blaze Naruto said was taken a long time ago when he was younger. Now that they got a good look at her, she did look familiar, but then they recalled that mysterious little girl from a while ago. Shikamaru, Ino and Choji looked surprised and confused for a moment before their eyes widened as a memory appeared in their heads. Even though it's faint, they remembered whenever Naruto pulled a prank, there was a girl who was always with him. Sometimes to join in and other times to bring him to whoever he pranked and made him apologize to them. There were also times when Naruto would run away in fear while the girl chased him. But for some reason, they haven't seen her around lately. Blaze herself had a surprised expression on her face as well, and not just because of Tails' appearance, even though she was little shocked after seeing him. Naruto has been talking about her while she was gone. She looked at Tails and nodded her head. "Yes. I am Blaze." She then looks at Naruto. "And fortunately this moron is my best friend." What happened to you then?" Sakura asked, getting everyone's attention. "Naruto thought someone took you away and he's been looking for you ever since." That took everyone, except Sasuke and Tails, by surprise to hear this. "Someone took her and Naruto has been looking for her?" "Well," Shikamaru said, a deadpan expression on his face. That kinda explains where Naruto's sudden mood change from back then came from. So that was it. Naruto has been looking for this Blaze girl for a long time, and that star charm was more than likely a gift from her, which was why Naruto was so protective of it and didn't want anybody to touch it, let alone take it away. And if they did, they would more than likely be in a coma after what Naruto did to them. Blaze had a calm expression though inwardly flinched at that. "I'm sorry. I cannot tell you." Sakura was gonna say something, but Blaze put a stop to it. "Where is the third Hokage? When I arrived he wasn't in his office." "Oh well he's probably in the tower." Choji replied. "Tower?" Blaze asked, raising a brow. "Yeah. We were supposed to go there after we got our scrolls. It's in the center of the forest, I think." Choji said. "Thank you." Blaze nodded. She turns to walk away. "Hold it." Blaze eyes in annoyance, trying to rein in her temper. She turns her head and saw Neji walking to her. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" he asked. "I don't see a headband on your person, so you're obviously not a ninja from any village, meaning you're a civilian." "Yes. I am," Blaze stated. "And you should know that civilians are forbidden to partake in any shinobi activities, let alone coming in here by themselves. However, from what we saw you are different from any normal civilian. So my question is this: who exactly are you?" "I'm someone who's just happy to be with her friend again," Blaze said. "I'm going to take Naruto to the Hokage. What happened to him just now was not normal and he needs to know about it." She turns to Tails. "I can tell that you're obviously one of Naruto's friends." She turns to look at Sasuke and Sakura. "And that you two are more than likely his teammates, so we'll be waiting for you at the tower." A pillar of fire came out, making everyone cover their face from the brightness of the flames. They uncovered as the flames vanished along with Naruto and Blaze. "Oh," Sakura said in slight awe. "That had gotta be the coolest thing she's ever seen." Naruto, Tails said worriedly. He looks back to his best friend's forehead protector and his destroyed shoes, along with his light speed shoes attachments. He ran towards them and picks them up before examining them. He looks back at the direction Blaze left. With Naruto out of the picture, Squad 7 were down a man, and Sasuke and Sakura need him back just in case they ran into more trouble. He then remembered the words Naruto told him. Even though he wasn't a ninja officially, he was still a member of Squad 7 regardless. Tails looks down at the forehead protector and nods to himself, a determined look on his face. He dropped all of Naruto's stuff and put his headband. Since Naruto will be out till they make it to the tower, he will act in his place. Besides, this will be a chance for him to get closer with Sasuke and Sakura. See you later. Tails spoke softly as he turns around and ran to the others. Blaze is now running across the forest, with Naruto on her back. Blaze, she heard Naruto as her eyes moved to his face, which was on her shoulder. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, I'm sorry. The pained expression on his face and his words hurt Blaze deeply. She couldn't imagine what Naruto went through after she was forced to return home. It's okay Naruto. I'm here now. Blaze said softly. She smiled as she saw his pained expression leave and turn into a smile. She looks forward and saw the tower up ahead. Fire appeared around her and the two vanished. The Hokage and Jimin were in the monitor room, each of them having worried due to that massive killing intent from earlier. The third was really tempted to send out the Jimin to go and search, but the killing intent disappeared moments ago. The Hokage was about to talk, but much to his and everyone's shock, a small fire tornado appeared in front of the entrance. The Jimin took fighting stances when they saw a figure appear in the tornado, and it seems to be carrying a person. The fire instantly disappeared, and in its place stood a girl, and the person, no, the boy on her back was none other than Naruto. Kakashi exclaimed at seeing one of his students in this state. His shirt was gone and his pants had cuts on them. He had bruises and dirt all over his body. His hair also got crazy long, going past his waist. Even his shoes were gone, along with his headband. Kakashi quickly ran to her and grabbed Naruto off of her. Much to his relief, his student was unconscious, but he was okay. He then looked at the girl. He didn't recognize her. Who was she? How did she get in the forest of death and make it here? Hiruzen stood still as he stared at the girl in front of him with a shocked expression. Her hair, those eyes and that face. It can't be, he hasn't seen that face in a long time. Blaze, is that you? The third Hokage asked, much to the Jonin's surprise, none more so than Kakashi, whose eye widened. Blaze nodded and smiled. It has been a long time, Lord Hiruzen. I see. Kakashi turned to her. So you're the famous Blaze Naruto told us about. And you must be Naruto's teacher, yes? Blaze asked. Yes. Kakashi nodded. He then bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for bringing him here. Blaze nodded and turns to the cage as he smiled softly at her. It's good to see you again, Blaze. You've grown to be a beautiful young woman. The Fire Princess looked away with a blush on her face. Thank you. Lord Third, you know this girl? Kurenai asked curiously. Hiruzen nodded. I do, Kurenai. This is the girl who befriended Naruto many years ago when they were both children. Surprise filled the Jonin and Chunin in the room, but before they could say anything, a serious expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. However, according to what Naruto told me, she had disappeared before his very eyes, and the poor lad thought that someone took her away. So tell me, young lady, where have you been this whole time? Don't you have any idea how much Naruto has been worried about you? We've been searching for you since you vanished, and when we couldn't find you, Naruto himself looked endlessly for you. He even tried to leave the village multiple times just to go look for you before we found out about it and brought him back. Blaze had a shocked expression on his face. That moron did what? He left the village to go and search for her. What is wrong with him? However, deep down inside, she somehow knew he would do something like that. And honestly, it touched her deeply to know how much he cares about her and how much he was willing to leave his village to look for her. After all, Naruto was the first friend she ever had and vice versa. The two had formed a powerful bond since the day they met. She looks at Naruto sadly before she turns back to Hiruzen, a serious expression on her face. Before I tell you what happened to me, allow me to introduce myself again. She told him, much to everyone's confusion. My name is Blaze, Princess of the Soul Kingdom. Everyone looked shocked from that. I've come here as a representative from the kingdom by my father, King Prometheus, in order for us to become allies. Hiruzen continued to stare at her with a dumbfounded expression, which was matched by some of the other Jonin and Chunin as well. They couldn't believe that the girl in front of them is a princess of all things. Well, it does explain the elegant air she has around her. Well, Kakashi spoke up, scratching his head sheepishly as an equal expression appeared in his eye. Wasn't expecting that. Wow. Who would have thought Naruto became friends with a princess? Naruto was groaning in his sleep. He shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the ceiling and his back was on something soft. He blinked a couple of times before he looked around, seeing that he was in a room. Where am I? He asked before he gripped his head in pain. You are in the central tower. A familiar elderly voice answered. Naruto blinked before he looked at the entrance and saw the third Hokage. Old man. What happened? Wait, we're in the central tower, how long was I asleep? He flinched in pain as he gripped his head again. And what's up with this crazy headache? You were all asleep for 3 days. Hiruzen told him, much to Naruto's comical shock. The 3 days, he yelled out. I was asleep for 3 days, what the hell happened? Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It looks like Naruto is back to normal. He turned serious. What's the last thing do you remember? Naruto stopped his rant and placed a hand under his chin. All I remember is his eyes widen in shock as a familiar snake woman appeared in his head. That damn snake Genin. Hiruzen's eyes widened before they narrowed in anger, not that Naruto noticed. She separated us and I ended up fighting one of her snakes. I found her and fought her, but she did something to me and wait. His eyes widened in panic. Tail Sakura Sasuke, where are they? Are they okay? Calm down, Naruto. Your team are currently on their way to the tower now. Hiruzen answered, confusing Naruto. If they were on their way here now, then how did he get here? Do you remember anything else? Naruto's expression turned somber as he looked down. Memories of his dream, no, his nightmare coming back. He nodded his head. Yeah. I had this dream. Dream? Hiruzen asked. It was about me and Blaze when we were young. The cage remained silently as he continued to listen. We were at the hill where we usually hung out, but then the location changed to a grassy field. I heard Blaze call out to me. I found her and he began to tremble. She told me that I promised to protect her and that I didn't, that I abandoned her, which wasn't even true. He hung his head lower. I told her how sorry I was, but then her eyes, he grits his teeth, not wanting to remember those eyes before he decided to skip that part and continue his story. Suddenly, this purple mist suddenly appeared and swallowed her. Since Naruto wasn't looking, Hiruzen's eyes moved to the door behind him. Blaze and Kakashi were hiding behind the door, listening in on his conversation. Kakashi watched Blaze tremble as if she wanted to go in right now, while his lone eye narrowed at the mention of the snake Chunin, who can summon giant snakes. The mist surrounded me before I saw these glowing eyes appear in them. Naruto said before he shook. The mist, it had just suddenly turned into a giant monster and it just got bigger and bigger. He wrapped his arms around himself as he continued to shake, his breathing become hectic. The feeling it gave off, the presence around it, I never felt something like it in all my life. It was pure darkness, it was swallowing me up, I couldn't breathe and he felt Hiruzen touch his shoulder, making him look up, seeing the grandfather-like concern on his face. Calm down, Naruto. Take deep breaths and continue. Naruto nodded before he took a deep breath. The shaking stopped and he looks up at Hiruzen. After the monster got bigger, it charged at me and entered my body, and I was screaming, he sighed. And that's it. Hiruzen looked down with narrowed eyes. A monster? So it was something else. He knew that it couldn't have been the 9 tails. As he remembered from back then, the presence it had was filled with anger and hatred, whereas this one, from what Blaze saw and told him, was something completely different. This feeling was dark. Pure darkness, unlike anything he's ever felt in years, just as Naruto said. Whatever it was that Naruto saw in his dream might have been the cause of what transpired days ago. But what exactly was it? The power from before was definitely not chakra, but it still left an impression on everyone and everything that felt it. Not only that, but this snake Genin Naruto was talking about. And apparently she has the ability to summon snakes. Why? Why was he here now? What could he possibly be plotting now? Snap snap. Boy, old man, Naruto called out as he snapped his fingers in front of his face, making him blink in confusion. The ultimate ninja sent him an annoyed glare. Did you not hear what I said? I'm sorry. What was it that you said? Hiruzen asked. I said. A worried expression appeared on his face. Did I do anything bad? Hiruzen looked at Naruto before he sighed. Might as well tell him now. Yes. You did. Naruto's expression turned to shock. Something happened out there, and because of it, not only did you attack your enemies, but also your fellow Leaf Genin. Naruto now had a horrified expression. He attacked his own friends. What the hell happened out there? Was everyone okay? However, Naruto's attention moved to the old man as he smiled. Thankfully, she was there to stop you before you could do some serious harm. Naruto blinks and tilts his head. She? Hiruzen smiled warmly and happily at him, much to Naruto's complete confusion. He nodded his head. She brought you here after she knocked you out. Would you like to meet her? Sure. Naruto stood up, smiling. After all, I gotta thank her. Whoever she is. You're welcome. A soft feminine voice was heard behind the door, making Naruto look at it with surprise. Music. My Destiny instrumental Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. To Naruto, everything was moving in slow motion as the door opened up and a foot walked in before he saw the legs and hands. Soon he saw her face. The moment he saw her face, Naruto's eyes slowly went wide as memories began to flash in his head. From the day they met to the day she disappeared. With his brief flashback finished, he saw her younger self standing at the door, smiling happily at him, before she changed into her older self. That it was her? Was it really? Blaze stared at Naruto with a soft smile and blush on her face as tears began to gather in her eyes. "Naruto," she said as tears fell. I missed you so much, Naruto." Blaze?" Naruto asked in a whisper as his lips trembled. He slowly walks up to her as tears gathered in his eyes. "Blaze, it's you? You're really here?" "Why yes," Blaze choked out in a sob. She runs to him and hugs him with all her might. "I'm here, I'm back." Naruto's eyes widened. Blaze, he couldn't contain it no more and let his tears out as he hugged her back, holding her tightly as though she might disappear again. I looked for you." He fell on his knees, taking her with him. "After you vanished, I looked everywhere I could for you. I was so scared. I was scared that you might have been hurt or worse and that I wasn't there to save you." He choked. "I was scared that I might never see you again, but then I remembered the promise you made, and I missed you." Blaze nodded and hugged him tighter, sobbing softly into his chest, enjoying the warmth that she hasn't felt in years. As a princess, she knows that she shouldn't be acting like this, and vice versa for Naruto, since he's a ninja. But right now, neither of them didn't care about any of that stuff. To them, all that mattered was that they were together again. Hiruzen smiled warmly at them. He looks back at Kakashi and saw him smiling as well. They both left with Hiruzen closing the door, wanting to give the two some privacy and some catching up to do. Ultimate 15. Preliminary Rounds Part 1. The rematch between Naruto and the Masked Boy. "So, wait a sec, you're in fact a princess of a continent that's not even on the map or any near the shinobi nations, and the current guardian of these soul emeralds?" Naruto asked as he sat down crossed-legged, a surprise expression on his face as he looked at Blaze, who was sitting on the bed he laid on. After their tearful reunion, the two stayed in the room for what seemed like hours, with Naruto constantly asking her about where she's been all these years. Blaze had to slap him upside the head just to shut him up so she can tell her story. "Yes, that's right," the Fire Princess answered. "As per custom of my kingdom, it is the princess's duty to become guardians of the soul emeralds. It's been that way for many generations." "So then your flames," Naruto said softly. "Yes," Blaze said, looking down as fire erupted from her hand. "My flames have been passed down from the previous princesses. And I believe it's due to our powerful connection with the soul emeralds." The fire disappeared. Naruto looked surprised for a moment but became confused. "But I don't understand. If you're the current guardian of the soul emeralds, then how did you get here from back then? And what about your mom? I mean, she's the queen, so shouldn't she still be the guardian?" It just wasn't fair. He couldn't believe such a custom exists in Blaze's kingdom, especially since the previous princesses have the same power as well, and because of their connections with the soul emeralds, they were basically forced to become the emerald's guardians. Plus, Blaze's mother is or was the guardian during her time as a princess, so shouldn't that mean that she's still the guardian of the soul emeralds? Naruto just had to know. Blaze looked down. "Back then, before we met, I was attacked by a monster." Naruto's eyes widened in horror. "One day, my mother and I were outside the kingdom having a picnic when it happened. I've always been cooped up in the castle, guarding the soul emerald since the moment I could walk, so mother decided the two of us should go out and have a mother and daughter time. All of a sudden, this monster just came out of nowhere and attacked us." Naruto listened intently as he narrowed his eyes. "She's never left her castle. So instead of living life like any normal child, despite being of royalty, and because of her kingdom's customs regarding the princesses, she was forced to grow up and become guardian of the soul emeralds since the moment she could walk. Adding to the fact that she's never once left her castle. That did not sit well, Naruto. Not at all. I tried to use my powers to kill it in order to protect her but I was too scared." She looked down further, her hair covering her eyes. "In the end, mother was the one who protected me. She fought back her hardest, but even then it wasn't enough. The monster killed her in front of me." Naruto gasped in horror from that, eyes widened. He couldn't believe Blaze experienced something so horrifying. To watch your own mother being killed in front of you is the most terrifying and traumatizing experience for any child. And Blaze is one of them, Naruto thought as he clenched his fists. I don't remember what happened after that. The only thing that I could remember was being surrounded by flames and the monster being dead at my feet." Blaze continued as tears gathered in her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. "I woke up the next day and that's when father told me my mother died." Naruto continued to listen, though this time his face was shadowed by his hair. "Afterwards, many people, including the children, found out about what happened and they all looked at me differently. I could hear the grown-ups whispering about me and the children would often run away from me. Sometimes I would often get teased by them too." Naruto's finger twitched before he gripped his knee pants tightly from what he was hearing, gritting his teeth in anger. He just couldn't understand at all the things that happened to Blaze, seeing her mother, their queen, being killed in front of her, which no doubt traumatized her, and this was how her people would treat their own princess. Like a freaking outcast because of her powers. It just made Naruto think that the other guardians, Blaze's mother included, probably must have been treated the same way. That alone just made the holder of the 9 tails' anger increase further. My mother's death, along with my role of being a guardian without her guidance and dealing with the people, became too much for me. Blaze still continued as she starts to tremble. I wanted to leave. To find a place to meet someone out there like me. She stops trembling, a small smile forming on her face. That's when the soul emeralds heard my wish and she looks up to stare at Naruto, a happy smile gracing her beautiful face. They brought me to the Hidden Leaf Village. They brought me to you. Naruto's eyes widen as a blush formed on his face. He never noticed it since he was a kid, but seeing Blaze's smile, it made his heart skip a beat. When he was young he always thought that she had a cute smile and absolutely loved to see it. But now, seeing her smile once again just makes Blaze look beautiful. Eh? Naruto shook his head comically, making Blaze look at him in confusion. What am I thinking? Think about something else, he recalled about Blaze saying the soul emeralds brought her to the Leaf Village. Though he had to be honest, those soul emeralds kinda sound like the Chaos Emeralds. There are 7 of them and they share the concept of transforming thoughts into power, and a lot of people have been wanting the soul emeralds for those reasons. However, no one in the shinobi world, except for Egghead, has heard of the Chaos Emerald and don't know they exist. Well, except for the Hokage and some Hidden Leaf shinobi. Plus they listened to Blaze's feelings and they brought the 2 of them together. Almost as if they were. An atomic blush erupted from Naruto as smoke rose from his head. Why, he suddenly turned into a spinball and bounced all around the room before he fell down. Blaze slowly blinked at that strange behavior. She raised an eyebrow, staring at Naruto like he was an idiot, which is the truth after knowing him for so long. What are you doing? Nothing, Naruto exclaimed, shaking his head. He needed to change the subject. Now so what happened after that? I mean after you returned to home. Blaze stared at Naruto, making him break out in cold sweat before she sighed. The moment I came back, I wished for the soul emeralds to take me back, but they wouldn't let me. It was then I realized that the soul emeralds needed me, which is why they called me back. The soul emeralds brought you back, Naruto asked in surprise. Blaze nodded and looked down. Back then, I was sensing them trying to bring me back for a while, and I've been fighting it. It would seem I reached my limit and was brought home. So that's what you meant back then, Naruto muttered to himself. All this time he thought somebody kidnapped her, but instead it was those soul emeralds that brought her back home. Now he just felt silly about the whole thing. After that, father and the servants were asking me lots of questions, wondering where I was at the whole time. So I explained everything to them. Blaze continued to tell her story. Of course, they were shocked to learn that I was in a shinobi village and they became worried, especially father, but thankfully they were listening to me. As the years passed by, my father was growing older and older before he decided to send me here to the Leaf as a representative so we can be allies. I see Naruto smiled softly. And here you are, right in front of me. Blaze returned the smile as well. Yes. The 2 sat in silence as they stared at one another, both of them getting lost as they stared into each other's eyes. Hold on a sec, Naruto blinked. What about the soul emeralds? Blaze smiled. My father decided to bend the rules and is currently acting as a pseudo-guardian. Awesome, Naruto smirked. Sounds like he and Blaze's old man are gonna get along just fine. They heard knocking from the door, snapping them out of it as they turned towards it, seeing it was Kakashi. Yo. Kakashi? Naruto asked in surprised. He honestly didn't expect his sensei being here. But then again he saw the old man earlier. You've been here the whole time? Yup. Me, along with the other Jonin, are here waiting for you guys. But apparently you're here before them. Kakashi said as Naruto smiled sheepishly. He looks back and forth between him and Blaze. I see that you 2 lovebirds are finally catching up on old times. Huh? Naruto and Blaze's faces were glowing red. LL lovebirds, Naruto yelled out in embarrassment. CC, come on dude, she's just a friend, Oh? Kakashi had a teasing look in his eye which matched the tone in his voice. From the way you were talking about her, it sounded like you were in love. The son of Yellow Flash and the Fire Princess's faces glow even more as Blaze turned to Naruto with wide eyes, making steam come out of his ears as his eyes turned into comical swirls. I mean no you ga, Naruto screamed out as he stood up and glared at his sensei with a comical large vein on his head. What the hell do you want, Kakashi? Kakashi blinked. Oh yeah. He turns to Blaze. Your Highness, Lord Third asks for you. Oh of course, Blaze coughed and nodded as she stood up. I shall see you later, Naruto. Her face soon returned to normal. She turns to Kakashi seriously as she walks up to him. Also, don't call me Highness or Majesty. Just Blaze will do. She soon left, leaving them alone. Kakashi blinked, surprised at that. Looks like someone didn't want to be called that, which is a first, seeing how people of royalty would like to be treated as such. Guess don't want to be treated like that and wants to be treated like normal people. Oh, and Naruto. Kakashi turns to his student. Seeing how you're the only one here, you'll have to wait for the others to come. And seeing that you're alone, tells me that Tails is with Sasuke and Sakura in your place, so I guess it's okay. Yeah. But don't worry. Naruto smirked confidently. Tails is the smartest kid I know. He'll definitely help Sasuke and Sakura out if they're in a pickle. I know that all three will get here with both scrolls and will pass these exams. I believe in them. Kakashi had a surprise expression on his face before he smiled at Naruto. His young student is putting a lot of faith into his friend's teammates. These kids are finally growing up, right? You better hurry up and get changed into something else. You don't want everyone to see you like that, do you? Naruto blinked and looked down at his attire before he groaned in annoyance at how lost nearly everything, except for his pants, thankfully. Aw man, those were my favorite clothes and shoes. Now what am I gonna wear? Well, after you were unconscious, Lord Third went to the store and got you something. Kakashi told him, making Naruto blink at him. He pointed at the bag of clothes in front of the bed. It's right there. Naruto turns to it and nodded his head in gratitude. Sweet. Thank the pervy old man for me. He walks to the bag and opens it up as his eyes sparkled. Oh nice. Kakashi sighed and shook his head before leaving Naruto to himself. Seriously, there are times when he treats the Hokage with respect and other times not. It's almost as if he inherited both his parents' personality. Naruto was getting ready to put his clothes on before he saw the mirror. He looks at himself and noticed how long his hair was. Damn. Gotta get a haircut. He was gonna get to his clothes before he noticed something in the mirror. Purple electricity were dancing around his stomach before it vanished. What the hell? Naruto asked himself as he looked down and touched his stomach. He looks back up at the mirror, only to see the monster from his dream as it roared at him. Whoa, he jumps back in fright before he fell down. He looks back up at the mirror, only to see nothing. He put a hand to his beating heart trying to calm it down from the sudden jump scare moment. What's going on? Days later. Okay, I'm worried. Will you relax? They'll be here. Right now, Naruto and Blaze were walking down the hallway to the main room. It's been 2 days since Naruto woke up from his coma. Blaze still wore the same outfit, whereas Naruto's appearance has changed. For one, his hair was cut short again. However, he came up with the idea to use the spines from Silver's forehead and the back of his head, though they were swept back to not make it well too much like Silver's. And second, was the new outfit. He now wore black pants that has cuts tears on them, courtesy of Naruto, since he wants to look cool and badass, a blue sleeveless shirt and a yellow scarf. He wore sports tape on his wrists and got a new pair of white gloves which were fingerless. For footwear, he wore the normal blue shinobi sandals for now anyway, until he can find some decent shoes. While it was boring being here alone, it really wasn't as long as Blaze was with him. Naruto would tell stories of what he did while Blaze was away, though he did get a stern talking to from her after hearing some stuff from the old man. He told her his adventures from the land of waves to all the way to when the Chunin exams started. He even told her about both the Chaos Emeralds and the Master Emerald, much to her surprise as she never heard of them before. She herself also noted that they sounded similar to the Soul Emeralds. Her eyes soon narrowed when he mentioned the man looking for the Chaos Emeralds for evil deeds. It looks like she's going to have to keep a lookout on this Dr. Eggman Nega character and hope he doesn't find out about the Soul Emeralds like he did with the Chaos and Master Emeralds. Afterwards he wanted to go out and get some ramen, much to her annoyance that Naruto still eats that junk food. After hearing that Naruto went on and on about the stuff before Blaze had enough and set him on fire just to shut him up, like she did when they were younger. The two soon decided to explore the tower before the final day approached, which is today by the way. Now here they are going to check to see if everyone were here. Naruto put his hands behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. I hope so. Cause right now, I'm ready to kick someone's butt. I haven't had action in days since coming here. Blaze stared at him with a half-lidded expression before shaking her head. Honestly, you need to chill out sometime. Naruto chuckled. Sorry, can't help it, just excited is all. They reached the door to the main room. Naruto pushed it open and entered, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto and Blaze saw all the genin teams that passed, including Squad 7, much to his happiness, Squad 10, Squad 8, Team Guy, Team Kabuto, Team Dosu, Team Storm and the Sand Team. The Chunin and Chunin, along with the Hokage, were there as well. I'm back, Naruto sang out loud. Naruto, you're okay, Sakura exclaimed happily. Naruto, a voice cried out happily. Naruto smiled happily as he saw Tails, in his fox form, flying at him with a bright happy smile on his face. He runs to him. Tails, he grabs Tails' hands and spun him around before hugging him, which brought smiles on some of the genin's face, along with the leaf Chunin and Chunin. Alright, Naruto's back to normal, Ino said happily, glad that she didn't have to see that monster form of his. Yeah. I definitely don't want to see that form again. Choji mumbled. Sheesh, it's always something with him. Shikamaru muttered. How sweet. Hinata said softly as a smile formed on her lips as she watched Naruto and Tails' interaction. HMPH. Sasuke had a small smile on his face. So the little guy is what Naruto had in that backpack all along, huh? Kiba asked Akamaru. Looks like you were right, bud. Ark. I'm so glad you're okay, I was so worried, Tails exclaimed as he hugged Naruto tightly. Ah, you worry too much, little buddy. Naruto put Tails down and grins as he pointed him. I'm back and ready for some action, he winks at Tails, making him laugh. Right. Hey, Naruto noticed a forehead protector on Tails' head, which was too big for him. My forehead protector, you look good in it, little bud. Thanks. Tails took it off and handed it back to him. But it's way too big for me. True. Later on we'll find one for your size. Naruto said, putting his forehead protector on. While we're at it, let's find some crub. Out. He stopped talking as Blaze grabbed his ear and was pulling it. Ow, 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 Blaze, will you knock it off? Blaze asked as she released him, crossing her arms as she watched Naruto hold his ear. You've had 7 bowls of ramen before coming here, so there's no need for you to be eating. Well, actually I didn't get any chili dogs, yet so. Naruto paused as he saw the look Blaze was giving him. On second thought, I think I'm good for right now. Let's go, Tails. Tails giggled from the interaction before he jumped on Naruto's shoulder as the two joined the others, ignoring the look some of the genin gave him. Hiruzen tilted his hat down, wanting to hide the amused smirk. Honestly, those two are like opposite versions of Minato and Kushina. What with Naruto being more like a male version of his mother with his father's appearance, Blaze was like a female version of Minato, though she has a strong and scary fiery temper that reminded him of Kushina in her youth. It would seem that their spirits live on in those two. Kakashi's sweat dropped as he watched Naruto walk back in line, muttering something to himself. Unfortunately for him though, Blaze heard what he said and walked up to him, whispering something in his ear, making him stand straight with a terrified expression as he nodded at her. Blaze huffed and walked away, going up the platforms. He don't know what Blaze said to Naruto, but apparently whatever it was actually worked. She kinda reminds me of Sensei, but for I'm getting strong Kushina vibes from her. First of all, congratulations on passing the second phase of the exam. Anko spoke up, getting everyone's attention. Heh. There were 78 ninja who took that exam. Frankly, I'm surprised that 24 passed, not including little Miss Princess over there and the fox kid. I'm really hungry. Choji mumbled, holding his stomach. What a drag, there's still so many. Shikamaru complained. This is such a pain. He looks up. Can't believe this many are left. Why do all the creepy strong ones have to make it? Ino smiled happily at seeing Sasuke again as she turned to him. Now that Naruto's back, Sasuke and his team passed. Of course they did, Shikamaru said, remembering what happened days ago. After what we've been through they had better passed. He then shot both Sasuke and Naruto glances, especially to Naruto. He shivered as he remembered the transformation he had did and the way he went feral. But the Junin sensei, Guy smirked as he looked at Squad 7. I see your team didn't do too bad, Kakashi, they must have gotten real lucky. He then shrugged in mock defeat. Of course, with my team around, yours is doomed to failure. After all, what matters on the next stage will test personal ability. And we've got you far outclassed. Youth is sweet and sour, and sometimes cruel. Well, I guess a part of growing up is to learn to deal with heartbreak. Kakashi. Huh? Kakashi blinked before turning to Guy. Did you say something? Guy yelled internally in dramatic fashion. He turns his head and clenches his fist, feeling insulted. Alright Kakashi, you win this round. Boy, that drives me nuts when you act so cool. There's no way I'm gonna let you get the best of me. A fire aura appeared around him. Back with the genin, Tenten looked over her sensei and his rival. So, that's Guy sensei's old rival. When it comes to looks, I'd say Guy sensei would lose. Lee flexed a hand confidently as he watched his sensei and Kakashi interact. Guy sensei is the coolest man on the planet. He's the best sensei in the world. He shines above the rest. He then brought his fists close and his eyes filled with fire. Right, Guy sensei, I too shall shine. He looked down and remembered what happened from when the sound team attacked Squad 7 and seeing the tears fall from Sakura's eyes. I won't fail someone important to me again. I will make sure no tears will fall. No comrade will see me fall. So I will never lose again, Guy sensei. Niji glanced around the room. I can't believe it, only 8 teams out of 26 are left. Tamari thought as she glanced around the large open room. Back with the Junin, Baki, a tall man with 2 distinctive red markings on the right side of his face, the only part of his head that was visible, the rest being covered by a turban with a small sheet hanging on the left side of his face, as well as the standard Sanjounin uniform. So you're uninjured, just like I thought, Gaara. Her and I looked around and saw her team, but noticed Akamaru. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion at his bizarre quivering. Akamaru's acting strange. Akamaru sat tucked into Kiba's jacket, lightly whimpering and shivering. Kiba reached up and rubbed his head softly before glancing back at the sand team. That sand guy. He snarled in frustration. Hinata looked up at her crush and blushed a little, finally noticing his new look. It was good that he and his team passed. She grew worried when she saw he wasn't there for a moment. But she did wonder who that mysterious girl was that was with Naruto. Speaking of, she turns to look at the girl. She didn't know why, but this girl looked so familiar to her. Judging from her interaction with Naruto, the two acted as if they've been friends for a long time. Like I said. Storm thought to herself. The strong wins and the weak perish. Naruto turns to look with Tails riding on his shoulder. He whistled in amazement. Wow, looks like everybody passed and made it out of that forest alive. He flinched though when he saw Zaku's broken arms. He definitely doesn't want to know what happened to him to get like that. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto turns back to see Sasuke grip his neck and hiss in pain. Dude, what's with you? Nothing, Sasuke said. Sasuke, please we have to tell someone about this. Sakura pleaded. No, Sasuke said firmly. I told you, I'm an Avenger. Becoming a Chunin doesn't matter to me. But the question I want to answer, am I strong enough? By fighting those that are stronger than me. And they're all here. Naruto raised a brow at Tails, who only scratched his head in confusion. Boy Sasuke. I don't think you should be worrying Sakura like that, Naruto. Sasuke turns to him and smirks. You're the one I want to fight the most. Naruto blinks in surprise at that before he grins in excitement. Oh yeah? Bring it then. Blaze looked down at all of the gathered genin. So this is what the Chunin exam is like. Well, from what she heard, this was the second phase. Well, the first phase happened a day before she arrived in the village. Pretty interesting to say the least. Alright, now pay attention, Lord Hokage is gonna explain the third exam to you. You better listen carefully, Maggots Anko announced. Everyone in the room stood at attention as the third Hokage began to walk forward. First, before I explain the third exam and Tails, I want to explain something about the test itself. Listen closely now, cause this is something all of you need to understand. The genin were paying close attention to the Hokage's words, some of them confused as to what he meant. I am going to tell you the true purpose of this exam. Hiruzen continued. True purpose? Naruto whispered as he and Tails looked at each other in confusion. Why do you think our country hold these exams in conjunction with our allies? Hiruzen asked, only to receive silence. Because it's to raise the ability levels of the shinobi and increase friendship between allied nations. But the true purpose of this exam, well, so to speak, they are the representation of the battles between allied nations. Some of the genin's eyes widened at the Hokage, along with Blaze, who stood silent and continued to listen. What do you mean? Tenten asked. Now, if we look back to our history, all the countries that we are allied with were once neighboring nations that fought with each other for power. In order to avoid destroying each other, those nations picked champions to do battle on behalf of their countries. That was how the Chunin selection exams originally began. Okay, time out real sec. Naruto said, a brow raised. If that's the case, then what's the point of these exams? Wasn't it just for us to pass some tests and become Chunin? Well actually, Hiruzen started. There is no question that part of the point of these exams is to select shinobi worthy of being Chunin. That's just not the whole story. These exams also allow a place where shinobi carry the pride of their nation on their backs. You see, watching the third exam will be leaders and influential individuals. These individuals are from many countries that make up the clients of the shinobi villages. The leaders of these countries will also be there to witness your battles. If the strength of a country is clearer, then that country will receive more clients. Naruto blinks and turns to look at Blaze, who had a surprised expression on her face. She noticed Naruto staring at her, making her look at him and see his questionable expression, but she just shrugged her shoulders at him, as if to say she didn't know. But it does make sense, Blaze muttered to herself. So if a country is strong they get clients, which is good, but if they're weak then they won't be receiving clients, making it difficult for the shinobi of those countries to get missions. However, if a country is perceived as weak then they will lose clients. This will also signal potential enemy countries that your country has power. As such, this also sends a political message. The third finished his explanation before taking a breath followed by a hit from his pipe. Called it. Blaze thought to herself, impressed with herself. So then why do we have to risk our lives? Tamari asked, not liking the thought of dying for someone's entertainment. The strength of a country is measured by the strength of the village. The strength of a village is measured by the strength of its shinobi. And a shinobi's true strength can only be shown by a life-risking battle. This exam is a place to showcase each village's strength as well as your own. It only has meaning because lives are at risk, and that is why those that came before you have fought in the Chunin exam. Hiruzen finished. Then why do you say things about this being for friendship? Sakura asked. I said it before in the beginning that I didn't want you to confuse the purpose of this. By losing life and establishing balance. That is the shape of friendship in the shinobi world. The third said, before taking another hit from his pipe. Before we begin the third test I will tell you one more thing. This is not just a test, it is a life-risking battle with your dreams and country's prestige on the line. It just made some genin tense, while Tails had a nervous expression. Naruto honestly didn't care about that. Ever since he met Dr. Egghead, he's already been putting his life on the line. I don't care what it is. Just hurry up and tell us what this life-risking battle entails. Gaara demanded. Before the old cage could explain, a sickly-looking Jnin stepped up, coughing in his hands all the way. Actually, Lord Hokage, as the referee, would you please allow me, hey Jeku, to explain? By all means. Hiruzen said, taking a step back. Hello everyone, I'm Hade. Before we can begin the third test, I need to inform you that we need to go through a preliminary before we can move on to the main exam. Hade explained. Preliminary? Naruto asked. Why do we have to have a preliminary? Sakura nodded in agreement. Yeah. Why can't the people who passed just continue? Honestly, because the first two exams may have been too easy this year, we just have too many people. According to the Chunin exam rules, we must hold a preliminary and reduce the number of people for the third test. As Lord Hokage indicated, there will be many guests attending, and the fights may take too long, and we're limited on time. Hade explained. Naruto raised a brow as the guy continued to cough. Dude, this guy is so sick he should be in bed right now getting rest. So why the hell is he out here? Anyway, those who aren't feeling well or feel like quitting after these explanations, please come forward now. Since we will be starting the preliminary immediately. Hade continued. Kabuto winced and then raised his hand. Yes. Kabuto smiled weakly. On that note, I'll need to withdraw. I got beat up pretty bad in the forest, there's no way I'd make it through a match, so I'll just save myself the embarrassment. Tails moaned. But I wanna see you fight again, Kabuto. You were really awesome out there. The past few days ago, with Naruto out of commission, Squad 7 ran into Kabuto and he's helped them out, especially when that grass nin and his team came and got the jump on them. Sorry, Tails. Kabuto scratched the back of his head sheepishly, a small smile pre-saying. That fight from before took a lot out of me. Tails pouted, making the older genin rub his head. Maybe next time, okay? Okay, I definitely missed something. Naruto thought. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to drop out? Hade asked. Same here. A hand was raised. It was someone from Storm's team and the guy definitely looked older than them, plus he was missing an arm. I can't go on like this. Me as well. Another one of Storm's team raised his hand as well. Hade nodded in return. Understood. In that case, you may head up to the upper level and wait. All three nodded their heads as they turned to walk away before the two genin in black walked up to Storm and bowed their heads in shame. Forgive us, Lady Storm. Storm's eyes softened for a brief moment as she eyed her team before they hardened and she turned away from them. TSK. Go now. She ordered coldly as the two bowed their heads lower before they walked up to the platform. Would anyone else like to withdraw? After seeing no responses, Hade nodded and continued to cough in his fist, which gained some unpleasant looks from some of the genins, even from the Hokage and most Chunin. Sorry about that, now let's begin the preliminary. This preliminary consists of one-on-one fighting. You will basically be fighting as if your life is on the line in a real-life confrontation. Hade explained. Since we now have 24 contenders, one person will receive a free pass to the next round, with the winners of the other 12 matches. There are basically no rules. The fight continues until one of you is knocked out or admits your defeat. Cough if you don't want to die, admit your defeat quickly. But when I decide a winner has clearly been established, cough, I'll jump right in and stop things. And the object that controls your destiny is, open it. Anko said into her microphone headset. A panel in the wall moved up to reveal an electronic screen. If you would all look up at the screen on the wall, we will see who will be in the first match and ask to remain here on the stage while the rest will move up to the catwalk. Hade said. Everyone's heads looked up at the electronic screen as it began randomly running through, stared on blankly. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Kado. It was those two names that were on the screen as everyone stared at it. Sasuke smirked at seeing his name on the screen. HMPH. They don't waste any time. He growled as he held his neck where the mark was at, but he still had the smirk on his face. No, Sakura thought, seeing her crush grip his neck. Why did it have to be Sasuke? Tails looked at him in concern while Naruto looked on as well. It wasn't just them as Gaara, Lee, Neji and Dosu stared at him as well. But all competitors beside these two head to the upper level. Hade coughed as everyone did so. Naruto looked to where Kakashi was and saw he was heading towards Sasuke. He stopped just behind him and was whispering something in his ear. He shrugged to himself and just walked to the upper level. He sat down and leaned back into the wall, a relaxed expression on his face. Aren't you going to watch your teammates fight? Blaze asked Naruto, making him open up one eye. What do you mean? He asked back. He's obviously going to win. And you know this how? Blaze asked, a brow raised. Naruto grins. He's Sasuke Uchiha. He closed his eyes and leaned back, making Blaze shake her head at his answer. That doesn't explain much. You'll see. Are both fighters ready? Hade asked as the two nodded. Begin. Yoroi, his right hand covered in chakra, charged at Sasuke, catching him off guard before he grabbed his head and brought him to floor as he laughed. Sasuke struggled to get the hand off him before his eyes widened as his chakra leaving his body. And my chakra, you're absorbing it. Ah, that's right, you're finally catching on, Yoroi exclaimed. Sasuke continued to struggle. Get off, he kicked him away and stood, huffing. That was close. Oh, so you still have a lot of strength in you? Yoroi stated. Don't worry, little man. I'll make it end short and sweet. He charged at Sasuke, giving out yell as he tried to grab him again, though Sasuke quickly dodged out of the way. He kept at before he managed to touch Sasuke's hair and he felt weak. Huh? How is he absorbing Sasuke's chakra? He dodged at Tails asked. It's his hand. Blaze replied, getting Tails' attention. Any physical contact he makes, be it body or even hair, and he can completely steal someone's chakra. As he gets stronger, Sasuke gets weaker. Isn't there any way for Sasuke to beat that? Tails asked, watching as Sasuke continued to avoid Yoroi's hand. Yup. Naruto replied. Believe me, Tails, if it's Sasuke, he'll find a way around it. This guy wants me to fight in hand to hand, what should I do? Sasuke asked himself. He turns to look at Lee watching from the upper level, and his eye widened. That's it. Yoroi ran at him again, this time Sasuke dodged him more smoothly. He quickly crouched down low, making it look like he disappeared. See? Told ya. Naruto smirks. Come on, Sasuke, hurry and finish the guy, I'm getting bored here waiting. Sasuke heard what he said and couldn't help but smirk. He kicked Yoroi into the air. He jumped up and appeared behind him. But in the air Sasuke's body went numb and his curse mark started to cover him. Everyone saw it, especially Naruto, who had a serious look on his face. What? Naruto asked as he looked with narrowed eyes. What the hell was that glowing on Sasuke's neck? Is that what's causing him pain? He looks at everyone and saw how Sakura and Tails looked fearful at the marks, while Blaze and Kakashi had these serious expressions. Shikamaru and his team had worried, somewhat scared expressions. The Junin and Shiknin narrowed their eyes, especially Anko and the old man. Whatever the hell those marks are, it's obviously not cool. However, the marks were disappearing as if Sasuke fought back against it. He started to kick Yoroi in mid-air before he forced him down. He landed the final blow on the ground. Lion's Barrage. Yoroi twitched before he was knocked out. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha announced. Heh. About time. Naruto smirks. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Kakashi escort Sasuke away as he gripped his neck. He turns to look at everyone, a dead serious look on his face. So does anyone want to tell me about the marks that was on Sasuke's neck? That made Sakura and Tails flinch from that, making Naruto narrow his eyes. Okay, now he really wants to know what the hell happened out there. Sakura looked at Tails from her shoulder, both of them remembering the promise they made to Sasuke about not telling Naruto about the curse mark. Don't worry. It's nothing. Yup, totally nothing. Orochimaru didn't do anything to Sasuke. Tails squeaked, making Sakura facepalm. A deadpan expression appeared on Naruto's face as he stared at Tails, then to Sakura, making them both sweat nervously. Right, he turns to Blaze and saw she shared the same expression as his. He heard from her that before she came, he and Sasuke were fighting each other and Sasuke had these black marks around him. Now, seeing Tails and Sakura's reaction just made him all the more suspicious, especially on this Orochimaru. We will now begin with the next match. Hate's voice called out. Everyone turns to look at the electronic board as names began to flash quickly before they stopped. Zaku Abumi versus Shino Aburam. Shino got this. Naruto stated. Whoa, really? Tails asked curiously. And how do you know? Sakura asked just as Shino walked down the stage. Even though Shino is the silent type, he's still one of the most strongest guys in our class. Naruto grinned. Heh, believe it or not, I wouldn't mind going up against him, though I kinda feel sorry for that Zaku dude. Shino is going to destroy him. And why is that? Blaze asked. Just watch. Naruto said, paying close attention. Like Naruto said, Zaku hadn't stood a chance against Shino, even worse considering the former only had one hand to fight with in the first place. Although Shino revealed himself to be rather merciful, giving Zaku the chance to forfeit before he destroyed his other arm. Zaku, rather than taking that chance, decided to attack Shino anyways, sending a blast of pressurized air at the Aburam heir, who burst into a cloud of insects. Shino even decided to give Zaku one last chance to forfeit after sending an army of insects behind him. Even being faced with an army of insects and Shino standing out in front of him, Zaku still refused to forfeit. He tried blasting Shino again only for his one remaining arm to explode. According to the Aburam heir, he had ordered his insects to clog the hole in Zaku's wind chamber, causing the pressure to build up in Zaku's arm and make it burst. In that instant Shino was declared the winner. Amazing, Blaze said with a wide-eyed expression. I had no idea that there was a clan who use insects like that, let alone have them live inside their bodies. I'll say, Tails said in excitement. The Hidden Leaf Village sure is full of amazing people. I wonder what the other ninja villages are like. Like I said, Shino is a badass. Naruto said, before he sighed boredly. He just wants the fights to hurry up and end so that it can be his turn. Maybe if he catch some shut-eyes then. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt drowsy for some reason. He looks around, seeing everything was blurry. What the? He fell back on the wall and slid down before he lost consciousness. Naruto opened his eyes and saw he was still at the preliminary. Though something was different. Everybody was gone and the area looked black and white. What is this? Naruto asked himself. Blaze. Tails. Guys, where are you? He called out only to hear his echo. He jumps off and landed on the middle of the arena, looking around in confusion. Something's definitely not right here. You got that right. Naruto instantly turns around and looks up. His eyes widened before they narrowed. It was the masked boy, floating in midair. He smirks. Heh. I've been wondering what happened to you. Where have you been this whole time? Doing stuff. The masked boy replied as he crossed his arms. Oh? And what brought this little visit on if you were doing stuff? Naruto asked. I just came to tell you that you won't be fighting any of those chumps. The masked boy answered, much to Naruto's confusion. He turns to walk away. The one who you'll be fighting will be yours truly. See ya. Naruto was gonna run after him but found himself getting pushed back by a powerful force. Naruto? Hey Naruto, wake up. Tails shook Naruto. He looks up at everyone as they shrug their shoulders. He turns back to Naruto and shook him once more. Naruto. Naruto's eyes were snapped opened, making Tails jump back in fright. He stood up, getting everyone that was close to look at him. What's wrong? Kakashi asked, seeing that expression on his student's face. He's here. Naruto answered, which brought confusion around the group except for Kakashi, who narrowed his eyes. What? Who's here? Sakura asked as Naruto clenched his fists tightly. That guy in the mask. Everyone's eyes widened, along with the Hokage. Huh? Tails looked around frantically. Where is he? I don't know. Naruto replied. But keep your eyes open for anything suspicious. Blaze narrowed her eyes along with Kakashi as he got ready for anything that might happen. Now we come to the next match. Hate spoke up. They looked at the board before the names stopped. Conquering Storm versus Kiba Inuzuka. Yahoo! Kiba cheered. Let's go Akamaru. Akamaru barked in agreement as his owner jumped off the platform and onto the arena floor. Conquering Storm? Naruto blinked. What an odd name. Or is that supposed to be a title? He looks and saw the straw hat girl from before walking down the steps, her hat covering her eyes. Hey Tails. Who fought who when I was asleep? Well, Tails said, looking thoughtful. Shino won his match like you said. Then it was someone named Miss Yumi from Kabuto's team against Kankuro, the boy from the sand team with face paint. Kankuro won that match by using a puppet. It was so cool I didn't even know that someone could use puppets as a weapon. Seriously? Naruto asked curiously, looking at the others. Yup. Kakashi nodded. Wow. Using a puppet of all things in battle. He would have called that cheating, but hey, it's technically a weapon. What happened next? Naruto asked. Well, Sakura and Ino were next, but they were both tied. Tails continued. After that it was Tenten from Lee's team and that Tamari girl from the sand team. Tenten lost though. Tails flinched as he recalled how it ended for her. After them it was Shikamaru and that kin girl from the sound team and Shikamaru won. Huh. So now it's Kiba's turn. Naruto mused. But something just tells him that he's gonna lose this match. The 7th match, Conquering Storm versus Kiba Inuzuka. Are both fighters ready? The two nodded just as Kiba grinned and took a stance. Begin. At ready Kiba charged at Storm, who stood there calmly as though she was waiting for him. She moved out of the way, avoiding his elbow strike before she kicked him in the stomach, making him gasp out before she uppercut him in the chin. Storm jumped to the air, grabbing his leg before she spun around him and threw him back to the floor, making him bounce off it. Akamaru barked as he rushed to his partner, asking him if he was okay. I'm fine buddy. Damn, she can hit hard. Kiba rubbed his chin. He watched as Storm landed on the ground, her hat still covering her eyes. Is that all you got? Storm asked. PCH, not even close, I'll take you down with this, Kiba exclaimed. He reached into his pouch and took out 2 pills. Let's go Akamaru. He gave one to Akamaru, who caught it before he ate the other one. Akamaru growled before his fur began to turn red. Kiba got on all fours just as Akamaru jumped in the air and landed on his back. In a poof of smoke, Akamaru turned into Kiba. Ninja art. Man-beast clone. The 2 Kiba charged at Storm and went to swipe her with his claws, only for her to avoid them. They were both running around her and were swiping their claws at her, but she still kept up with their movements and was avoiding them. Storm soon smirked and kicked one of the Kiba's chin before she grabbed his leg and threw him at the other one as he appeared behind her and both were skidding across the floor. I can't believe it. She's actually keeping up with Kiba and Akamaru. Kurenai said with a surprised look on her face. Even when taking those food pills, she's actually reading into their movements. Oh. She's good. Sakura commented. Too good actually. Kakashi nodded in agreement. It makes me wonder what village she and her team hails from. He noticed how she and her team didn't have any forehead protectors on their being, making him wonder where they came from and who they're affiliated with. HMPH. Storm turns to the two and put her hand on her hips. Just like any other dogs out there. All bark and no bite. The two Kiba were growling at her before they got into a pose. Man-beast ultimate Taijutsu. Fang over fang. At a ferocious speed, the two spun around really fast and were charging at Storm like bullets. Storm grinned however as she backflipped into the air and dodged one of the bullets. She bent backwards just as the other one almost hit her. She watched as the two ricochet on the walls before they charged at her again. Blue electricity appeared around Storm as she smirks, which caught everyone's attention. She raised her hands to them, and a powerful blast of electricity emerged from them, stopping the technique and making both Kiba scream out. Everyone looked on with shocked surprised expressions on their faces, except for Gaara who only stared at it blankly. Holy crap, Shikamaru exclaimed with wide eyes. Is that a jutsu? Ino asked. What in the world? Blaze asked. Amasuma thought. Whoa, that's new. Naruto stated. The electricity ended and the two Kiba fell to the ground, with Akamaru turning back. Kiba tried to get up, but then he fell down. Like I said, all bark and no bite. Storm said, staring down at the two, ignoring the two medical nins coming in and taking the two away. Winner. Conquering Storm. Hayed announced. Storm turns to walk away but stops for a moment. She looks up and turns to look at Naruto, who stared back at her. Everyone noticed this and wondered what was up between the two of them, though the older generation knew better. Storm was sending a silent message to Naruto and vice versa. You're next. Her eyes told Naruto, which made him smirk a little bit. Bring it on. Naruto's eyes told her. HMPH. Storm walks away and got off the arena floor. What was that about? Sakura asked Naruto, who only continued to stare at the girl. Naruto. Huh? Naruto blinks. Oh, nothing. He shook his head and slapped his cheeks in excitement. Okay, now it's my time to shine, let's do it. I told you, we were gonna fight next. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the masked boy's voice in his head, before they widened further as he felt pain coming from his head, making him grip it. Gahhh, his scream made everyone turn to look at him. Naruto, Blaze, Tails and Sakura quickly ran to him in concern. Naruto, what's wrong? Blaze asked as she held him. Naruto didn't hear her question as he kept gripping his head. It's him. He, along with everyone else that was close to him, felt a force push him off the catwalk and onto the arena floor. He flips and landed on his feet. What was that? Kakashi asked as he looked around. Where did it come from? Blaze asked. Hiruzen, along with the Leaf Nin and Jinin, had alarmed expressions as they got ready. Naruto, are you okay? Tails called out. I'm fine. Naruto replied as he stood up and looked around. I know you're here, come out and show yourself. Ino was confused. Huh? Who is he talking to? Me? Everyone's eyes widened at the unfamiliar voice, except Naruto, who had a glare on his face. They looked up on top of the statue fingers and saw a masked boy sitting there looking down at Naruto. I couldn't sense him, the Jinin and Shiknin thought to themselves as they all tensed up. They were all experienced shinobi after all. So the fact that a boy around the Genin's age group suddenly appeared didn't sit well with them. Who is that? Lee asked as Niji narrowed his eyes at the masked boy. What the hell? Where did he come from? Tamari asked. This is like that time with Gaara. Kankuro whispered as he turns to said boy, who looks up at the masked boy with a blank look on his face. Shino could literally hear the bugs inside him buzzing in alarm, telling him that the masked individual before them was extremely dangerous. Even more dangerous than that sand genin. They were telling him to run as far away as possible. Who is that? How does he know Naruto? Hinata looked fearfully at the masked boy before turning to Naruto. Just by looking at him she could feel that he was someone very powerful and very dangerous. How long has he been sitting there? Choji asked nervously. No way. Shikamaru said wide-eyed. Is that him? Tails asked as he hid behind Sakura's leg, who looked a little scared. I think so. Kakashi remained silent as he glared up at the masked boy. So this was the one who sent Naruto away and attacked him. He finally showed himself in front of everyone. The masked boy Hiruzen thought as he glares up at the individual in front of him. The one Naruto was talking about. So you finally showed up, eh? Naruto smirks and cracked his knuckles. Good, I can finally pay you back for what happened back on Little Planet. Oh please. The masked boy said as he jumped off the statue and floated down. Do you really think you can beat me after I mop the floor with you? Well, glad to know that I left an impression on you. Impression? Police. Naruto scoffed. You haven't left an impression. I don't know anything about you. Not even your name. True. For now, you can call me Nezo. Nezo introduced himself. Nezo? Kakashi asked himself. Great, Naruto said happily, catching most off guard from the tone. See, Nezo, now we're starting to know each other, so what's your favorite color? Do you like long romantic walks on the beach? Who the hell are you and what's your beef with me? You can skip the first 2 questions if you like. That made some Leaf Shinobi sweat drop at Naruto's questions. Blaze sighed and shook her head. Of course he would do that. Tails smiled. Yup, that's Naruto for ya. Yeah, being an idiot. Sakura added with a deadpanned expression. Who I am is none of your concern yet. Nezo said. And you and me? You don't know it, but I got a lot of beef with you personally, Naruto. Or better yet, would you rather I call you Sonic, Shadow or Silver? Hearing those names made Naruto's eyes widen in shock while everyone else looked confused. Sonic? Tails asked as he tilted his head to the side in confusion. He saw the name on the tornado before, but he never got the chance to ask Naruto about it. He also didn't know why, but for some reason, he's getting a weird deja vu feeling just from hearing it. Shadow? Sakura asked in confusion. Silver? Blaze frowned. That name, why does it feel familiar to her? Who the heck are they? Ino asked. Whoever they are, it seems that Naruto knows them. Asuma said, noticing Naruto's expression turned into a scowl. Where did you hear those names? Naruto growled out. Trade secret. Nezo said, making Naruto glare harder at him. By the way, I got a surprise for you. He snapped his finger and a portal opened up above him, making everyone look at it before they saw something come out of it, floating down. It were 2 kids, a boy and girl, around the genin's age. They were tied up and looked beaten up. Their eyes was closed, showing they were unconscious. The girl has pink hair and a stylized curved bob cut. She wears a short sleeveless red dress with white trims, tall red boots with a white cuff and stripe, white socks, a red headband, and white wrist-length gloves with gold cuffs. The boy had red quill-like dreadlocks and was completely shirtless, showing his toned muscular body, dark green baggy pants, and strange-looking shoes that were red, green and yellow. He also seems to have spikes on his knuckles. Tails' eyes widened, along with Naruto's, as they recognized the two, though Tails only knows one of them. Naruto, that's Amy Knuckles, Naruto called out, a worried look on his face. Blaze, Sakura, Kakashi, Hiruzen and Iruka's eyes widened as they stared at the 2 teens. It was them from the stories that Naruto told. That's Amy. Sakura whispered wide-eyed. She looks just like me. So, that's Amy Rose and the guardian of the Master Emerald. Hiruzen said to himself. Amy's eyes twitched before they opened, revealing them to be a sparkling green, as she heard his voice. She looks up and saw her hero staring at her in shock and worry, making her smile, despite the pain she was in. Naruto. She lost consciousness. Naruto grit his teeth and glares at Nezo. What have you done to them? Nothing. Your girlfriend came all the way over here to come see you. So I thought, why not surprise you with her? As for the knucklehead, Nezo chuckled. Well, he needed a little vacation. Naruto growled as his eyes flashed green and faint purple electricity is seen around him. Let them go. If you want them back, then come and fight me. Nezo told him as Amy and Knuckles began to float up on top of the statues. Fine by me. Naruto said. He turns to look at everyone, mostly to the Leaf Chunin and the Hokage. All of you stay back, don't try and help me, this is between me and him. What? He's not seriously going to fight this guy, is he? Choji asked in a surprised tone. Yes, so. Shikamaru replied. Naruto Hinata thought worriedly. One look at this person already told her that he was trouble and dangerous, and she instantly became worried that Naruto was gonna fight him one-on-one. But Naruto Tails tried to reason. Let him go, Tails. Kakashi said, much to the young fox's confusion. He looks up at Amy and Knuckles. Like Naruto said, this is between the 2 of them. Tails looked like he wanted to say something before he nodded and looked down at the fight worriedly. Blaze had a frown on her face as she too looked worriedly down at Naruto. Seeing that expression on his face, he was dead serious on taking Nezo down. Still, she shall accept his decision and let him deal with it. Hiruzen looked into Naruto's eyes and saw he was getting dead serious now. He also saw his eyes flashed green and the purple electricity around him, making him slightly concerned for Naruto. He looked to his fellow Chunin and Chunin before nodding his head, telling them to back off for now. This is gonna get messy. Shikamaru remarked. Conquering Storm was paying full attention. Time to see what Naruto Uzumaki was truly made of and to see if he lives up to the Uzumaki name. Battle music. Shut up, Faker Sonic Adventure 2. Naruto and Nezo charged at each other, their fists connected as they slid back. Naruto sent a barrage of punches at Nezo, but he stood his ground and blocked all of them. He grabbed both of Naruto's fists and threw him over his shoulders. Naruto flips in the air and used his telekinesis to float while his hands were covered in chaos energy. Chaos Spear. He swiped his hands to the side as he sent a barrage of chaos spears at Nezo, but instead he charges at Naruto while knocking the spears away. What sort of jutsu is that? That chaos spear? Kurenai asked. It's not a jutsu. It's something completely different. Kakashi replied, much to some of the Genin and Chunin's confusion. The Chaos Spear is one of Naruto's many chaos powers. Chaos powers? Lee asked. What do you mean? Guy asked. Before I answer that question, allow me to explain the energy that gives Naruto his chaos powers. Kakashi said. You see, inside Naruto, he has a secondary source of energy known as chaos energy. This was met with some curious or confused gazes. Chaos energy? What's that? Ino asked. It's basically an unstable yet very powerful energy that came from these chaos emeralds that Naruto discovered when he was away weeks ago. Hiruzen answered, getting everyone's full attention. The Chaos Emeralds generates this energy by turning people's thoughts into power, and due to Naruto's strong connection to them, he is able to channel that power. Power that is more stronger and destructive than the chakra we use. Everyone, except for those who knew about the emeralds, looked shocked to the core about hearing such emeralds existing. And it's not just Naruto that can use it. The third Hokage looks at the tied-up Knuckles. That young man, Knuckles, he can use chaos powers as well, seeing how he's the guardian of the Master Emerald. Which means that he and Knuckles are the only ones that knows how to control this unknown energy and use it in amazing feats. But Nezo seems to know how to channel this energy as well, making him the third. Incredible, Lee said in awe as he looks at the match below him. He wasn't the only one either, as everyone still looked wide-eyed from the information that their Hokage threw at them. What exactly are these Chaos Emeralds and this Master Emerald? Neji asked. That is something you'll have to ask either Naruto or Knuckles later on. Kakashi said as he and the others turned back to the match. Naruto grit his teeth as he blocked all of Nezo's kicks. The masked boy flipped over him and kicked his back, making Naruto stumble forward before he turns back and glares at Nezo. Shadow clone jutsu poofs of smoke appeared and 3 Narutos appeared, kunes drawn. They then charged at Nezo. Shadow clones? Really? Nezo dodged all of the Naruto's kunai attacks before he grabbed both of them and slammed them into each other, making them disappear. He looks up in the air and saw one of them heading down to him. Nezo raised his hand at the clone, and a dark energy beam of darkness came and stabbed Naruto in the stomach, making him gasp out loud before he disappeared. Nice try. He moved his hand to the side as Naruto, the real one, came at him with a spin dash attack. He threw him at the statue before Naruto landed on it. Damn, the red-streaked blonde looked up and his eyes widened as he saw dark spears coming at him, making him jump off the statue and avoid them before Nezo appeared in front of him, causing his eyes to widen. Boo. Nezo axe kicked Naruto to the floor, making him land on it hard as a mini crater was formed. Naruto, Sakura and Tails screamed out his name. Ow. Naruto moaned as he rubbed his head. He glares up at Nezo as he floated back down to the surface. He grit his teeth and jumps in the air before doing a mid-air spin dash and charged at Nezo. HMPH. Nezo does it as well, and the two clashed. Everyone watched as the two spinning balls clash with each other as they tried to push one another back. Joji looked wide-eyed. Whoa, that looks like my human boulder. No. Sakura replied as Joji looked at her. The move that Naruto's doing isn't that. It's called the spin dash. Spin what? Shikamaru asked, raising a brow. What a weird name, but it does somehow fit. Spin dash. Kakashi repeated. And there's a lot of difference between this and the Akimichi clan's human boulder. Where the Akimichi clan enlarge their bodies into human-sized balls, they use chakra to propel themselves forward. He explained, still watching the two spin dashes going all over the place. However, in Naruto's case, when it comes to the spin dash, the idea came to him when he became inspired by how hedgehogs would often defend themselves from certain threats using their spikes and combined it with a somersault while running. That's how the spin dash was created. So wait, you saying that any of us can do a spin dash? Asuma asked in a surprised tone. Yet Tails raised his hand from Kakashi's shoulder, getting everyone's attention. I saw Naruto doing it when he came to West Side Island and I did it exactly like he did. Knuckles knows it too, even Sasuke, and they're not the only ones. Kakashi I smiled. Though I made mine's a little different, you should say. Sakura looked down in sadness. Wow. Naruto, Sasuke, Tails and Kakashi-sensei knows how to do it and she doesn't. She kinda feels left out. She wanted to try and do it during her fight with Ino, but she was scared that she might fail. Blaze remained silent as she listened to the conversation, but her eyes remained focused on the fight as the two spin dash collides with each other. She herself knows how to do it, but her version is called a burst dash, where instead of turning into a ball, she turns herself into a spinning fire tornado. In fact, it was Naruto that came up with the name. Naruto and Nezo clashed with each other once more before they got out of the spin dash, with Naruto glaring at Nezo. Wow, is that really all you got? Nezo asked mockingly as he started to walk towards Naruto. Looks like I'm gonna have to rough you up and make you fight for real. Suddenly, much to everyone's shock and disbelief, 2 after images of Nezo appeared on either side of him and 2 more appeared on their sides as well. The after images soon became real, meaning Naruto was now up against 5 Nezo. What the hell? What type of clone jutsu is that? Asuma asked in a disbelief tone. Naruto looks at them before he grins and rubbed his thumb across his nose. Bring it. He does the super peel out and charged at the original Nazo, but him and his clones vanished, making him stop. The ultimate ninja blinked as he looked around for them. Huh. Where did Nazo appeared in front of him as he punched him in the chin, making him fly upwards before he jumped to him and kicked him to the wall. Naruto groans as he fell down. He looks up in time and blocked a punch from another Nazo before kicking him away and charged at the one floating in the air. That Nazo avoided him, making Naruto turn back before his eyes widened, and he did a stomp to avoid another Nazo. He used his telekinesis on that Nazo, making him stop and then threw him at the one floating, but he dodged him and he hit the wall. Naruto then blocked a punch from the third Nazo before he punched him in the stomach and kicked him away. However, a fourth Nazo appeared behind Naruto and kicked him on his head, making him skid across the floor before he flipped on his hands and landed on his feet. Hey, Naruto called out. Where's the real you? His eyes widened as he felt a presence behind him. Here. Naruto felt Nazo pick him up before he threw him in the air. His eyes widened as he saw an energy blast coming his way. He used both arms to block it as it pushed him upwards. But that didn't help him for what happened next. Naruto, look out, Blaze cried out. Huh? Oof. Naruto felt a fist connect to his face as he got sent soaring. But before he could recover, he got attacked by one of Nazo's clones. Everyone watched as all of Nazo's clones kept punching or kicking Naruto into one another in midair, as though he was some sort of ragdoll, in shocked silence. One of them even used an energy blast at Naruto, making him cry out in pain a little. Hinata covered her mouth in horror as she watched her crush getting brutally beaten. No, Naruto, she thought as tears began to gather in her eyes. Naruto, Iruka called out as he gripped the railings, making his knuckles turn white. He has to go down there and stop this. Hiruzen looked on calmly, but if one could look closely you could see him clenching his fist so tightly, it was miracle he hasn't drawn any blood. Tails had a horrified expression on his face. Sakura covered her mouth at seeing such brutality happening to Naruto. Blaze began to grit her teeth as wisps of fire began to appear around her, and Kakashi looked ready to jump in at any moment. He's getting beat, Shikamaru exclaimed with a shocked look which was shared by Ino and Choji. On the other side, the Sand team looked on. Baki looked on with wide eyes, Kankuro was flinching, Temari cringed at the brutality, however Gaara looked on with an unchanged expression. But if one were to look closer, they could see his finger twitching. Osu looked with stunned silence as he watched a Uzumaki kid get beaten. Was that really the same kid from a few days ago? Or is it just that Nazo creep was way stronger? Storm looked on with a neutral expression, while her teammates were flinching as though they were feeling the blows. One of the clones sent an energy blast at Naruto, sending him to the other one before he axe kicked Naruto in the air. Another Nazo clone appeared just above him. He held his hand out and chakra began to gather at his palm, taking shape into a spinning blue ball, which brought much shock to the Leaf Union and Hokage. What? Kurenai asked in shock. Get the hell out of here, Asuma said in disbelief. I don't believe it, Guy said in shock. No, it can't be, Hiruzen gasped. He couldn't believe it, he refused to believe it, but it's right in front of him, before his very eyes. This boy knows the legendary Rasengan. That's impossible, how does Nazo know that jutsu, Kakashi asked, his lone eye widened in disbelief. What? What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked as she and the others were wondering what got some of their instructors freaked out. Kakashi didn't answer as he was still stunned from what he was seeing. Nazo's Rasengan began to take a darker color, turning completely black, but with red wisps of energy surrounding it. Naruto opened his eyes before they widened as he saw Nazo charging at him with a jutsu in his hand. Dark style. Rasengan. Did he even completed it? Kakashi asked. Not only did Nazo know the Rasengan, he even added his own nature into it. That's something even his sensei wasn't able to do prior to his death. Hell, he even tried applying his lightning nature into the Rasengan, only to end up making the Chidori instead. Just who on earth is Nazo? Naruto instantly charged a chaos spear into his hand as he tried to counter-attack it. Both attacks, one made of chaos energy and the other made from chakra, clashed with each other, making a strong gust of wind and electricity to appear. The colossal even made some people to cover their eyes, though they were still able to see. Nazo began to push Naruto back, making him grit his teeth as he gathered more chaos energy into his chaos spear. A few seconds later, Nazo's attack suddenly bursts, making Naruto's eyes widen as he got pushed back to the floor, making a large cloud of dirt appear and cover his being. Naruto, can you hear me? Tails called out below. Everyone looked on before they saw Naruto lying on his back into the crater. His body had some bruises while his clothes had some burn marks and were torn in some places. He was also bleeding from his head. The only indication to know that he's still conscious is that he's coughing out blood. And there was a lot of blood. Battle music ends. Naruto, Sakura cried out. Ino covered her mouth in horror, while Shikamaru and Choji's eyes went wide with Choji dropping his bag of chips. Asuma flinched. Rock Lee and Guy looked horrified while Niji looked indifferent, but if you were to look closely you see sweat rolling down his cheek. Kankuro flinched. Hate to be that guy. No kidding. Tamari agreed, actually glad that she didn't fight such a ruthless guy. Iruka's eyes widened at the state of his former student before gritting his teeth and closing his eyes in anger. Why? Why didn't I stop him? Naruto with a fearful expression at seeing her crush in such a state, Hinata was about to run off and get him out of there, if not for Shino and Kurenai stopping her as she struggled. Please let me go, I have to help him. No, Hinata, Kurenai told her. Nezo might kill you if you go near Naruto. But Hinata had tears fall from her eyes. Naruto Tails tried to fly down there, but he got grabbed by Kakashi. Naruto, I'm coming. No Tails, it's too dangerous, Kakashi told him. Naruto needs help, Tails exclaimed as tears were gathered in his eyes. I know, Tails. Kakashi said softly, rubbing Tails' head. I know. Naruto. Blaze's eyes widened as she stared at Naruto's form before fire began to erupt around her and a fierce snarl appeared on her face as she glared at Nezo in anger. You. She touched the railings and they instantly melted upon contact, making everyone who was near her, Sakura, Tails and Kakashi, back away in surprise, while others looked on with shocked interest. You, the Soul Princess, was going to launch a stream of fire at Nezo, but stopped when a hand grabbed her, stopping her. She glares at the person and saw it was Hiruzen. What do you think here? Please calm yourself, Blaze. The third Hokage said softly. Just believe in Naruto. Blaze was going to say something before she felt Hiruzen trembling. She looked into his eyes and saw an emotion she never thought she'd see. Rage. Rage at what that monster did to Naruto. But there was hope in his eyes as well, as though he believes Naruto will win this fight. Blaz had a conflicting expression as she looked at him then back at Naruto before she reluctantly calmed herself down by taking a deep breath, her flames dispersed, and she turns to the fight. All of Nezo's clones came back to the original as he stared down at Naruto's form, who weakly glared up at him. HMPH. I see you still haven't gotten strong enough to take me down. What a shame. Nezo said as he stepped on Naruto's head, making him grit his teeth. You really think that you're some superhero like Sonic and the other two? Please, you don't even look like you're half the hero they were. Though to be honest, they were pretty pathetic and weak. Naruto's eyes widened in anger from that as he slowly balled his fists up. Also, your dream of being Hokage and calling yourself the ultimate ninja are a joke. Nezo continued his taunting, ignoring the growl that escaped Naruto's lips. An evil smirk appears on his face, even though it's hidden. Good. Time to push it further. You started off as a weak little loser who was so desperate to be acknowledged by everyone in the village, even though they didn't even give a damn about you. Now after meeting those little spiky rats, you suddenly think you're all powerful to call yourself such a stupid title. Sorry, idiot. Once a loser, will always and forever will be a loser. Just like your mother. Nezo said in a blank tone. The cruel comment about Naruto's mother made the Leaf Shinobi, along with Blaze and Tails, eyes widen in shock. Naruto's mother? Hinata asked as she covered her mouth. Naruto's parents has always been a sensitive subject to him since he doesn't even know if they're alive or not. But now that Nezo just called Naruto's own mother a loser, there's no doubt that would upset Naruto. Blaze thought the same thing as a furious glare was present on her face and it was aimed at Nezo. How dare this fool talk about her best friend's mother like he knew her. What an awful thing to say, Tails exclaimed, glaring at Nezo angrily. Hiruzen and Kakashi took it more personally as they knew Kushina and she was anything but a loser. The way Nezo disrespected her like that made them even more furious. Meanwhile with Naruto, the mention of Nezo's disrespect towards the hedgehogs and his mother made his eyes widen to the point his pupil shrank in absolute rage as purple electricity danced around and his kept flashing green. Now what to do with you? Nezo looks up at his captives. Maybe I should kill those two right in front of you. No, I got a better idea. He turns to the others on the platform, more specifically Blaze, Tails and Sakura, holding his other hand to them. I'll also kill your precious childhood sweetheart, along with the fox Brad and that useless teammate of yours. Everyone's eyes widened at what Nezo just said, none more so than Blaze, Tails and Sakura. This guy wasn't just messing with Naruto, he was torturing him, and he was gonna take it further by killing them. This guy, Storm said with narrowed eyes. To kill someone's comrades in front of them just because they couldn't beat them? This Nezo is not honorable. What is this guy's problem? Kankuro asked. Damari looked at Gaara, but thankfully, he still has that same look on his face like he always do. Good. It means that Gaara's bloodlust isn't going crazy. Nezo raised his left at Amy and Knuckles before raising his other at Blaze, Tails and Sakura, making everyone tense up. Chaos energy began to gather up, making them tense further. Say bye-bye to your friends, Naruto. The energy began to get bigger and Nezo looked ready to fire his attack. POW. Before anyone could make a move, Nezo got sent flying into a wall above the entrance by a punch sent to his covered face, making everyone's eyes widen. They looked and saw Naruto, his fist out and shaking uncontrollably, while his hair covered his face and blood was dripping. I don't care what you say about me. But Naruto said in a dark tone which made everyone except Nezo tense up, even more so when they felt the killing intent coming off of him. Don't ever disrespect Sonic, Shadow, Silver and my parents. Everyone shook as they heard Naruto's voice keeps changing from his normal voice to an even deeper, almost demonic voice. And Nezo, if you ever, purple electricity is seen dancing around him, making everyone who remembered what happened days ago tense up. Lay a bucking finger on my friend's black energy began to appear around him. Naruto raised his head, revealing his dark feral expression and glowing green eyes. But the blood dripping down from his forehead, it made Naruto almost look like a demon. I'll kill you. Everyone's eyes widened as a dark purple-black aura appeared around him. This darkness. Naruto gave a roar and disappeared. He appeared in front of Nezo, grabbing him by his mask before he threw him hard at the arena floor. Naruto appears behind him and went to swipe him with his claws, but Nezo vanished. Naruto growled and looked around. He sensed Nezo above him, making him jump back as he tried to land a punch on him. Naruto once again growled before his eyes widened and he fell on his knees. Naruto's voice returned to normal as he gave out a pained scream. His feral appearance returned to normal, but the purple electricity and energy were still around him. Unknown to everyone, Knuckles twitched for a moment. Osu went wide-eyed. No, is he gonna transform again? Because if he does, then he is out of here. He does not want to deal with that again. Oh no, Tails, cried Ufa. Sakura looked a bit fearful, while Blaze clenched her fists. Naruto Kakashi called out, seeing his student's eyes flash from green to blue, as though he was fighting for control. This is Choji's eyes widened fearfully as he remembered what happened all those days ago. Naruto's monstrous form appearing in his head. Like last time, Shikamaru had sweat running down his face as he gulped. It looked like Naruto was beginning to transform again, but he was fighting it. He heard footsteps moving back, making him look and saw it was Ino, eyes filled with terror. What's going on? Hinata asked worried. What's happening to Naruto? Kurenai didn't say as she was too stunned by what's happening to answer. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he watched Naruto continue to scream and struggle to take control. Just what in the world happened to Naruto out there? So Nezo spoke up as he walked up to the struggling Naruto. Looks like you're starting to get used to that little gift I gave you. What? Naruto gave a shocked look, which was shared with everyone else, some who seen Naruto's transformation and those who heard of it. You did this to me? He tried to stand but he got on a knee. He glares at Nezo. Then that black box from before with that purple smoke, that was yours. Heh. Nezo chuckled. What do you think? Bastard, what have you done to me? Naruto demanded. Eat me and I'll tell you. Nezo told him. Insert song. Fist bump instrumental Sonic Forces. Naruto glares at Nezo. He took a look at Amy's unconscious form, along with Knuckles, before he stood up, his hair shadowing his eyes. He wipes the blood off his lips. Playtime's over. He spoke in a serious voice. A determined expression appears on Naruto's face as he took on Shadow's fighting stance. Unknown to him and everyone else, Shadow's spirit appears and seems to overlap next to Naruto as he took the same stance. Time to step it up. They said at the same time before Shadow vanished. HMPH. Nezo took a stance. That's a new and unique stance. Hiruzen said, staring at Naruto's new fighting stance. Looking at Naruto, he now has a focused and still breathing pace stance that involves flexing his leading fist in anticipation and having his following hand at an awkward ready. And that expression on his face. Minato had the same kind of expression when it comes to fighting seriously. Kakashi blinked in surprise at the new fighting stance his student is in. What sort of fighting style is this? Did Naruto create it himself? Now the real fight begins. Storm thought as she crossed her arms. Time to see what Naruto Uzumaki is truly made of. Naru Blaze whispered softly. Please, stay safe. Yes, Sakura nodded happily before she cheered. Take him down, Naruto. Come on, Naruto, you can win. Tails cheered. Good luck, Naruto. Hinata thought, holding her hands in prayer. Please be careful. Naruto smirks as he heard the cheering from Sakura and Tails, and he knew that Blaze was no doubt cheering for him as well. Let's dance. The ultimate ninja took a step forward but vanished. He instantly reappeared and punched Nezo's face, shocking everyone watching except for a select few. What the hell? Shikamaru asked in shock. Naruto vanished again before he reappeared once more and punched Nezo multiple times. He was going so fast with his punches that it looked like a blur. Naruto then grabbed Nezo before throwing him in the air. Nezo quickly floated and saw Naruto charging at him. He charged at him as well, and the two clashed with each other, their forearms connected to each other. They stood like that for a second before vanishing. They're gone? Lee asked in disbelief as he looked around for them. Where did they? Sakura was interrupted by a powerful force that came out from a distortion in space. Everyone watched the two lights of Naruto and Nezo clash with each other for a few moments before they stopped in midair as they caught each other's fist. The two jumped away from each other for a moment but then clashed as they sent a barrage of punches and kicks at each other, which they either blocked or avoided. However, they soon vanished, but loud clashes was heard throughout the whole arena. They appeared for a moment before they vanished again. "What's up with these guys?" Shikamaru asked, trying to find them. "I can't keep track of them," Choji said. "Amazing, they're going so fast," Lee exclaimed in surprise. "From the looks of it, they're probably going even faster than him when he's not wearing his weights, and Naruto looks like he doesn't even wear weights." "Whoa, is that really Naruto?" Ino asked in disbelief. "Was that really the same loudmouth kid from back in the academy? When did he get so strong? The Sharingan can't keep up with them," Kakashi thought. "They're just moving too fast for the Sharingan to see. This is definitely a whole new level of speed." "Kakashi, what kind of training did you put Naruto through to reach such speed?" Guy asked in a confused, amazed tone. He's been watching Lee train since he was young and he's been training with him. So to see someone out there that can move even faster than him was unheard of anywhere. "Naruto's speed isn't from training. That's how fast he's really going," Kakashi said, much to the Leaf Ninja's surprise. "Hold up, you mean to tell us that's Naruto's actual speed? Without chakra?" Asuma asked. "Yeah." Tails answered this time. "When it comes to speed, Naruto is in a class of his own. In fact, he's so fast, he can run faster than the speed of sound." His reply shocked most of the Leaf Shinobi. "What? The speed of sound?" Choji asked in surprise. "Impossible." Neji denied. "There is no way that someone can move that fast." "It's true." Hiruzen said, getting everyone's attention, his eyes never leaving Naruto and Nezo's fight, even though they keep appearing and disappearing for a few moments. "I've seen how fast Naruto can be. In fact, I took him to the doctor at one point to test his speed. We soon learned the hard way that Naruto's speed is beyond what we expected." He chuckled as he remembered the broken machine and Naruto scratching his head in a sheepish manner. "Still, even the best doctors have no idea what Naruto's true speed really is, and I highly doubt any others would know it too. But I already figured it out." That confused everyone, except for Blaze, Tails, Sakura and Kakashi obviously. "What do you mean, Lord Third?" Anko asked. "If this kid is faster than the speed of sound, then how fast is he really?" "He means that Naruto's speed is so great and unique, he can move faster than the speed of light itself." Blaze replied this time as some of the shinobi's eyes widened comically while others in surprise. "To Naruto, moving at light speed is small time to him. He said so himself." "Wait a second, if he can move that fast, why haven't we seen him do it at the academy?" Ino asked in complete confusion. "You telling us he was holding back this whole time?" "Not really. Naruto has always been fast on his feet since he was child. We just didn't know to what extent." Hiruzen said, remembering how every Chunin and Junin couldn't catch Naruto. But as he kept growing over the years, his speed somehow kept increasing more and more. And because of his speed, every second of every day, Naruto keeps growing stronger. Blaze finished before she smirks in amusement. "If anything, he is getting closer to being Hokage sooner than we think." Everyone was in awe at hearing such a thing. None more so than those who have been to the academy with Naruto. They always knew that after Naruto pulls a prank, he would always vanish and no one couldn't catch him. Then that would mean he's even faster than Lee and Guy Sensei, Neji thought. Lee's eyes sparkled as he watched Naruto dodge and block Nezo's attack and energy blast before he counter-attacked with his own. To think that Naruto can move faster than the speed of light, which is scientifically impossible for a human being even with chakra, yet somehow, a loser, someone like him actually made it possible. He is very lucky to have such an amazing gift. "My flames of youth are shining." A fiery aura appeared around Lee. Yes, he knew Naruto was someone special the moment their eyes met each other when they introduced themselves a few days ago. Now he would like challenge Naruto in order to see how far ahead he truly is when it comes to speed. "Sheesh, the hell is up with these two?" Kankuro asked. "I can't see them. Damn, my eyes hurt just from trying to keep up with them," Tamari exclaimed, rubbing her eyes a little bit. Storm and her team just watched on with interest. To think that Naruto Uzumaki would move at such a speed along with that Nezo character. Though if Storm was honest with herself, she was hoping to see some Uzumaki clan sealing techniques to see if he was who he claims to be. Or better, the legendary infamous chakra sealing chains that members of the Uzumaki clan possess. But so far he hasn't used none. Could he be wanting to use them until the next round of the exam? Storm asked herself with narrowed eyes. Or does he not know about his own clan? It would honestly make sense. After all, he is supposedly the last of the famous Uzumaki clan, as the rest have been extincted or scattered out throughout the world. Either way, she'll find out soon. For now, she'll sit back and enjoy the show. Naruto charges at Nezo, but just before he could attack, the yellow flash's son vanished and was running around him as after images of him were seen. Try to keep up. Everyone, except for Tails and Blaze, looked on in stunned silence at seeing the after images of Naruto attacking Nezo in many directions. "Whoa, how is Naruto doing that?" Sakura asked with an awe expression. "He's entered boost mode." Blaze replied. "Boost mode?" Kakashi raised a brow. "Yeah." Tails nodded. It's basically a higher level of speed that's entered after running for a while at top speed. As you can see, it can leave after images. But the only ones who knows how to enter it is me and Naruto. He turns to Blaze curiously. How do you know about it, Blaze? Because I can enter it as well. Blaze answered, much to their surprise. Cool. Tails smiled happily. Boost mode, Lee muttered as he looked very interested at the technique, judging by the stars in his eyes, which was matched by Guy. So just like the spin dash and the homing attack, we can also learn how to enter boost mode. Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto is definitely teaching them a lot of new techniques that he's come up with. What was that old saying again? The student becomes the teacher while the teacher becomes the student. Kakashi soon narrowed his eyes as he begins to see smoke coming from the soles of Naruto's feet. It would seem that Naruto is going so fast on his feet, it's causing his sandals to slightly burn up. Meaning that if Naruto keeps on going faster and faster, the sandals will end up burning. No wonder he wore those shoes. Kakashi thought. Hiruzen had the same thoughts exactly. He may be old, but nothing escape his keen eye. No wonder Naruto's shoes, or sneakers as he calls them, never got burned during his examination. They were made from special materials that made them heat resistance. It won't be long until Naruto ends up burning those sandals once he starts running. Looks like they're gonna have to find some brand new shoes that can handle Naruto's speed without burning up. Thankfully, Hiruzen knows someone who can help with that and is happy to know that same someone will be returning to the Leaf Village soon. Naruto had quickly avoided an attack from Nezo's energy blast. He grins in cocky manner. Okay, time to finish this with my ultimate technique. He does a spin dash and began to charge up. Ultimate technique, huh? Nezo asked as he took a stance. Everyone watched as orbs of white light appeared and entered his body. What the hell? What's happening? Tamari asked, looking at the lights that were gathering towards Naruto. And where did those orbs come from? Is it a jutsu? I don't think so. Kankura muttered. Ara continued to watch with arms crossed, but this time his eyes were narrowed as he watched Naruto and this Nezo character. He was also trembling as he kept his gaze on Naruto. Knuckles twitched once more before he started to open his eyes. What the hell, what happened? He looks down and blinks a couple of times to get rid of the blurry vision. Naruto stopped spinning, but his whole body was glowing in a neon-like blue light, much to everyone's amazement. He grins as Nezo summoned his clones out again and they charged at him. Ready, he waits until they were close enough. Go. Naruto disappeared into a flash of neon blue light. The light attacked the Nezo clones as they got sent flying away, but were getting attacked by the flashes. This is Hiruzen thought, wide eyes as he watched a blue flash. This was like the Flying Thunder God, the same one that the second Hokage invented and the one that earned Minato his title Yellow Flash. Where on earth did Naruto learn such a technique? The Chunin and Shiknin were equally shocked and amazed at seeing the blue flash instantly going after every Nezo clone in an instant. However, Kakashi was the most amazed of them all as he was reminded of his sensei. The genin were in awe as they watched Naruto fight all of the Nezo clones at once. Storm had an interested look on her face, Dosu looked surprised along with the Sand team except Gaara, who was wide-eyed. Yet Tails cheered in excitement as he jumped around. It's the light speed attack, his words caught everyone's attention. The what attack? Asuma asked as Tails excitedly turns to him. The light speed attack, it's a move that allows Naruto to attack at light speed, his reply shocked everyone. Back on Angel Island, Naruto found something called the Ancient Light. When he absorbed it, it allowed him to unlock the light speed attack. That made everyone's eyes widen in awe as they stared at the amazing blue light that was Naruto. The light speed attack, Kakashi whispered. This technique was so similar to the Flying Thunder God it was scary. But from the looks of it, it would seem that this technique can only be used by Naruto himself, seeing how he absorbed this ancient light that Tails was talking about. But that just leaves the question of what this ancient light is. This technique is definitely like Minato's own Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen thought to himself, smiling fondly. It is no coincidence that the light speed attack is similar to it. Minato, did you somehow leave this gift for Naruto? Really? That's awesome, Choji said in excitement as he turns back to the fight in awe. This guy, Shikamaru smirked. He's definitely not the Naruto we grew up with, ain't that the truth? Ino agreed. Way to go, Naruto, Sakura cheered. Youth, I am getting fired up even more, Lee thought as the fiery aura came back. He has now found himself a new rival in Naruto Uzumaki, his flames of youth is shining so very brightly and now he must shine as well to catch up to him. Naruto, you're incredible, Hinata thought with a happy smile. Blaze had a smile on her face. For a moment, after seeing Naruto getting beaten like that, she wanted to get down there and make Nezo have a taste of her power. But seeing him getting back up and fighting back, she backed down. He was definitely going to win this fight. Amazing, Kakashi thought as he watched each Nezo clone vanish into thin air. Looks like Blaze was right. Naruto keeps growing stronger and stronger every day. For a brief second, Kakashi thought he saw the blue flash turn into a yellow flash, making his eyes widen for a moment. Fourth. Where am I? Knuckles muttered as he looked up. Due to his blurry vision, he had to blink a couple of times and shake his to get rid of it. Wow, a bright blue light moving from place to place really fast. He looks around some more before noticing a certain two-tailed fox. Wait, Tails. Hey Tails, he called out, getting everyone's attention. Knuckles' Tails smiled happily. What's going on? Where is this? Knuckles asked. He tried to move but looked down and saw he was tied up. And why am I tied up? It's Naruto, he's fighting Nazo, Tails told him, pointing at the battle. Knuckles' eyes widened before they were narrowed in anger. He remembers now. That creep in the mask that got the jump on him, Nazo. He looks at the battle before him while struggling to get out of his binds. Once all the Nazo clones vanished, there was only one left and Naruto was just about finishing him off. Once he sent Nazo to the air with a devastating uppercut. He instantly appeared on the ceiling, staring down at Nazo with a grin before he charged at him with a spin dash. Naruto landed a direct hit as both were sent falling back down to the arena floor. Insert song end. Boom. The ultimate ninja slammed Nazo down to the ground as a large crater was formed. He bounced off of him and got out of the crater, smirking down at Nazo. How'd you like that, tough guy? He won? Sakura whispered. A bright happy smile soon appeared on her face. He won, Tails shouted out happily. Naruto won. Kakashi sighed in relief. He stares at Naruto before he smiles, pulling his forehead protector down to cover the Sharingan. Like father, like son. Alright, Naruto, Ino cheered. About time he won. Shikamaru smiled. Yahoo, nice one, Choji cheered. Yes, what an incredible battle, Lee exclaimed, throwing his hands up. Neji closed his eyes. Very impressive. He'll have to keep an eye on Uzumaki. Naruto won, thank goodness. Hinata whispered as she wiped the tears away from her eyes, smiling softly. That boy never ceases to amaze me. Hiruzen smiled. Idiot, Iruka smiled as he gave a laugh. Almost got me scared for a moment, so he won. Storm said as she closed her eyes and smirked. Not bad, Uzumaki. Damn. And it was starting to get intense. Kankuro said as Tamari nodded. Aki looked at Gaara and saw his trembling hand. He looks up and saw his narrowed eyes. His bloodlust is starting to act up. He must be getting anxious to want fight that Uzumaki kid. Great job. Knuckles said, getting Naruto's attention as he smiled happily. About time you woke up, Chuckles. Naruto chuckled, making Knuckles growl in annoyance. Quit calling me that, fish cake, Knuckles told him, making Naruto growl back. He destroyed the rope that binded him and fell to the floor, landing on his feet. Amy. Naruto instantly turns to the captured girl and runs to her just as she began to fall to the floor. He immediately caught her bridal style and took out a kunai, cutting the ropes off. Amy, hey Amy, are you okay? Then Naruto. Amy opened her eyes and immediately blushed as she saw Naruto's slightly bloody face close to hers. A bright smile appeared as her eyes sparkled, making Naruto blink. Naruto. Ah. Amy immediately jumped Naruto, arms wrapped around his neck and her cheek rubbing his, making a massive blush appear on his cheeks. It grew further as he felt her chest against his once again. Knuckles smirked mockingly at Naruto, making the ultimate ninja glare at him in annoyance. He soon looked at the crater Nazo was, a serious look on his face as he walked up to it, bumping his fists together. Oh Naruto, I'm so glad you're okay, Amy cried as tears gathered in her eyes. I missed you so much. Take it easy, I'm still hurt, Naruto told her, his face still red. And let me go, you're embarrassing me, but Amy didn't care as she was just so happy to see her love interest again. Everyone stared at the comical scene with various reaction. Hinata looked on with a comical shocked expression, Tails was giggling, Asuma chuckled, Sakura and Ino were gushing, Shikamaru shook his head, Choji blinked, Hiruzen released a chuckle, Lee and Guy cheered, Kurenai looked amused, Anko was laughing out loud, Haruka was trying not laugh, Neji looked bemused, and Kakashi was surprised. On the other side, Storm raised a brow, Gaara stared at Naruto before looking at Nazo, Tamari and Kankuro were snickering, and Baki shook his head. Dosu was sweating nervously. Whoa. Talk about seeing the loophole. Kakashi said as he was reminded of Sakura doing that to Sasuke. It also didn't help that Amy looked exactly Sakura. Kakashi suddenly felt the air around him get hot for some reason, making him look to the side. His eye widened, seeing small flames dance around a crossed arm blaze as she stared at the two with a half-lidded expression. He immediately stepped away from her, along with Tails. I better stay away from her. The Jinnin sweat dropped. Naruto shivered fearfully. Someone's glaring at me. He also noticed it was getting hot, letting him know that Blaze was indeed angry. He slowly turns to her and saw her half-lidded expression, as well as her fiery aura, making him sweat. Well, he's in trouble. He's gone, Knuckles' voice echoed out in disbelief, getting everyone's attention. He clenched his fists and punched the floor. Nazo vanished. Naruto instantly got Amy off him and ran towards the crater. He looked down at the empty crater. His eyes narrowed while everyone looked shocked. Where did Nazo go? Sakura asked in shock. It was a clone. Kakashi said. He and everyone else heard someone clapping. Bravo. Looks like you indeed got stronger. Everyone turns and saw Nezo leaning on the wall and was clapping his hands. Amy's eyes widened fearfully as she instantly ran to Naruto's side and wrapped her arms around his. She definitely remembers him. He tried to kidnap her, but she fought back, only to end up getting beaten. Nezo Knuckles was about to charge at him before Naruto put his arm out in front of him, stopping him. He looks at him in confusion and annoyance. What are you? Tell me something. Naruto said, ignoring Knuckles as he put his arm down. Have I been fighting you this whole time or was it a damn clone? Oh no. You have been fighting me. The real me. Nezo answered. I just switched places with the clone before you did your little light show. Naruto narrowed his eyes. This guy is way stronger than he lets on. Well, there you go. I won and I got my friends back. Now tell me what the hell was that smoke and what did it do to me? Smoke? Knuckles raised a brow at Naruto. What was he talking about? You sure you wanna know? Nezo asked. Yeah, I do, answer my question, Naruto growled. Nezo chuckled. Don't say I didn't warn you. Naruto glares at him. The purple smoke that you inhaled after you got hold of my little box was the energy of Dark Gaia. His reply confused everyone, none more so than Naruto. But for some reason, everyone started to tense at hearing such a name. The Hokage himself begins to almost tremble as well, but he paid close to attention to hear what this masked boy had to say to Naruto and explain what this Dark Gaia is. The Dark Gaia, Amy said in a scared whisper as she instantly hugged Naruto's arm. What is this Dark Gaia? Naruto asked. Dark Gaia is the incarnation of darkness, night and destruction. A primordial hyper-energy organism born since the dawn of time. In other words, the beginning of everything. Nezo answered as everyone's eyes widened at hearing that. What? Naruto asked in a shocked tone. Time for history class, children, so I suggest you pay close attention. Nezo told everyone as though he was a teacher. Like I said, Dark Gaia originates from the beginning of time, having been spawned in the core of the earth after the planet first came into being, along with its counterpart Light Gaia. Think of them as manifestations of the world's balance between light and darkness. Everyone's eyes widened further as Nezo continued. Dark Gaia's purpose is to destroy this planet, while Light Gaia is to protect it from its evil counterpart. This started an endless conflict between Dark Gaia and Light Gaia, creating a continuous cycle of the destruction and rebirth of the earth over the eons. Amy suddenly felt Naruto shake. She looks up at him worriedly and her eyes widened as she saw something she had never seen on Naruto's face: fear. In this cycle, Dark Gaia would sleep in the Earth's core for millions of years, gathering negative energy from the world in order to mature. It would then awaken during the time of awakening as perfect Dark Gaia and break the planet apart before trying to utterly destroy it. Each time, however, Dark Gaia would be defeated by Light Gaia, who would rebuild the world and return Dark Gaia to dormancy, leaving it to gather up negative energy to awaken anew. Nearly everyone gasped in shock at this revelation. The Chunin, not even the Hokage himself, knew such creatures existed. Yes, they knew about the tailed beasts, but never of this Dark Gaia, or its counterpart. Sweat began to run down Naruto's face as his eyes begins to widen. Hold on, that doesn't make sense, Iruka shouted, having enough of what that boy was saying. You're telling us that some monster that's been here since the beginning of everything has been trying to destroy our planet for eons, and Light Gaia has been protecting us? Yes. Nezo nodded. And you expect us to believe all that crap? Anko asked with crossed arms, a doubtful expression. I really don't care what you believe. I'm speaking the truth. Nezo said. But then again he looks up at Sakura and the others and pointed at them. You can ask them. After all, they saw what happened to Naruto a few days ago and you felt its presence when he transformed. That made everyone tremble as they did recall sensing that thing's power. But that's impossible. If that's true, then how come none of us heard of this thing until now? Tamari asked, freaked out to learn that there's a monster living inside their planet's core and is currently asleep. That's because it's written in the Gaia manuscripts, which have been lost for a long time. Nezo replied. Gaia manuscripts? Hiruzen asked with a narrowed look on his face. Looks like you'll have to look into that later. How did you do it? Naruto asked, getting everyone's attention. They couldn't see his expression because of his hair shadowing his eyes, but they could definitely see his body trembling. How did you gather Dark Gaia's energy if this thing is in the planet's core right now? That's right, Blaze agreed with Naruto's question as it didn't make sense how Nezo managed to get this energy. This Dark Gaia is still within the core of the planet, so it's impossible to get there, and it's obvious that this time of awakening has not yet come in our era. That's because I went there. Nezo answered, shocking everyone and making Naruto grit his teeth in anger. He chuckled at the reactions. Oh yeah. It was incredible seeing all of that negative energy coming together to form Dark Gaia. I took a lot of sample of it and gave it to you, Naruto. Naruto was now huffing as purple electricity appeared, making Amy let go of him in surprise. Then Naruto? Amy asked as she backed away from him, seeing more electricity appear around him as his hair began to get spikier. Knuckles turns to Naruto with a surprised look, though his body did get tensed a little bit. If Naruto was going to change because of this Dark Gaia thing, then he will definitely get ready for a fight if need be. That's right, Naruto. Nezo said. Deep down inside you, you now hold the energy of the greatest and most deadliest deity this world has never seen or heard of before. Until now, that is. Naruto took a step forward before he began to walk to Nezo, getting everyone's attention. How does it feel? How does it feel to have a power that surpasses even the almighty Nine-Tails Fox? Nezo continued to taunt him, completely not caring of the wide eyes of everyone inside the arena. No, that's not right. This power is far stronger than the monster that's been around before the Nine-Tails birth or that woman. What? Blaze narrowed her eyes at Nezo. What on earth was he talking about now? Woman? What woman? And Nine-Tails? She looks at Naruto softly. Nine-Tails Fox. Tails whispered softly as the memory of the giant fox appeared in his head, making him grip his tails nervously. What the hell is a Nine-Tails Fox? Knuckles asked in confusion. Nine-Tails, Amy whispered as she looked at Naruto worriedly. In one of her tarot cards, before meeting Naruto, she saw a picture of a baby Naruto and the spirit of a giant Nine-Tails Fox behind him, so she already knew about it being sealed in Naruto. Something that surpassed the Nine-Tails. Hiruzen thought in shock. He knows that out of all the tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails Fox is definitely stronger than any one of them. But to hear something that surpasses even the nine tails of all beasts did not sit well with him, and it made him nervous. And what did he mean by monster that's been around before the Nine-Tails birth? Does that mean? Temari, Baki and Kankuro looked to Gaara and saw his shocked wide-eyed expression, and he was trembling. There's no doubt about it. The demon inside is starting to wake up. Speaking of, how is that giant furball Naruto? I'm sure it. Shut up, Naruto roared as he attempted to punch Nezo across his mask, only for him to catch it in his fist, making a shockwave erupt. Talk about rude. Nezo mocked. Why? Naruto demanded as he glared at Nezo hatefully, his eyes now cat-like green. Why did you give me this thing's power? It's simple, I'm preparing you for war. Nezo answered. War? Naruto asked in disbelief as horrified expressions appeared on some of the Leaf Genin's expressions. Knuckles looked shocked, Amy covered her mouth in horror, Blaze had her eyes widened, and Tails had a scared expression. And guess what? You and me? We are a part of it. Me? I'm with the bad guys. And you? You're with the goody two-shoes. Nezo continued as he released Naruto's fist, making him step back as his eyes returned to normal. The Jinin and Shinin eyes were widened in further shock, none more so than the third Hokage, whose shock was mixed in with horror. The Sand team, except for Gaara, eyes widened as well. Conquering Storm herself was shocked silent along with her team. What do you mean by that? Naruto demanded. I'll give you a hint. Nezo came up to Naruto and whispered something to his ear, so no one could hear him. Naruto's expression showed confusion as he stared at Nezo, just as he stepped back and started to walk backwards. See you around, Naruto. Nezo said. And don't try and get yourself killed. That's my job. Nezo Knuckles charged at him. But before he could even land a hit, Nezo vanished within the blink of an eye. He grit his teeth as Nezo's laughter could be heard before it vanished. Naruto looks down at his trembling hands, eyes widened in shock and fear. No, oh please no, why did this have to happen to him? The Nine Tails was bad enough, but now this. Hiruzen glared at the spot where Nezo vanished before he turns to look at Naruto, a soft worried expression on his face. The power of the nine-tailed fox, full of anger and rage. The power of Dark Gaia, full of darkness. With both of these powers inside him, it makes me wonder. Amy ran to Naruto and started to comfort him, but he wouldn't budge as he was still in shock. Meanwhile, deep inside Naruto's mind, a large cage is shown with a tag on it. However, red chakra, along with black energy with a neon blue glow to it, is shown coming out of the cage, along with a deep rumbling noise. How interesting. A male voice chuckled in amusement at the events it learned. Interesting indeed. A pair of glowing slitted red eyes opened up within the cage. Wouldn't you agree? How much danger is Naruto in? Are we all in? The silhouette of a figure can be seen standing in front of the cage. It gave off an evil chuckle as glowing green eyes and sharp white fang teeth are shown. Ultimate 16. Preliminary Rounds Part 2. After that intense battle with Nezo, Naruto didn't know how long he stared at his trembling hands, a shocked fearful look on his face. His thoughts kept racing all around his head about this new discovery he and everyone else learned. Dark Gaia. A demonic deity that's been living inside the planet's core since its creation. A manifestation of darkness, night and destruction. This thing has been around for eons, destroying the planet only to get defeated and sealed back into the planet's core until the next time of awakening when it's gathered enough negative energy. Now, a piece of that devil's energy is inside him. Naruto loudly growled as he started to tremble, not paying attention to the fact that black energy starts to form in one of his hands. Why did this happen to him first, the damn nine tails, now this. Nazo, who the hell is that guy, how does he know him? Hell, how does he even know about Sonic, Shadow and Silver? So many goddamn questions, but no answers, and that so-called war he was talking about. He then thought back on Nazo's words before he left. This world, along with the Hedgehog's world, are but one of many that exists. And when this war begins, all those worlds will collide. This world is one of many that exists. Will the world collide? Just what does it all mean? Damn it, Naruto roared as he punched the arena floor, making a fist-shaped hole crater. He grit his teeth angrily as he was about to punch the floor again, but got grabbed by Kakashi. Naruto, that's enough. Calm down, Kakashi told him. Calm down, Naruto looked at his sensei in disbelief and anger. I just found out that I have the energy of a demon god and you want me to calm down? Listen, I know you're angry, Kakashi was about to say before he got interrupted. Angry? I'm beyond angry, Naruto yelled as he removed his hand from Kakashi. Did you not hear what Nazo said? Dark Gaia has been around since the beginning of time. This thing grows stronger and stronger as it feeds off the negative energies of the planet. It's eating our emotions for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Now I have a piece of that thing inside my body. Despite Naruto's angry rant, Kakashi's lone eye narrowed as he saw something he had never seen in his student's eyes before. Fear. There was fear in Naruto's eyes. No, the better term is terrified. And Kakashi doesn't blame him at all. To be honest, everyone here has many reasons to be scared of the being known as Dark Gaia. But Naruto is the most scared of them. He is scared that this monster's energy is inside him. Scared that he might end using that power again and lose control again like what happened a few days ago. And most of all, scared that he could end up killing those close to him. Everyone else didn't say anything as they continued to listen to Naruto. And then there's Nazo. Just who the hell is he? How does he know so much about me? And what about this war he was talking about? Why am I part of it? Why are we a part of it? Naruto grips his head in anger and confusion. I have so many questions, and Nazo is the only one with the answers. Damn it, he launched a weak chaos spear at the statue, which only left a burn mark. But that didn't stop his already increasing anger as his face turned feral and purple static began to dance off his body while he let loose a feral growl. He felt someone touch his shoulder, making him look back to see Hiruzen, looking at him sternly yet with a concerned expression, especially seeing the snarl on Naruto's face. Calm down, Naruto. You have every right to be angry about what happened to you, but you can't lose control of your anger. Just look at your hand. Hiruzen told him. Naruto looked down to see the black energy covering his hand, making him gasp fearfully as he shook it, which thankfully made the darkness vanish. But that didn't stop his already trembling hands. The ultimate ninja saw someone else's hand touching his own. He looked up to see Amy, a worried look on her face. Knuckles himself had a somewhat concerned look in his eyes, though his expression didn't show it. Naruto's eyes widened as he slowly looks up at his friend's mainly Blaze, seeing the worried gaze she has on him, making him silently gasp before he looks down, his eyes shadowing over. It's bad enough that I got to deal with one monster now this. The Genin couldn't hear Naruto's whisper, but the Genin there could hear him, along with Amy and Knuckles since they were close. The Leaf Genin flinched from the mention of the monster Naruto was talking about. Hiruzen frowned sadly at Naruto as did Kakashi. Speaking of said monster, Naruto came down to a sudden realization that made him unconsciously grip his stomach, a fearful look on his face. Speaking of said monster, Naruto came down to a sudden realization that made him unconsciously grip his stomach, a fearful look on his face. If I have Dark Gaia's energy, does that mean? Naruto was too scared to finish his thought, but he probably already knew. If he has Dark Gaia's energy, then it's more than likely the Nine Tails might also have this energy, and it's a monster completely made out of chakra. He doesn't even want to know what would have happened if he used its power. I can't believe something like this has happened, Iruka thought to himself as he stared at Naruto. He grips the railing, making his knuckles turn white as he grits his teeth. Not only is Sasuke suffering from the curse mark, but now Naruto is suffering because of this Dark Gaia monster's energy inside him. What was happening to his precious students? The Nine Tails was bad enough, but now this and this war Nazo was talking about. Naruto, a younger Naruto, appears in Iruka's mind, but he had a dead look in his eyes. Hasn't he suffered enough already? Hinata stared at her crush with a worried gaze. She couldn't believe what this Nazo person has done to him and about this Dark Gaia creature. Plus there was this war Nazo was talking about. She was scared, horrified, that Naruto is actually a part of it. She knew what war is like as she read and heard about it from the academy and veteran Hyuga clan members respectively. To know that both Nazo and Naruto were going to fight in it scared her because Naruto could die in it and she didn't want that to happen, not without her telling him her feelings. What's worse, from the way Nazo said it, it sounds like the war might be happening soon. Very soon. Just the thought of losing Naruto in this war, never seeing his cheerful happy self again, made her tear up. "Oh Naruto," she whispered as a tear slid down her eye and she clenched her jacket tightly. Kurenai stared at her student as she shed a tear, more than likely about what happened to Naruto and this war he's about to fight in. Hinata, she brought one arm around her and embraced her before staring at Naruto worriedly. Dark Gaia, even more powerful than the Nine Tails and a creature that's been around before its birth. What was he talking about? And what woman? Shino was silent as always, but if you look closely, you can see the sweat dripping down his head. "Unbelievable," Shikamaru said, shaking his head as he tried to wrap around the events that just happened. "Just what the heck is going on here? It's like things are getting more and more crazier by the minute." "I'll say," Ino agreed, trembling fearfully. First Sasuke having that weird power, then Naruto transforming into that monster, now this Nezo creep and Dark Gaia. This keeps getting scarier. "Don't forget about this war Nezo talked about," Asuma said, taking a puff of his cigarette, staring at Naruto in concern. Adding to the fact that Nezo and Naruto are going to be in it makes it scarier judging from the fight we just witnessed between them. "Oh man," Choji muttered fearfully, becoming scared of Naruto. He couldn't understand why only Naruto of all people is in this war and not any of them. It just didn't make sense, they were still genin for crying out loud. "Sensei," Lee spoke softly. "Isn't there anything we can do to help our friend Naruto in this war?" "That's something even though I don't know, Lee," Guy said seriously. "War, it's a very scary thing. When we were young some of us fought in it and some genin couldn't handle the amount of deaths it caused, so they dropped out and became civilians." He turns to look at Naruto, seeing him not moving a muscle, most likely still in shock from what he learned. If both Naruto and Nezo are going to be in it, then it tells us that there's at least some sort of connection between them. The connection? Niji asked himself as he looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes, thoughts appearing in his head as he tried to come with what those connections are. Judging from the interaction, it would seem like Nezo knows Naruto, almost as if the two of them were friends or something. But Naruto doesn't seem to know Nezo, as according to him, they seem to have fought at this little planet. Who exactly is this Nezo? What's his connection with Naruto Uzumaki? "Damn, so that kid and Nezo guy are going to war, huh?" Kankuro asked, smirking a little bit. "Glad I'm not in it." "No kidding. I almost feel sorry for that kid." Tamari nodded but then felt her hands shaking. But still Dark Gaia. She and Kankuro looked towards their younger brother and saw he was staring directly at Naruto. Storm didn't say anything. She just looked down at Naruto before closing her eyes. So now Uzumaki has a demonic energy of a deity No has heard from. A very small part of her feels sorry for him, but the other part not so much. To her that just meant Uzumaki's power has increased further and she wants to see just how powerful he really is now. Sakura spoke up sadly. "Sasuke, Naruto, why did this have to happen to us?" Memories of her time with them came to her mind. I just don't understand it, everything was just going great again too with Naruto coming back, but now Sasuke and the curse mark, and now this. This is too much." Tails was silent as he looked at his big brother figure sadly. To have all this happen to him and seeing him like that made him sad. He wants to go down and help him, but he just doesn't know what to say or do. He looks up at Blaze, seeing that her eyes were focused on Naruto. "Blaze," he called out to her softly. Blaze didn't say anything as she continued to stare at Naruto. She jumps down, of course from the railing she melted, getting everyone's attention, except for Naruto. She walks up to her childhood friend till she was in front of him while Amy backed away, wanting to see what would happen. "Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, look at me," Blaze said sternly. He couldn't. He just couldn't look at her even though he wanted to so much. If anything, Naruto looked down further, unable to meet her eyes. He just didn't have it in him to face her, not after the bomb that was just dropped. Blaze sighed to herself before she did the logical thing. Bonk, I punching him in the noggin with a fiery fist. Now Naruto cried out comically as he rubbed the spot where Blaze hit him, making those around to blink or look surprised. Ow ow ow, what the hell, he was about to tell Blaze off but stopped as she pulled him into a hug, making him gasp as a blush formed on his face. She released him staring right into his eyes. "Naruto, it's okay to be afraid. Everyone here is afraid of what we learned, even me," Blaze told him. "But you can't let that fear or your anger cloud you, cause if you do, you'll only increase the chances of the darkness inside you to consume you." Naruto flinched from that. I know that it's just he starts to tremble, but stopped when Blaze put a hand to his cheek, making him look at her again. "I know. You're scared that you might lose control like what happened and may end up fighting us again." Naruto's eyes moved down, a guilty expression. "However, you seem to have forgotten one thing." Naruto gave her his attention. "You're Naruto Uzumaki. The next Hokage of the Leaf Village, aren't you?" Blaze asked with a smile on her face. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at Blaze, his mouth open in surprise. She giggled slightly at his expression and continued what she had to say to him. "Every Hokage, even Lords 3rd and 4th, had to go through hardships to get to where they are now. No matter how difficult it was for them, they still kept going knowing that they'll overcome them, not just because they're strong. Blaze puts her hand down from Naruto's cheek and to his chest. They have people there to help them through it. So don't let something like this get you down. You'll overcome this and we'll be there to help you, along with this war Nazo was talking about. Naruto stared at Blaze for a moment before he looked at Kakashi and Lord Third, seeing them both smile and nod their heads. He looks at Amy and Knuckles, seeing Amy smile lovingly at him while nodding her head while Knuckles turned away, but Naruto could see the small smile on his face. He turns to Tails and Sakura, both of them smiling happily at him as they too nodded their heads. He even looks at Iruka, seeing him nod as well. You guys. A smile slowly appears on Naruto's face before it turns into the famous Sonic grin. That's right, I'm the world's ultimate ninja after all, ain't no way I'm going to let this slow me down, especially when I'm at the top of my game. If I'm ever in a pickle, I can always count on you guys to get me out of it, right? That instantly made smiles appear. Tails cheered as he flew down too till he was in front of Naruto's face. You know I'll always be there for you. The duo did a double high five. Me too. Amy instantly wrapped her arms around Naruto's. And so will we. Hiruzen smiled. You know it. Kakashi agreed. Naruto smiled softly at them before he turned to Blaze, his cheeks reddening softly. Thanks Blaze. I needed that. Blaze smiled and nodded her head. He suddenly felt intense pain in his arm. Amy, he looked down at her before he turned white as those ghosts from the Sandopolis. Amy was smiling, a bright and chipper smile. Only problem was that her upper face was completely shadowed over and her eyes had a scary dark look in them. Naruto, who is she? Amy asked, leaning a little too closely to Naruto's face as her face darkened further, making him sweat nervously. Yes, I'm curious as well. Blaze spoke up, glaring at Naruto with a half-lidded stare, making him stare at her with a comical shocked look on his face. Aren't you going to introduce us? Naruto began to sweat bullets as both Amy and Blaze gazed at him, waiting for him to explain who they were. He turned to look at Kakashi for help but saw that he and Lord Third had already got up on the platform. He turned to Tails and Knuckles and saw they were up there too. He sent a comical betrayed expression to them. Why? They all looked sheepish except for Knuckles who was grinning mockingly at him. Well, we're waiting. Blaze said, crossing her arms. Naruto gulps nervously, eyes darting around frantically as he tried to think of a way out the situation he was in. Oh right, well you see. Hate to interrupt you cough, but we still have to continue. Hate said, raising his hand. Right, gotcha Amy, this is Blaze, my best friend from childhood. Blaze, this is Amy, the girl I mentioned when I was on Little Planet, Naruto said as he used his telekinesis to grab them and flew up the platform. Due to the interruption and sudden arrival of the unknown shinobi Nazo and his battle against Naruto Uzumaki, I guess Naruto automatically wins and advances. We will be taking a 5-minute break. Most of the genin looked surprised from that but didn't say anything. 5 minutes, huh? Naruto asked, cracking his neck. Gives me some time to heal. He flinched when Knuckles punched his arm. Ow hey, he glared at him. So are you gonna tell me where I am or do I have to guess? Knuckles asked Naruto before looking around. And what's up with this stadium? You are in the village hidden in the leaves. Hiruzen answered, getting Knuckles, along with Amy's, attention. My name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'm the Hokage, the leader of this village. It's nice to meet you both, Knuckles and Ms. Rose. Knuckles and Amy look surprised to see a leader actually here in this arena watching the fights and that he knows who they are. Amy smiled happily, already knowing that Naruto no doubt told him about her. She did a polite ladylike bow. It's nice to meet you as well Mr. Hiruzen. My name is Amy Rose. Please just call me Amy. Okay Gramps, how do you know my name? Knuckles asked rather rudely, which earned some slight glares from the older Leaf Shinobi. Hiruzen however smiled, looking deep into Knuckles' purple eyes. In a way, he was definitely a spitting image of Naruto. Why Naruto told us all about you and Amy when he came back to the village a little while ago. What? Knuckles twitched his eyebrows and glared at the sheepish-looking Naruto. Are you serious? Yup. Welcome to my turf knucklehead. Naruto chuckled. And relax, you can trust him. He is the Hokage after all. He leaned into Knuckles' ear, a Cheshire cat-like grin on his face. But he's also a pervert who reads smut like my eye hot I'm on fire. Knuckles' eyes widen. Not from the fact that Naruto is getting burned alive right now, since he doesn't really care about that and enjoyed it a little bit, but from the little information about the Hokage reading dirty books. It made him blush slightly as he stared at Hiruzen, who only tilted his hat down to cover his face. Everyone else was seeing the screaming Naruto being burnt alive comically by Blaze, with shocked expressions. Seeing how he had enough of her punishment, the Fire Princess snapped her fingers and the fire dispersed, leaving a comically burnt Naruto as he coughed out smoke and fell back. Hiruzen sighed tiredly and rubbed the bridge of his forehead. Thank you Blaze. Blaze nodded while she continued to glare at Naruto. Knuckles stared at the burnt Naruto before he sighed in annoyance and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Well, that's just great. I'm in a ninja village. He turns to walk away. I better hurry up and return to the hold up a sec. Naruto shot back up and wrapped his arms around the guardian while shaking the dirt off him. Okay, so you were brought here against your will by Nazo. And yeah, he no doubt kicked your ass, which I'm a teeny tiny little bit disappointed that I missed because it would have been funny. That to the point, Knuckles growled. The point is, he came to the island just for you and you alone, not the Master Emerald. That means it's no doubt safe and sound, so there's no reason for you to just rush off back home. Naruto told him, smiling slightly. You should take this chance to hang out with us instead, get to see more of this huge world. Outwardly, Knuckles looked at Naruto with a half-lidded glare while he continued to smile happily. But inwardly, he was surprised at his suggestion and was tempted to take the offer. He sighed and shook his head, removing Naruto's arm off of him. No, he just couldn't. He has a duty to fulfill, and that duty is to protect the Master Emerald at all cost. Look, as much as I want to stay I can't. Naruto and everyone else blinked at Knuckles. He turns to walk off the platform. You and Tails already know that I have to protect the Master Emerald from anything or anyone that could harm it. It is my nope. Knuckles gasped as he found himself covered in a cyan aura. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He yells comically at Naruto, who smiled happily. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto summons a clone. Go to Angel Island and watch the Master Emerald until Mr. Stick in the Mud over here is finished with his mini vacation. Got it, boss. The clone said as he teleported in a blue flash. Naruto gave a satisfied nod and turned to Knuckles, releasing him from his Spanish pesetas and making him glare. He crossed his arms and sent him a deadpan look. Listen, Chuckles, you've been living on that flying island by yourself, guarding that emerald. Meaning aside from me, Tails and Eggman, you've never met anyone else outside and don't even know what the world is like. The Leaf Genin, not including Sakura as she knows about Knuckles' situation, were surprised to hear that. Naruto grins happily. So as your new best friend, I'm gonna let you have a nice week-long vacation here in the Hidden Leaf Village, whether you like it or not. Knuckles' mouth opened in shock as he stared at Naruto comically as though he was an idiot. He heard some giggles, making him turn and saw everyone looking at the two with smirks or smiles on their faces. Don't bother fighting at Knuckles. Kakashi told him, smiling at him. When Naruto says something, he'll definitely make it happen. And from what Naruto told us about you, you kind of earn it. He's also a stubborn idiot. Blaze added in with a teasing smirk. Iruka nodded in agreement before he decided to leave and head back to the academy, knowing that everything's okay now. Knuckles stared at them before moving to Naruto, who rubbed his head sheepishly, back and forth. He rubbed his head and once again sighed in annoyance. Fine. Whatever, I'll stay. For a week he turns his head away. And we're not friends, let alone best friends. Sweet, I'll take you to the greatest spots in the village, and of course we're friends, buddy, don't be shy about it. Naruto laughed. I ain't shy, Knuckles comically roared with a large vein on his head. Sure you're not, Naruto cheekily said, slapping Knuckles back, only to flinch suddenly as he held his left arm. He could also feel his legs trembling slightly, causing him to fall on the platform, which worried everyone. Are you okay, pal? Tails asked worriedly. Yeah. Just a little bit sore. Naruto said, rubbing his left arm softly. The same arm that he used to create the Chaos Spear to clash with Nazo's weird jutsu. He could see his left arm is trembling, possibly from thinking about it. Man, the hell was that jutsu? Hiruzen frowned as he stared at the trembling arm and legs as his friends helped him up. Staring at the trembling legs told him that Naruto wasn't used to moving that fast at the level of speed he was in, despite his incredible skills with it. His body needs to be more properly conditioned so that he won't have to go through this again. As for the arm, it's still feeling the after effects of the Rasengan after clashing it with the Chaos Spear. Nazo, where on earth did he learn that technique? There were only 3 people in this world that knew Rasengan. Minato is dead and Kakashi obviously didn't teach it since he hasn't used it in a long time. So that only leaves. No. Even if it's him, he wouldn't be foolish enough to teach someone his student's personal jutsu. Hiruzen thought, eyes narrowed. Nazo. Who on earth are you? How do you know about Rasengan? What is your connection to Naruto? And why are you two going to fight in a war? Are you sure you're okay? Amy asked in a concerned tone, making Naruto nod. Yeah. I'm cool. The ultimate ninja replied as Blaze helped him back up on his feet. Hinata looks at Naruto, seeing him flinch from the pain he sustained from Nazo. She looks down at the medicine in her hand before looking up at Naruto, seeing Amy crowding him. With a new resolve, she nods to herself and walks up to Naruto. She caught everyone's attention, especially Naruto, which made her blush. Hey Hinata. What's up? Naruto greeted her, ignoring the pout Amy was giving him. Instead of answering, Hinata held her hands out, showing him the medicine she was holding. Kurenai seeing this smirked slightly at her student. Hinata. Well. Seems that Hinata is starting to get bold. It must be because of the competition. What's this? Naruto asked. It's healing ointment. Kurenai answered. Healing ointment? Naruto asked, looking at the ointment before looking at Hinata in surprise. Is this for me? Hinata looks down, but has a heated blush across her face. Eventually she nodded her head, which made Naruto go wide-eyed before he grins happily. Way past cool, the ultimate ninja gently took the medicine out of her hands. Thanks a lot, Hinata. You rock. Oh, you're welcome, Naruto. Hinata said shyly as she turned away, trying to hide her burning face and the wide smile that appeared. Naruto blinks in confusion from that as he turned to Kurenai, only to see her nod in approval at the action, while trying to hide a smirk. He turns to Tails and Knuckles, with a raised brow, and they shrug. Well, thanks again, Hinata, I owe ya. Naruto walked away to join Kakashi and Sakura, with Tails and Knuckles following after him. Blaze followed as well, but not before glancing at Hinata out of the corner of her eyes. Amy, however, was glaring at Hinata with fire in her eyes. HMPH, she huffed as she walked past her and went to join Naruto. Anyway, Naruto said happily as he started to use the medicine on his scars. Knuckles, Amy, I want you guys to meet one of the greatest teachers I have ever met and the one most famous ninja in the book. He points at Kakashi. Kakashi Haddock of the Sharingan Eye. Yo. Kakashi greeted them with a two-finger salute. Sharing what now? Knuckles asked. And what book are you talking about? The bingo book, duh. Naruto replied, making the Red Guardian send him a deadpan look. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kakashi. Amy bowed, causing Kakashi to rub his head sheepishly. Hey, none of that Mr. stuff. Just call me Kakashi. Or Kakashi-sensei, Tails added in happily, which made Kakashi laugh sheepishly. And this is one of my teammates, Sakura. Naruto held his hand towards her. Sakura? Naruto turns to her and blinked in confusion. Right now, Sakura was staring at Amy with a dumbfounded expression as Amy did the same thing. They looked each other up and down before slowly raising a hand up. They instantly put their hands down. They tilt their heads in the same direction before moving it back in place. Everyone near them was looking back and forth between the two as they continued to copy what they were doing, more than likely because of the resemblance between them. Pink hair, red dress, red headband, and their love for certain people. Amy and Sakura started to say but stopped as though they were waiting for one to start. Hello. Everyone near them sweat drops. My name is Amy Rose. Amy introduced herself. Why yeah. I'm Sakura. Sakura Haruno, and nice to meet you, Sakura said in an uncertain tone. Nearby Ino, Shikamaru and Choji were looking at the two girls in confusion. Choji soon turns to Ino in complete confusion. Hey, did Sakura ever mention anything about having a twin? The Akimichi heir asked curiously. Ino stared at him with a raised brow. Are you kidding? I've been to her house plenty of times when we were kids and I've never seen her in any family pictures. So if she did have a twin, I would have known about it. They gotta be related in some way. Shikamaru said uncaring. Aside from their appearance, the only difference is that one obviously likes Naruto and the other likes Sasuke. It's a total drag that we have to deal with another Sakura. Ino nodded her head and looked at the two, seeing that they're trying to not make things awkward around them. There's no doubt in her mind that the two bore a striking resemblance to each other, they would be confused as twin sisters. But like Shikamaru said, Amy likes Naruto while she and Miss Forehead like Sasuke. Plus, and she really hated to admit it, but Amy also has a slightly bigger chest than every girl in their age group. She touched her chest before she pouts in annoyance. But then her eyes slowly moved towards Knuckles, who leaned on the wall, and she found herself staring at him with a heated blush on her face as she saw hearts floating around him. First was his stern handsome face, which, from what she heard earlier, showed that he considered himself to be a loner, like Sasuke, and takes his job very seriously. Then her eyes traveled downwards to look at his rock-hard abs. Out of all the boys in the village, Knuckles and Naruto are the only ones in their age group to have such muscles on their bodies. While Naruto's muscles were lean and athletic, Knuckles looked like he was toned to the point where you can obviously see it. Oh my gosh, he's so hot, Ino thought as she continued to stare at him. Knuckles felt someone's eyes on him. He turns his head and looks to Ino. Her whole face turned red from embarrassment at being caught before she hid herself between her sensei and the boys, who looked confused until they realized who she was staring at. She peeks out to stare at him before hiding back, her blush increasing. He raised a brow at the girl's odd behavior, but shrugged it off and turned his attention to the pink-headed girls. So yeah. Naruto spoke, getting Amy and Knuckles' attention. My other teammate is Sasuke, though he's resting right now. You may like him or you may hate him, it's up to you. I'll introduce the others later when this is over and done with. Knuckles raised a brow while Amy nodded happily. By the way. Naruto turns to Amy curiously. What was so important that you had to come from wherever you were to come here? What do you mean? Amy asked as she happily hugged her destined hero, making Blaze's eyebrow twitch in annoyance. I came here to see you again, silly. She released him and pulled something out from behind her dress. Plus I came to give you this. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw a green chaos emerald in her hand. Whoa, Naruto stepped back in surprise as his hair spiked upwards for a moment. A chaos emerald, oh? Kakashi leaned in to get a closer look, an interesting and fascinating look in his eye. So that's a chaos emerald. Wow, it's so pretty. Sakura said as her eyes sparkled in awe at the emerald's glow. Where did you find it? Tails asked, staring at the emerald with widened eyes. I found it when I was trying to find my way to the Hidden Leaf Village. Amy said, handing Naruto the emerald. She frowned. But then that jerk Nezo just up and attacked me, he even destroyed my precious car. The car? What's a car? Sakura asked curiously. Amy stared at Sakura with a stunned expression, making her uncomfortable. You don't know what a car is? She asked as her fellow pink-haired friend shook her head. She turns to Kakashi and he shrugged in response. Hey, I don't know what it is either. First time I'm hearing about it. Knuckles blinks as he stared at Kakashi and Sakura, as though they were idiots. How the hell do these people not know what a car is? Hell, even though he's lived on an island he knows what it is. Naruto quickly went by Amy's ear and covered his mouth so that only she could hear his whisper. Amy, we live on a continent ruled by shinobi with minimal technology. Tails nods in agreement as he whispered to Amy's other ear. That's right. Nobody here or anywhere in the shinobi nations knows what a car is. Besides, the nations don't have any streets. The shinobi relies on walking or running to reach their destinations. Oh, got it. Amy nodded her head in understanding. She turns to Sakura. Well, don't worry about it, Sakura. I'll tell you all about it later. Okay. Sakura said. Blaze sighed to herself but then smiled softly in a somewhat proud manner as she watched the interaction between Naruto and everyone. To think that in all these years in their time apart he had gained so many friends. When she heard about Naruto's violent behavior from Lord Third, she became shocked to the core to hear that he had attacked many people who talked about her or tried to take away his lucky charm. She was also worried because the shinobi may have done some harm to him in his feral state, but was impressed to find out that he actually managed to take them down and even sent them to the hospital. She had no idea that she drove such an impact on Naruto's life to the point where he would violently attack someone just because they were talking ill about her or because they took his lucky charm. But then again, he himself made an impact on her life as well. So of course she would no doubt react the same way he did. Hey Blaze, Naruto called out to her, getting her attention. He happily showed her the Chaos Emerald. See? This is one of the 7 Chaos Emeralds I was talking about. He gained a thoughtful look as he leaned to her. So? Does your you-know-what look like this? Blaze shook her head at the whispered question. No. The Chaos Emeralds are brilliant cut, while mine are emerald cut. She took the emerald out of his hands and examined it. It's weird. I know it's my first time seeing it, but I feel like I've seen this before. Almost like déjà vu. Naruto finished, getting Blaze's attention. Trust me. Ever since I met Dr. Nega, Tails, Amy and Knuckles, I've been feeling it all the time. Right. Blaze said, looking at the emerald once more. The energy of this Chaos Emerald is so similar to the Soul Emeralds that it's carry. And she should know because she's been near the Soul Emerald since her birth, so she can easily sense their energy. But this Chaos Emerald, why did she feel like she's seen it? She has never seen it and didn't even know that they existed until Naruto told her about them in his stories. Now holding it in her hand, she knows and feels that she's seen this emerald. But when though? Blaze shook her head and handed the emerald back to Naruto, who was staring at her in confusion because of that concentrated look on her face. The ultimate ninja was gonna ask her what was wrong but was interrupted. Ahem, Hayate coughed as he got everyone's attention. The 5-minute break is over, now we can announce the next matchup. Sweet Naruto grins as the emerald vanished within his being. Everyone turned their attention to the screen as multiple names began flashing on it. Eventually the names stopped. Hinata Hyuga, yes. Neji Hyuga. Hinata's eyes widened in shock and fear as she stared up at the screen. Neji's eyes were narrowed as a glint appeared in them. They both walked down to the arena and stared at one another. Hinata Kurenai thought worriedly as she could see her student nervous. What an interesting matchup, Hiruzen thought. I was silent as he stared at Neji. I never thought I would be facing you, Hinata. Neji said coldly. Nor I, brother, Hinata said. Hold on, what did she call him? Sakura asked in a surprised tone. Brother? These two are siblings. Naruto asked, looking between them. Well, they do have the same last name. Knuckles said, walking up to the railing. Now that this break is over, he can see what these ninjas are capable of, especially since they're around his age. So of course they're siblings or something. But who exactly are they? They are members of the Leaf's oldest and greatest bloodline. The Hyuga clan. But they aren't brother and sister. Kakashi explained. Whoa, really? Tails asked. Their clan is that old. Then what are they? Sakura asked. Maybe they're cousins. Amy suggested. Well, they are members of the Hyuga clan's main house and branch house. So Amy's right about them being cousins. Kakashi nodded towards her as she giggled. Main house and branch house. Tails asked, looking at Kakashi. What does that mean? Knuckles asked as well, now wanting to know more about this old clan. It means that Hinata belongs to the family's main house, directly descended by the clan head. Rock Lee explained as though he was a teacher. While Niji's family is just a side branch of the clan. Wow, two family members fighting each other? Tails asked. That might make things difficult. Yeah, I can't help but feel for them. Sakura said. Blaze narrowed her eyes at Niji. Something told her that Niji must have something against Hinata. Rock Lee, can you explain why Niji seems hostile to Hinata? Well, Lee started, looking down at Niji. It's because. What is it? Amy asked. Many things have happened between the two houses over the years. Lee explained. And right now they don't get along very well. His response made everyone look surprised, except for Naruto, who continued to watch the two Hyuga members with a narrowed gaze. Why? Knuckles asked. What exactly happened between them? This is normal with old houses, but Lee started as he turned to everyone. In order to protect the blood and house of the original Hyuga family, many rules have been established throughout the main family. In an advantageous situation because of this, the branch houses feel slighted. In other words, Blaze started slowly, looking down at the two. The two houses hate each other. But wait a second, Tails said as he recalls what Hinata did for Naruto at the first part of the exams. Hinata doesn't look like the type of person to hate someone, especially if they're her family. Tails is right. Naruto spoke up in a serious tone, getting everyone's attention. I can see the anger in Niji's eyes right now, and it's directed at Hinata. Something definitely happened between these houses a long time ago. Because in Niji's point of view, this is something personal, especially since Hinata's dad is the clan head. Something personal? Amy asked in a worried tone as Naruto nodded. You may begin the match, Hay declared. Before we begin this fight, I'd like to say something. Hinata, a word of advice. Niji said, getting Hinata's attention. Withdrawal now, you know you were never meant to be a ninja. Hinata gasped as her eyes widened while Naruto's eyes narrowed. You are gentle. You seek harmony and avoid conflict. You agree with others without resisting. Niji continued, which made Hinata look down sadly. Admitted. You have no confidence. You feel inferior to everyone else here. It would have been better if you simply remained a genin. But to register for the Chunin exams, you need a team of 3 people. Niji glared at Hinata. You never even wanted to take part in these exams, but Shino and Kiba did, and you couldn't bear to let your teammates down. No, you're wrong, Hinata told him. I had to find out to see if I could change. That immediately caught certain people's attention, mainly Naruto, Sakura, Tails, Kakashi, Blaze, Amy, Knuckles, Shino and Kurenai. Hinata. The black-hair beauty thought. Flashback, Hyuga clan residence. Kurenai stood in the same room as Hiashi Hyuga and his youngest daughter Hanabi as she was on all fours panting. I will be watching over Hinata from now on. Kurenai told the clan head. Are you sure it's alright? Hinata is a member of the Hyuga main family and heir to your household. Working as a genin may cause her to be surrounded by death. Do what you will. Hiashi told her, making her gasp. She is less worthy than her sister, 5 years her junior. He turns to Kurenai slightly. The Hyuga clan has no need for such an heir. Kurenai's eyes widened from shock after hearing what Hinata's father had said to her. She turned to Hanabi and saw the bruise marks on her person, along with some blood on the floor. If that is all, leave us. Hiashi told her. We have work to do. Alright. Kurenai turns to walk away but stops and gasps slightly. Hinata was there looking down sadly. Flashback end. Hinata has struggled to become what she wanted to be. Kurenai thought to herself. Niji glared at Hinata as she looked down to the floor. Hinata, you are the pampered offspring of the main Hyuga branch. What? Hinata asked. People cannot change no matter how hard they try. Niji told her. Hinata gasped out as she stared at her cousin with fearful eyes. They can't run away from their true nature. A failure will always be a failure. What the hell is this guy's problem? Knuckles growled as he clenched his fists. Why the hell was this loser talking to his own little cousin like that? That's not how family is supposed to be. How could he say something like that to his own family? Amy asked with a shocked look on her face. Families were supposed to love and support each other and not talk bad about them. Hinata, she looks like she's close to breaking. Blaze thought as she glared at Niji in anger. How dare this fool say such things to his younger cousin? That Niji is being a total jerk to her. Tails glared at Niji. We should do something about him, right Naruto? He received no answer. Naruto. He turns to his best friend and saw he was glaring heavily at Niji as his eyes were narrowed. People are judged by their true nature. It is the way of the world. That is why we have elites and we have outcasts. Hinata trembled from Niji's words, but he still kept going. We can change our physical appearance, improve our skills with training and studying. But ultimately we are judged by what we cannot change. What can't be changed must be endured. We are who we are, Hinata, and that is why we must live with it. Naruto's hair began to move slightly as he began to grit his teeth. Memories of Zabuza and Haku flashing through his head, even Shadow appeared as well. Just as I must live with the fact that you were born in the elite of our clan while I am from a lesser branch. Neji said. Shut up. Naruto thought, glaring at Neji. I understand these things because I see the world clearly, with my Byakugan. Neji continued. Despite your brave words, what you're really thinking is that you like to run. Run as far away from here as you. No, you're wrong about me, Hinata exclaimed. Shut the hell up. Naruto whispered in a soft low voice which barely anyone could hear. Byakugan? Sakura asked, turning to Kakashi, along with everyone else near him, except for Naruto who was glaring holes into Neji's head. They say that the Uchiha clan's origins are like with the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan is one of the advanced Kekkei Genkai or bloodline abilities passed down in the Hyuga clan. Kakashi explained. It's an ability similar to the Sharingan, which is deprived from the Byakugan. But in terms of inside, the Byakugan is more powerful than the two. That sounds awesome. Tails said in awe. Naruto released a silent feral growl at Neji when he saw Hinata's trembling form and scared expression. He and everyone couldn't see it, but Neji had activated the Byakugan. Hinata herself trembled horribly as she stared into the glaring eyes of her cousin's Byakugan. She slightly looked upwards to avoid looking into them before she looked down once more, placing a finger to her lips. You can't fool my eyes. Hinata looked shocked from what Neji said, bringing her attention to him. Against my pressure just now you avert your eyes to the upper left. This is a sign that you are remembering your past experiences, your painful past. And after that you look to the lower right. That is a sign that you are imagining physical and mental pain. You are thinking about yourself and from all the experience until now you are imagining the results of this match. Imagine that you lose. Shut up. The spines of Naruto's hair began to float upwards, gathering everyone near him his attention. They looked shocked at first, thinking that he might start to transform into his dark form, but they were surprised when they saw the red stripes in his hair glowing crimson slightly along with his hair. They saw his hand gripping the rail extra tightly, but they could clearly see it starting to bend at an odd angle, and they saw smoke rising. Then Naruto. Amy tried to approach him but was held back by Kakashi and Blaze. This is something new. Kakashi said to himself as he watched one of his students' hair starting to turn red as well, but it kept flashing on and off. This isn't the Nine Tails doing so, that's out, and it definitely wasn't Dark Gaia. So what was happening now? The Chaos Emerald, did it unlock a new power within Naruto? Blaze asked herself. It certainly did make sense. Because it looks like Naruto is starting to enter a whole new form and he doesn't even realize it. And right now Neji is the one triggering this transformation because of what he's saying to Hinata, which Naruto doesn't like at all. The action of raising your arms in front of your body, Neji listed off. That shows that you are trying to create a wall between us, create a distance from me, that you are trying to prevent me from figuring out how you are truly feeling. Because everything I said has been totally right. Hinata still remained rooted in her spot as tears began to gather in her eyes, making Naruto reach his boiling point as his eyes began to flash from glowing red to blue. There was also a red faint aura surrounding his being. He ripped the rail off of its stand and was gripping very tightly. Hey, I think we better step back. Kakashi told everyone as they stepped from the glowing red Naruto. Judging from the way he's trembling right now and how hard he was holding a piece of the railing, it's safe to say that Naruto might try and do something rash at Neji. Furthermore, Neji still kept going as Naruto began to scowl angrily. Touching your lip is a personality trait revealing a disturbance. It's a defense mechanism to soften the nervousness and worrying. So basically in reality you realized it, haven't you? That you cannot change your. Enough. Naruto's roar echoed out as he threw the rail at the stone statue finger, making it go through it and stuck itself on the wall behind it. The action and roar caught everyone's attention and they looked surprised to see his hair floating. Neji turned his Byakugan off as he turned to look at Naruto over his shoulder, while Hinata looked up at him in shock. Her eyes widened as she saw his hair floating upwards and it seemed to be glowing red. Hinata, don't you dare listen to a goddamn thing that comes out of this guy's mouth. Naruto turns to Neji and glares at him. And you, who the hell gave you the right to decide who Hinata can or can't be? This is her life so she can live it however she wants to, and if you ask me, she has changed, you're just too damn blind to see it. Hinata's eyes widened from Naruto's declaration, but he didn't stop. Ever since we were at the academy, I've been seeing Hinata train by herself from time to time, and guess what? No matter how much she hurt herself or how much pain she was in, she still got back up and kept going. Back then, I didn't know about it because I was a stupid kid. Hell, I'm still stupid that I can admit it, but now, I know that deep down inside Hinata is a lion that is waiting to come out, Naruto exclaimed, making Hinata gasp out loud, and everyone looked surprised at Naruto's words, especially Kurenai and Shino, while Neji just looked on. But guys like you just keep dragging her down, keeping her from reaching her full potential. That's the real reason why she joined the Chunin exam, to unleash that potential within her, just like the rest of us here. But here you are trying to scare her away with your words. That's something cowards would do. That made Neji narrowed his eyes at Naruto, who turned and gave Hinata a happy grin. Come on Hinata, don't hold back, show this guy what you're made of. Hinata had a stunned look present on her face as she stared up at Naruto's smiling face with eyes full of wonder. Naruto, her lips trembled as she looked down, hiding her face from view, not letting everyone see the smile that was present on her, along with the increasing blush. That was the first time anyone has ever said something like that about her. What's more, it came from Naruto's own lips, which made her heart soar. Because he was right. She knew that somewhere deep down she had potential that lies dormant within her. But she hasn't reached that potential due to her gentle nature. All true that Kurenai-sensei believed in her potential and has been helping her release it, even though she always gives up. But to hear that Naruto not only has been seeing her train by herself, he also believed in her potential and said that she changed because of it. Naruto? Odd, he's annoying, Neji thought. He turned to look at Hinata and looked surprised for a moment as he saw a determined look on her face. Thank you, Hinata thought. Naruto, seeing the determined look on Hinata's face, grinned softly as his hair stopped floating. Had a girl. Her eyes have changed. Neji said to himself. Fine then. I won't be responsible for what happens. Hinata closed her eyes as veins pulsed around them. Her thoughts went back to what Naruto said on the first day of the exams, and she repeated what he said. I won't quit, I won't run away, I never go back on my word. That's the way of the ninja. Naruto's voice said as his smirking expression appeared in her head. I won't run away. Hinata opens her eyes to show her Byakugan activated, which caught everyone's attention, and Naruto's smirk grows bigger. Defend yourself, she took the Hyuga-style fighting stance. My brother. Fine. Neji took a similar stance. I thought so. Lee spoke up, getting everyone's attention. What's up? Naruto asked. She uses the same Hyuga style, her stance is similar to Neji. Lee replied. Hyuga style? Amy and Sakura asked at the same time, making them glance at each other. What is this Hyuga style? Knuckles asked. The Leaf's strongest Taijutsu style. Lee said, his fist clenched and body trembling. Huh? The strongest? Tails asked in surprise. He didn't know that the Leaf had strong fighting styles. I said it before, the strongest genin on my team, that's him. Neji Hyuga. Lee replied. Hinata and Neji soon charged at each other and began their assault against each other, both of them blocking or dodging each other's strikes as bursts of chakra erupts from them. Naruto watched the match intently, his eyes focused intently on Hinata as he watched her dodging and blocking Neji's attack. He grins as he saw Hinata's strike graze Neji's shirt. Yes, she almost had him. Naruto said. What do you mean almost? Knuckles asked, crossing his arms. It looked like she slightly touched him. A slight touch is still enough. That's what makes the Hyuga clan so great. Lee told the redeed. How do you mean? Blaze asked curiously. The Hyuga clan have a special fighting style that's been passed down for generations. Guy answered this time. While everyone was listening to Guy's explanation, Naruto was still focused on the match, though he was slightly listening to Guy's explanation. After all, he doesn't know much about the Hyuga clan, so if there's a chance he might fight against Hinata or Neji in the final round, he'll have to learn about their fighting styles and everything. The ultimate ninja then noticed the conversation turned to talking about chakra coils in the body, which Tails asked about since he didn't know about them. Apparently, the Hyuga's Byakugan allows them to see someone's inner chakra coils, and they strike the pressure points to damage the chakra coils. So avoid their strikes and make sure they don't hit my inner chakra. Got it. Naruto thought to himself. His eyes widened as he saw the two Hyuga members attack at the same time, making his eyes narrow. What happened? Did she get him? Tails asked. No. Naruto grit his teeth. He got her. Tails, Sakura and Amy's eyes widened in shock when they saw Hinata had coughed out blood. Knuckles and Blaze's eyes were narrowed and Naruto glared at Neji. So this is it, Neji spoke up. The extent of the main house's strength. Not yet. Hinata tried to strike him again only for Neji to strike her arm and hold her in place. He rolled the sleeves up to reveal red dots on her arm. The Hyuga heiress looked surprised. No way then from the beginning. Exactly. My eyes can even see the opening points. Neji told her. Opening what? Knuckles asked. Above the inner coil system are 361 pressure points called chakra holes. Kakashi explained. They are the size of the tip of a needle. They are also called opening points, and if you press them accurately you can stop or increase your opponent's flow. So does that mean you can see it, Kakashi-sensei? With your Sharingan? Tails asked, though Kakashi shook his head. No. My Sharingan can't see them. Even with the ability to use it effectively in a battle. The team stared at Kakashi after he finished his explanation, though Naruto watched on as Neji pushed Hinata back. This is the difference in talent that can never change Hinata. One that divides the elite to the loser. Niji said. This is the reality that can't change. Forfeit now. Hinata stared at her cousin before she weakly tried to stand up, making Niji narrowed his eyes. I don't go back on my word. She stood up and turned to face Neho, a smile present on her face. That is my Nindo way. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at hearing what she said. Hinata, a small smile appears on his face. He watched as Hinata looked up at him and his smile widened as he nodded at her. You got this. He mouthed to her. Hinata smiles softly from that as she nods back at him before facing her cousin. You know, Naruto said, getting everyone's attention. I always knew Hinata was incredible, but I wasn't expecting this. She's quite similar to you. Lee smiles, pointing his thumb over at Naruto. She has been watching you. Sakura added, which made Naruto rub his head sheepishly. What can I say? It's always nice to have a fan. He chuckled, which made Knuckles shake his head, while Amy stared at Naruto with a half-lidded annoyed expression. Lei sighed and shook her head at her dense best friend. It was true. When they were young, she always saw this girl hiding behind buildings and poles whenever Naruto was by himself or she was with him. She smiled in amusement as she remembered whenever she saw her, she would quickly hide from her view. Come. Niji told her. Hinata tried to move but suddenly coughed out blood, which alarmed the others. Oh no, Amy cries out. What happened? Niji's attack has completely shut down her chakra flow. Kakashi answered. She can no longer do her gentle fist. This match is over. No. It's not over. Naruto spoke in his serious voice. It's not over until one of them stays down. Keep going, Hinata. Show everyone here your resolve. Yeah, you got this, Hinata. Tails cheered. Naruto. Hinata smirks in determination as her eyes hardened, which Niji noticed. She charges at Niji and began to attack him, all the while thinking about Naruto from when she met him a long time ago as children. Whenever I look at you I feel courage. She remembered all the times when Naruto failed, he would always get back up and try again, no matter how difficult it was. I feel like I'm trying my best. Hinata dodged a strike from Niji. Even I can do it. That I'm worth something. That's how I began to feel. She gasped when Niji struck her in the stomach before hitting her up the chin. She stumbles back and coughed, but she didn't fall back. Hinata Kurenai said worriedly. Her student used to always be a quitter, but then she tries to change herself. The red-eyed beauty knew better than anyone the tough training she put herself through. She'd often fail on missions because Hinata was weak when it mattered most, and she quickly lost her confidence. But today Hinata was different. This is the first time I've ever seen her with such eyes. Kurenai said. Hinata was in a lot of pain right now. Her chakra has stopped flowing when Niji struck her, and she couldn't use her gentle fist now because of it. She knows that she reached her limit, but she didn't care. She ignored all of it because she kept thinking about Naruto. The one from the past to the current Naruto. She always watched him from afar, watching him grow more and more each day as he kept reaching for his dream. When she saw his battle with Nezo, she realized that he too had changed, not just physically but mentally as well. It's like there are times where he acts silly and times when he knows playtime is over. He has definitely grown a lot stronger than he was before at the academy. So if he can change like that, then why not her? Naruto. Hinata said to herself as she charged at Niji. I've always watched you. Now you're watching me. She stops in shock as Niji struck her in the chest. She painfully coughed out blood and fell face first on the arena floor while Niji remained where he was. You don't understand anything. Niji told his younger cousin. From the very beginning of this match, your attacks have done nothing. Kurenai looks down at her student, a proud look on her face. Hinata, even though you lost, you truly have changed. A deciding blow to the heart, guy said solemnly. I feel bad for her, but she won't be getting back up. How cruel. Amy whispered as she turns away from such a horrible scene. She couldn't think that someone of the same family would do something so terrifying to their own kin. Hinata. Tails said sadly. Knuckles clenched his fists tightly. Damn that bastard. Blaze glares at Niji in anger at what he had done. Struck her in the heart. Was he truly trying to kill his own cousin, a clan heiress, because of some stupid grudge over something the main house has done? To her, it was utterly foolish and childish. Continuing on his impossible hate said. So the winner. Don't stop the match, Naruto called out. What are you saying? You Sakura was about to tell him off before Naruto covered her mouth with his hand. Look, Naruto told her as everyone turned to Hinata and their eyes widened in disbelief and shock, including Niji, who had a surprised look on his face. Hinata weakly tried to get back up. Slowly but surely, she got back on her feet. Niji just stared at her in confusion. Why do you stand? If you keep going you'll die. The older Hyuga told her. Hinata took deep breaths, a smile present on her face. He was watching her. Naruto, the person whom she admires the most, is finally watching her. She looks up at Niji and smiles weakly. Her eyes glanced upwards and she saw Naruto smiling happily at her. Her eyes went back to Niji and saw his Byakugan is activated. It's not over. Hinata said weakly. Acting tough is useless. Niji said. You can barely stand. Ever since your birth, the responsibility of the Hyuga main house has been forced upon you. You have always hated yourself for your own weakness, but people cannot change. That is destiny. There is no need for you to suffer. Let it go. Naruto, Knuckles and Blaze's eyes narrowed at Neji from what he said. Destiny. It's destiny that people can't change. What kind of BS was this guy on? That's not true, brother. Hinata said. Because I can see it, it's not me at all. The one who's lost and suffering from the destiny of the main and branch house is you. Neji's eyes narrowed in anger from what she said. He then charged at Hinata with the intent of finishing her off once and for all, ignoring what the proctor was telling him. Before he could even touch her, he was stopped by Guy, Hade, Kakashi and Kurenai. Neji, give it a rest. Guy ordered his genin sternly. You promised me that you wouldn't let this family business go over your head. TSK Neji grit his teeth in annoyance. Why did you even bother to interfere? More special treatment for the main house. Hinata's eyes went wide as she felt her heart pulsed. She was about to fall to her knees, but felt a soft breeze appear and found her head leaning on a shoulder with arms wrapped around her. She looked up and saw she was leaning on Naruto, who was looking at her worriedly. Hinata suddenly coughed out blood, landing some on Naruto's clothes, which he didn't care for. Hinata Kurenai cried out just as Naruto softly lay her down. She quickly ran to her just as Sakura, Lee, Blaze and Tails jumped down and ran over to them. Hinata, is she okay? Tails asked. This isn't good. Look how pale she is, Sakura said worriedly. Where are the medics? Blaze yells out in the arena. Then Naruto. Hinata said weakly, getting everyone's attention. SHH. Don't say anything. Naruto said softly, smiling at her. You were amazing. Get some rest, kid. You earned it. Hinata stared at Naruto's face, eyes weakly widened in surprise before she smiled back at him. Did I really change just a little bit? She slowly closed her eyes. Yeah, you truly did. Naruto nods at her. He smiles as he saw her smile weakly widen. Hey, you there. The ultimate ninja lost his smile and looked over his shoulder at Neji, a blank look in his eyes. There are two things I would like to tell you. You're a shinobi, cut out that pathetic cheering of others. And it's exactly what Nezo said. A loser is a loser, that will never change. Naruto, along with Lee, glares at Neji for what he said. He stood up and fully turned to him. Wanna test that little theory of yours? And Neji smirked. Naruto narrowed his eyes and did a spin charge. Sakura knew what he was going to do and tried to stop him. But it was too late as Naruto charged at Neji, only to skid to a halt as Lee appeared and blocked him from going any further, much to everyone's surprise. Why are you stopping? Naruto, I get where you're coming from, believe me. Lee told him, his hair shadowing his eyes. But the fighting should occur in the matches. Naruto stared at Lee with eyes full of surprise. Whether a loser can defeat a genius through the power of hard work. Lee stated. That's something to look forward to in the main event. He looks up and stares at Neji. Though his opponent might be me. Neji stares back at Lee. But even if it's you, Naruto, there will be no hard feelings. Lee finished, looking back at Naruto, who was glaring at Neji. The ultimate ninja's face turned comical for a moment as he looks between them before he sighed and smirks a little. Alright. Fine. You win. He turns away, not paying attention to the fact that Lee and Guy gave each other a thumbs up. Hinata coughed out blood again, getting everyone's attention. Hold on. Knuckles jumped down the platform and ran to them. He kneels down in front of Hinata and holds his hands out. A green glow erupted from his hands and shrouded Hinata in a green energy field. Everyone stared in amazement at the technique and they could hear sparkling noises coming from the energy field as the gold rings entered her being. Knuckles turned to everyone, ignoring their surprised expressions. I healed what I could, but she needs to go to the hospital now. Kurenai stared at the redeed before she nodded her head in gratitude. She turns to the arrived medical team. What are you waiting for? You heard what he said, hurry. Alright, the medical team quickly placed Hinata on the stretcher as they carried her away with Kurenai following after them. Naruto watched on as she saw her peaceful expression on her face. He thought back on the fight that just happened. How hard she fought to prove to her cousin that she did change, how she continued to get back up and fight the good fight, made him proud of her and found respect for her. He looked down at the blood that Hinata coughed out and the blood on his shirt. He wiped the blood off his shirt and reached down and used his fingers to pick up the rest of it. He turned to Neji and held his fist out towards him, the blood dripping down his fingers, which immediately caught everyone's attention. Neji Hyuga. You're on my list. Naruto spoke, his voice and expression matching the seriousness that he's known to have. You better watch out. I'm coming at ya, full speed. Ah. Neji said as he turned to walk away. Naruto, Blaze, Tails, Amy, Sakura and Lee thought as they stared at him. Naruto walks towards Knuckles, who stood up and stared at him. He smiled at him and held his fist out towards him, his eyes showing new respect. You did good, Rad Red. Knuckles stared at the fist before he closed his eyes and smirks. Thanks, Yellow Streak. He bumps fists with Naruto as the two chuckled a bit. Everyone smiled at the interaction between them. Soon they all walked back to the stands. Meanwhile, Storm and her team were impressed with the fight the two Hyuga clan members showed. I gotta admit, I wasn't expecting a fight between two members of the same clan. One of her teammates commented. Not only that but from what we just heard that was the supposed clan heiress. The other said. HMPH. Some heiress she was. She was supposed to represent her house yet she lost to someone from the branch house. Storm asked with narrowed eyes. What a disgrace. If anything her eyes moved towards Niji. Niji has what it takes to be a clan heir. Her eyes then moved towards Naruto, watching as the Sans puppet user walked towards him and two of his friends and started a conversation with them. That is if he can win against him. Now it's time to begin the next match. Hey called out, getting everyone's attention. They looked up at the monitor and saw who was next to fight. Rock Lee, yes. Gara of the desert, yes it is now my turn Lee cheered as he happily jumped off the platform, doing a flip. Gara appeared on the floor in a swirl of sand. If you're ready Hate started as he stared at both fighters. You may begin. Lee immediately took a stance while the cork on Gara's gourd popped open, which released a bunch of sand and formed a circle around him. The action took Lee and everyone else, except for the sand ninja. Eh? Tails asked, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Dudes, did you see that? Yeah. That was sand. Naruto replied, eyes wide in surprise. So that's what was in that gourd. I don't like this. Knuckles said, narrowing his eyes at Gara and crossing his arms. Something about that guy feels weird. Naruto and Tails stared at Knuckles for a brief moment before they looked back at the match, both of them agreeing with what he said about Gara feeling weird. Rock Lee charged at Gara, landing a few hits but were blocked by the sand. He took out a kunai when he saw the sand trying to attack him, so he dodged and slashed at him before jumping away. He charged at Gara once again, this time trying to attack him with a barrage of kicks which were blocked as well. How's Gara doing all that? Blaze asked in complete confusion. Just look at him, he's not moving a single muscle. I don't know. Amy said, shaking a bit as she eyed Gara with fear in her eyes. She flinched when she saw hit the wall. But that guy, his eyes they scare me. It's almost like he's not human. To be honest, I'm worried about Rock Lee. The sand moved towards Lee who jumped out of the way in time and launched several shurikens at Gara, which were immediately struck blocked by the sand. Just as he landed, he jumps again to avoid a tsunami of sand that appeared behind him. He landed on the stone fingers and stared hard at Gara while he did the same thing. Damn that Gara guy is tough. Naruto said. What's up with that sand of his protecting him? It's almost like it's alive. That's because it is. Kankuro replied, earning Naruto and his two friends' attention. Gara isn't controlling the sand. It protects him of its own accord. And because of that no one hasn't been able to touch Gara. The sand that protects someone? Tails asked, his eyes turned into stars. Oh man that's so cool. Hope that Lee guy has a plan. Knuckles said, hearing the older guy that looks like Lee says something about taking off his weights. Because if not, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Yes sir I shall take them off Lee exclaimed, holding two weights in his hands before he released them. Everyone watched as the weights fell to the ground. The moment they landed, the entire arena shook as two large clouds of dirt appeared from where the weights landed. Everyone, not counting Gara, were incredibly shocked or surprised by how heavy those weights were. Amy and Sakura screamed in comical shock. What in the world? Storm asked in shock, staring at Lee in disbelief. How the hell could anyone wear those kinds of weights? My god Blaze exclaimed, jumping like a frightened cat as cat ears and a tail comically came out. You're too much. Kakashi thought with a deadpan expression. Whoa Tails floated in the air, screaming in comical shock before he fell back down, landing on his butt. Ow, holy crap Naruto yells in comical surprise. How much are those weights? Knuckles whistled in awe, staring at Lee with respect. This guy was wearing that kind of weight the whole time. Me and him have got to fight. Lee then vanished much to everyone's surprise, especially Naruto and Gara. He then reappeared behind Gara and attacked him harder and faster, which made the sand harder to block. Oh snap he's moving as fast as you Naruto Tails said in excitement. Naruto looked impressed by that as he smirks. Oh. Sounds to me like I got a new competition in speed bud. They continued to watch the match as Lee kept attacking Gara in a burst of speed. In fact, thanks to Naruto's heightened senses, he can follow every movement Lee is making as he attacks Gara. Yet despite all that, Gara was still getting back up and he looked like he was enjoying this match. Wanting to end this fight, Lee then did something that shocked everyone. He opened up 5 of the 8 gates, increasing his power and speed further, judging by his pupils disappearing and his skin turning red. I've got a bad feeling about this Naruto said to himself, gripping the railing as he continued to watch the match, ignoring everything around him. Lee sent a barrage of attacks at Gara while airborne as he kept getting hit all over his body. He sent one last attack that sent Gara crashing down to the arena floor, causing a massive crater to be formed. When Lee landed, tired and exhausted, and after seeing the cracks all over Gaara's face and body, everyone thought Lee had won the match. That is until Gaara went in for the attack. Lee tried desperately to get away from the sand, but it managed to grab his arm and leg. With a sickening crunch that made most in the arena to flinch or cover their ears to block out Lee's screams of pain. Lee Naruto called out as he and Knuckles were about to jump down and interfere with the match. The match was already interrupted by Might Guy entering the arena and blowing the sand away, preventing it from doing any more damage to Lee. Gaara had asked why he protected him only to get an answer that drove more confusion from him. So he decided to up and leave the arena. But much to everyone's amazement, Lee suddenly stood up and took a weak fighting stance. Naruto instantly appeared and stood in front of Lee. "Hey dude, it's okay, you don't have to fight any." His words died in his throat as he stared at Lee's eyes before he looked down and bit his lower lip. "What's wrong?" Guy asked, wondering why Naruto went silent. He shook his head and moved out of the way, allowing the Jonin to see his student before his eyes widened. His eyes started to water. "Oh Lee, what have I done?" While Guy was busy hugging Lee and crying just as the paramedics showed up, Naruto clenched his fists tightly, ignoring everything that was happening. He couldn't believe it. Lee had that guy, he had him, he had the speed, the power boost and the advantage. He's given in everything he had in order to win at the cost of his stamina in order to win, so how could he lose? He heard the paramedics talking to Guy about Lee's condition, and it shocked him to hear that because of Gaara's sand crushing the bones in his left arm and leg, his career as a shinobi was over. Even Knuckles, much to his anger and disappointment, tried to heal him, but could only heal what could little injuries he had. As much as Naruto wanted to deny it, to tell the doctors they were wrong, he knew they were right. And it made him angry that there was nothing he could do to help Lee. Hearing footsteps walking past him and sensing the familiar cold atmosphere, Naruto glanced to the side and glared at Gaara, who glanced back at him with an emotionless glare. He instantly reappeared next to his siblings, though Naruto's eyes never left his form. Gaara of the desert. Feeling a hand on his head made Naruto turn to see it was Kakashi. "Come on, the final match is about to start." Naruto nodded and silently went to the stands with the others. He took a sneak peek at Gaara out of the corner of his eyes. "What the hell are you?" After the drama was over and done, it was time for the last match, which was Choji against Osu. Well, if you could actually call it a match, since it only lasted for about a minute or two, which caused various amounts of comical reactions from the Leaf Genin, while the others were indifference. What just happened?" Amy asked, blinking in confusion. The sheepish Naruto laughed a little bit. "That's Choji for ya. Call him fat or take the last bite of his favorite snack and he will snap on you like an angry bull." "He's right," Tails said, sitting on the railing. "I mean, this isn't the first time Dosu and Choji fought each other. They fought before?" Knuckles asked curiously. "Yeah, it was a couple of days ago when we were in the Forest of Death," Sakura replied, unknowingly creeping Amy while Knuckles looked bewildered. Blaze shook her head and crossed her arms, staring at the downed Akimichi heir as the medics took him away. She glanced at Kakashi. "It seems pretty childish to be worked up over someone calling him fat, don't you think?" Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. "What can I say? Some Akimichi men are quite sensitive about their weight." "I bet they are." Blaze, Amy and Sakura thought with deadpan looks on their faces. After all, women everywhere concern themselves with their weight every day. But that match concluded, the third exam preliminaries are officially over. "Hey," it said. All winners gathered to the arena. Naruto, Neji, Shikamaru, Shino, Kankuro, Tamari, Gaara, Dosu and Storm gathered to the arena floor, standing in front Anko, Hayate and Ibiki. Behind them stood Hiruzen. "We commend all those who advances towards the finals of the third level of the Chunin exam," Hayate said. "Well, there's one person missing, but still congratulations." Hiruzen coughed to get the attention. "In the final rounds, each of you will put your battle skills on display. You'll demonstrate the power and control that you've received in your respective discipline. Accordingly, the final battles will commence in 1 month." "We have to wait a month for the finals?" Naruto asked. "Why?" "This is to provide a suitable period of preparation," Hiruzen answered. "What do you mean by that?" Shikamaru asked. "Simply this, in addition to announcing the conclusion of the preliminary matches to each country's leaders, we must also have some time to prepare and distribute summons for the final selection." Hiruzen closed his eyes and smirked. "Not to mention you examinees are going to need time to prepare for something this important." "Oh, I get it now," Naruto said, smirking slightly as he caught everyone's attention. "Well, you guys are busy taking care of the important stuff, we get to take this month-long break in order to train ourselves." "Makes sense when you think about it. What exactly does that mean?" Kankuro asked. "When we fought in the preliminaries, we were basically fighting unknown shinobi," Conquering Storm answered, bringing attention to herself. "During that time, we had no idea what our opponent's skills and abilities were. But now that everyone knows each other's techniques, we're taking this month break in order to hone our own skills against the opponent we're facing during the finals." Am I correct, Lord Third? Yes. That is absolutely correct. Hiruzen said. Naruto turned his head to stare at Gaara, Neji and Storm, who noticed his gaze as she glanced back at him. She sent him a challenging smirk before closing her eyes and ignored his presence. He looked at the floor as he thought about Sasuke and Nezo. He clenched his fists just from thinking about him and the demonic power that he infected him with. Oh yeah, he's definitely going to get some serious training done if he's going to win this competition. Especially learning how to control this dark power. Meanwhile up in the stands, Blaze, Tails, Knuckles, Amy and Sakura were watching everything unfold. Oh man, it looks like next month is going to be crazy, Tails said, kicking his legs excitedly. And from what Gramps said down there, a lot of important leaders will be watching everything happen. Knuckles added in, leaning on the wall. To be honest, I want to check that out. Sakura nods, her eyes focused on Naruto's determined expression as he looked at his hands. I can't help but worry about Naruto. I mean, I'm happy that he's advanced, but her eyes moved towards Gaara. What if he ends up fighting Gaara and ends up like Lee? No way. Amy shook her head, looking at Sakura with a happy smirk. Naruto would never lose to a guy like that. No matter how tough someone else is, he'll always find a way to beat them, just like how he did with Nezo and Dr. Nega. He is Naruto after all. Everyone smiled at that as they nodded their heads. Of course he is. Blaze smiled, staring at Naruto as he and the other examinees were given pieces of paper. That fool never knows when to call it quits. Alright, from left to right, start to call out your numbers. Ibiki instructed them. I've got 8. Number 1 here. I have 7, 5, 3, 9, 2, 6, 10. And that means Sasuke will be number 4. Hiruzen stated. Excellent. Now I will tell you how the selection tournament works. Ibiki, you may reveal which ninja has been paired up. Ibiki nodded and showed everyone what was written on the board. 1 Naruto vs 2 Neji, 3 Gaara vs 4 Sasuke, 5 Kankuro vs 6 Shino, 7 Storm vs 8 Dosu, 9 Temari vs 10 Shikamaru. The assembled genin looked at the board, each with their own thoughts on the opponents they were facing. Naruto grins at seeing that he was the first to fight and that he was going to face Neji. Lady Luck is on his side today, ladies and gentlemen. Not only that, but Sasuke and Gaara will be fighting in the next round. Even though he wanted to take down Gaara after what he did to Lee, he still wanted to get the chance to fight his longtime rival. He hoped that Sasuke would win against him, but then again, because of that weird tattoo on his neck, he never got the chance to see Gaara in action, so he doesn't know what he's up against. He glanced up at the bystanders and noted that Kakashi wasn't there, which meant he was checking up on Sasuke. He nodded in acceptance, knowing that he'll tell Sasuke what was going on, and when he does, he'll be out training. Now that you know who you will be up against, take this month break to hone and master your individual skills against your opponents. That is all. Hiruzen said. After that, the examinees went with their teams, each of them getting ready for finals. Later that day, Ichiraku, it's been so long since I've had a taste of your delicious ramen, Naruto said happily, drooling slightly. Naruto and his group of friends, which consists of Blaze, Tails, Amy and Knuckles, were at Naruto's favorite ramen restaurant. Sakura went home, saying that she was going to take a shower and nap. I really don't understand what's so special about this place. Knuckles said, tapping his finger on the table. Poor simple knucklehead, haven't gotten the time to try out the best, I repeat, the best ramen in the world. Naruto said, wagging his finger, making Knuckles glare at him in annoyance. Is the ramen here really that good? Amy asked curiously. Of course, I've never had ramen as good as this, Tails said happily. He's currently in his human form, only he wore a hat to cover his ears. Amazing, he joined his twin tails together to form a single tail and wrapped it around his waist, making it look like a fashionable belt. It's been so long since I've been here. Blaze mused as she looked around the small restaurant with a small smile on her face. This place hasn't changed a bit. Hearing laughter coming from the kitchen made everyone look to see the owner, Tucci, walking out with 2 bowls of ramen in his hands as he handed one to Naruto and the other Blaze. That's right, and hopefully it's going to stay that way for several more years, Tucci said as his daughter came out holding a plate of 3 bowls and handed them to the others. Thank you for the food, Naruto and Tails said happily as they dug in. Amy giggled at them as she raised the noodles to her mouth, blowing on it for a couple of seconds before eating it. Her eyes widened in delight at the amazing taste that touched her tongue. It's good, she continued to eat at a pace that was closer to Naruto's. Blaze stared at them with a deadpan expression at how they were eating. She sighed and shook her head. Oh brother. She followed their example, with noble grace befitting her status as princess, and slurped in the noodle. Her eyes widened as a minor blush spread across her cheeks. Oh my, she's completely forgotten how amazingly good Mr. Tucci's ramen was. This gentleman's cooking shows how much love and care he always put in the taste of his food. While true, the chefs at her castle would always cook for her, but the ramen they made wasn't as special as Mr. Tucci. He is certainly quite skilled in the culinary arts. Knuckles glanced around, seeing everyone was happily enjoying their food. He looked down at his bowl before shrugging his shoulders and taking a slurp. His eyes widened comically for a second as he immediately dug in. Whoa, what am I eating? This is amazing. After a couple of minutes, everyone was finished with their bowls as they sighed in content and bliss. Thanks for the ramen, you too. Naruto said as he reached in his pocket to take out his money, only for Tucci to raise his hand. No pay, this is on the house, the owner said happily as he picked up the bowls and stacked them. Not only did you make it to the finals, but you also finally found your little childhood sweetheart and brought some new guests in. What he said caused several things to happen. Naruto did a large comical spit take and coughed uncontrollably, Blaze blushed slightly, Knuckles and Tails were laughing and giggling, and Amy looked wide-eyed as she snapped both chopsticks in her hand. She's not my sweetheart, Naruto exclaimed while blushing. She's just a friend, just. A friend. Oh? Am asked, raising a brow as teasing smirk appeared on her face. I remember a certain little boy who said that he won't stop until he finds his precious Blaze. I never said that, Naruto yelled, blushed up a storm, while Blaze's blush increased further. It drove Tails and Knuckles on the ground laughing so hard they were holding their sides. The pink aura erupted from Amy as she let out a growl, turning to face Naruto as her pupils shrank in anger, making him shake in fear. He leaned towards Am's ear, a frantic pleading expression on his face. Am, can you please be quiet before Amy does something crazy to me? Am giggled slightly before pulled away. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Naruto glanced at Amy and saw she was still staring at him in anger, making him sweat nervously before he stood up. Hey, now that we've had our fill, why don't I give you guys a grand tour? Okay, let's go. He tried to laugh in excitement, but it was more nervous. So for the next hour, Naruto and Tails had given their friends a grand tour of the Leaf Village, showing them various places like the BBQ restaurant Choji and his team always hung around, and the flower shop that Ino and her family owns. Knuckles, being curious, wanted to enter to see what kind of flowers they sell, so he did. When he entered, he saw Ino talking to her parents about the exam, and when they saw him, Ino blushed up like a storm and stuttered uncontrollably. She looked down and saw how daughter she was, so she ran upstairs to her room to get into a shower, leaving behind a confused Knuckles and her sheepish-looking parents, with Naruto and the others peeking in to see what was going on. After that little episode, Naruto, in his own simple unique way of course, explained the history of the Leaf Village from its founding to today. He showed them the Hokage monument, which had the faces of the first, second, third and fourth Hokage. Looking at the fourth Hokage's face caused Amy and Knuckles to look between it and Naruto's, noting the resemblance between the two. Judging how Naruto proudly looked up at the fourth Hokage's face and how Blaze and Tails held their fingers to lips when they saw their expressions, they put the pieces together and didn't comment on it as they continued. They went to the academy, Hokage Manor, and the various training grounds that were open. They were now heading towards the hot springs area. So Naruto. Blaze spoke up, getting everyone's attention. What exactly is your plan for the finals this month? What do you mean? I'm gonna train like crazy, of course. Naruto grins in confidence. I know you're gonna train like crazy. Blaze said, rolling her eyes in exasperation. And that's not a plan. Yeah. Knuckles said, stuffing his hands in his pocket. Your opponent in the first match is that Neji Hyuga guy. Tails nodded in agreement. He paid very close attention to your fight against Nezo, so he knows what he's up against and will find a way to counter your speed. Then I'll just have to find a way to counter him back. Naruto said, placing his hands behind his head, frowning. I'll be honest guys, when we met that creeper Orochimaru, I think the bastard did something to me. What do you mean? Amy asked curiously. I mean, when me and Nezo fought each other, I tried to get a good amount of access to my chakra, but I couldn't. Naruto answered, getting everyone's attention. It's like whatever Orochimaru did to me disrupted my chakra, making it difficult for me to use it. Did you tell this to Kakashi? Blaze asked, eyes narrowing at this mysterious Orochimaru character. Naruto shrugged in response. I was going to, but I don't think Kakashi himself knows what this thing is. Besides, knowing him, he's gonna train Sasuke on how to beat Gaara since they both have the Sharingan. What about Lord Third? Tails asked with Naruto shaking his head. The old man is too busy with the exams and I don't want to put more stress on him. He's already worried about me enough with this Dark Gaia thing's power flowing through me. And what about Dark Gaia's power? Amy asked, making Naruto frown in thought. Did you figure out a way to control it? That's a different story. The ultimate ninja admitted. I mean, come on. Nobody, not even the old man himself, heard of this thing until today. Blaze nodded in agreement. The only one who does is Nezo. He gave you this power, so he must know a way to get rid of it. So until then you're stuck with it, right? Naruto said. If I need to learn how to control this power, I need to either A, find someone else who knows more about this thing, or B, learn it myself. Let me guess, you're gonna pick option B. Knuckles stated. Like I got a choice in the matter. Naruto said, scratching his head in annoyance. Damn. This whole mess is starting to turn into a drag. Hey, you sound like Shikamaru just now. Tails giggled, making everyone else laugh as well. I think he's starting to rub off on me. Naruto chuckled. I. Boom, huh? Everyone looked ahead at the cloud of dust. Once it settled, they saw a man lying on the ground unconscious. He wore the usual shinobi outfit without the flak jacket and wore a bandana with the forehead protector on it. He also wore black sunglasses. Look at that, it's the closet pervert. Naruto said, a comical blank look sent towards the man. Closet pervert. Amy cried out, hiding behind her destined hero as she and Blaze glared at the man. He definitely looks like one. Knuckles said with a half-lidded expression. Yup. This guy is Ibisu. Met him when the old man's grandson came rushing in like a dork. Wonder what's he been up to throughout this story. Naruto mused to himself. What do you think happened to him? Tails asked, poking at the unconscious man with a stick. He received no answers. Eyes. Tails turned back to his friends, seeing them staring up ahead with widened eyes full of comical disbelief and wonder. Curious, he turned to the bridge they were about to cross until he gave a startled yelp. Standing on a bridge was a big orange frog with blue markings. Not only that, there was also a man sitting on top of the frog. A man whom Blaze was very familiar with by the way her eyes were narrowed in complete anger and disgust. Even though the man was sitting on his frog, they could easily tell that he was tall and well built. He has waist-length, spiky white hair that is tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face till they were at the bottom. His attire consisted of a green short shirt, kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore hand guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. He often carried a large scroll on his back and had a tattoo on his left palm, and he wore a horned forehead protector with a kanji for oil. What's wrong with you? The man said, obviously talking to Ibisu as he glared at him in annoyance. Keep it down. Are you trying to get us busted, you idiot? He then turned his attention to the group in front of him, all of them staring at him with widened eyes, while only one of them was glaring at him. Thankfully Naruto summed it up for everyone. Dude, what the actual buck? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.